Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the October 15, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Capps. Here. Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item of business will be the approval of the minutes from the October 8th, 2024 meeting.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Well, any opposed? Any abstained? Passes unanimously. Next item of business will be the county CEO's report. Ms. Miyasato.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and board members. Just one announcement, and that is announcing the Ag Commissioner's Office is pleased to announce that it is now accepting online payments. The online payment dashboard can be found on their website. It's a convenient option for businesses to electronically make all payments, ranging from certified farmers market certificates to weights and measures registration permits. So good going, Ag Commissioner, and they want to also thank the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office for helping them make this a reality.
Very cool. All right, Madam Clerk, any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, October 11th, adding administrative item number 47 to the agenda. Administrative item number 47 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman and is regarding a community meeting being held by the Board of Supervisors Farm Worker Conditions in Santa Barbara County Temporary Ad Hoc Committee on November 12th, 2024 at 3 p.m. at the Joseph Centeno Betaravia Government Administration Building Board Hearing Room. This addendum has been posted online and made available to the board and the public and can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a memo from the department revising a recommendation in administrative item number 23. Administrative item number 23 is from the fire department. It is regarding grant application number 23 WP SBC 595-30401 between the State of California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, and the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. The department modified recommendation A to read approve and adopt a resolution, so the words and adopt have been added to the recommendation A. The memo has been posted online and made available to the board and the public and can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a request from the department to withdraw departmental item number 5. Departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Judson Appeal, case number 24 APL 13 of the Montecito Planning Commission's approval of the Tate Family Trust Addition and Garage Preliminary and Final Design Review Approval, case number 23 BAR 84, and this is in the 1st District. This withdrawal request memo has been made available to the board and the public. In addition, we have no requests to speak on this item from the public, so if the board would like to act on this withdrawal request following the clerk's announcements, they may do so. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
All right, thank you very much. Next item of business is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? Supervisor Hartman?
14, 15, 27.
14, 15, 27. Anybody else? Madam Clerk, are there any items to be pulled off the administrative agenda from the public?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have 4 requests to speak from the public on administrative item number 34.
Okay, so we have 14, 15, 27, 34. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Those pass unanimously. This time now, we'll move forward to the resolutions to be presented.
We do have 9 resolutions this morning. So we will begin with resolution number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2024 as Family History Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Ted Taser Myers and Karen Ramsdell. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas encouraging family history research and sharing that knowledge from generation to generation can be an enriching and rewarding experience for young and old. It builds a connection to family, home, and community. And whereas the treasured records that detail the history of our families are meticulously curated by libraries, genealogy centers, historical societies, and archives around the world. And whereas family history research can be especially challenging for African Americans, Native Americans, and some immigrant communities due to historical gaps in written records. Yet efforts by institutions like the National Museum of African American History and Culture, Library, and Native American Tribes are helping to recover and preserve these invaluable family histories, thus fostering a deeper understanding of their ancestral heritage. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Genealogical Society, established in 1972, assists individuals from all backgrounds in discovering, documenting, sharing, and preserving their family histories, and operates the Cheyenne Genealogical Library, which is open to the public for research at 316 Castillo Street in Santa Barbara. And whereas more than 100 million individuals from across the United States, including thousands in Santa Barbara County, have embarked on genealogical journeys by discovering who their ancestors were and how various forces shaped their lives in our past. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County proclaims October 2024 as Family History Month in Santa Barbara County and encourages all residents to observe the month with activities celebrating their family history, passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Lavanillo.
Good morning.
Members of the board. My name is Ted Taser Myers. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara County Genealogical Society, and this is Karen Ramsdell, the senior vice president. Our organization is dedicated to helping and supporting community members in discovering their family roots. We believe this is important work because it helps people better understand who they are and where they come from. Family history is an essential part of our history as a community and as a nation. As such, when we explore the history of our ancestors, we connect our own lives in a very personal way with the great events that have shaped who we are today. Researching your family history is not always easy, despite what some of these marvelous programs like Finding Your Roots and Who Do You Think You Are on TV may lead you to believe. Yes, there are wonderful tools like Ancestry.com, DNA, and artificial intelligence out there, but it still takes a lot of time-consuming detective work, especially for some of our more marginalized communities that don't have as many historical records. But believe it or not, researching records and verifying the identities of distant ancestors can be fun, even addictive. Our society maintains an impressive collection of over 16,000 volumes and digitized records at the Scion Library on Castillo Street related to family history. In addition, we have over 500 members of our genealogy society helping each other every day by teaching classes, taking field trips, coaching beginners, and putting on events like Picnic in the Cemetery. We have some handouts for you about Family History Month events at the Scion Library. We invite you and the community to join us and let us know if you would like help finding your roots. Thank you for your recognition today.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item 2, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming October 17th, 2024 as the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Julie Weiner and Steve Ortiz. And if you can please join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly declared October 17th as the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty in 1992 to promote awareness of the need to eradicate poverty and destitution in all countries. And whereas Santa Barbara County has the second highest rate of poverty in the state of California, with many individuals and families struggling to meet basic needs such as housing, food, and healthcare, highlighting the urgent need for local action to address economic inequality. And whereas poverty is interconnected with social issues such as hunger, homelessness, lack of access to clean water and sanitation, inequality, and climate change, requiring a comprehensive, inclusive approach to eradicate it. And whereas the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty highlights the voices of those living in poverty and encourages people worldwide to advocate for policies and actions that address root causes and uplift communities. And whereas local organizations such as COM Unify and United Way of Santa Barbara County are dedicated to reducing poverty in the region through a range of services, programs, and community-driven initiatives that provide resources and support to those in need. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes October 17th as the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty and reaffirms its commitment to promoting policies and actions that contribute to poverty reduction and social justice, passed and adopted today.
My name is Julie Weiner. I'm here on behalf of Communify. We want to express our gratitude for this recognition. We're moving into our 58th year serving the entire county. We have provided Head Start to our communities across Santa Barbara County for 58 years. It was our very first program, and we, at this estimate, have served over 55,000 children and families to put those children and their parents on a path to better futures. Communify's spectrum of programs ranges from pregnant parents to senior citizens, and we couldn't do this work without the recognition by our city and county officials of how important it is, and without the support of the people in the community that help support us, both individuals, corporations, and family foundations. Thank you for your recognition of the problem that poverty has become in our county. It's not just homelessness, that's what we see, but a lot of things have to go wrong along the way for somebody to end up homeless. So we're working hard to get ahead of that, upstream from that, and change the outcomes for our families. We can't do it without you and your support, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps? Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, thank you for having us today for the recognition. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor Capps, for the recognition. I was going to speak about our 100-year history, but that would take a very long time, so I'm going to stick to very quick points here. We're here to build brighter futures, and we do that along with partners. And many of you here in this room have been partners for many years. Many actually in the audience that I see have been partners. We work together with many community members to achieve those results, excuse me, in helping thousands of families in our community throughout the years, focused on three areas: academic achievement, financial stability, and crisis response and recovery. And there are dozens of programs and initiatives that we execute every year to make sure that our households, our families, our students, our seniors have what they need to have successful futures and are resilient in the future. So thank you for the recognition, and we hope to continue partnering with all of you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this day was declared by the UN General Assembly as the day of eradicating poverty. The numbers we know here are very daunting. The fact that we're second highest out of 58 counties. Yet without programs like Communify, without programs like United Way, it would be so much more devastating. And so we really just need to be more committed to connecting amazing services to the organizations that exist. And I want to talk about our own county. Several hundred people work for social services, and they actually, on a daily basis, touch 44% of our county, 44%. That's about 200,000 people. And so all of us are in the same boat together trying to eradicate poverty. And I do believe we need to say words like that. Like, we don't have to have people living in severe poverty. Some countries do not. And I believe that poverty is a policy choice, and I just appreciate our partners and what our own county is doing, and hope that we can move forward next year on this day, even making greater gains. Thank you.
Outstanding. Madam Clerk, item 3.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, Administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Hope Ranch Park Homes Association. And joining us in person today, we have Jill Van Zeebroek, Mark Mosby, Lori Carrillo, and Marco Del Chiara. And if you can please join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Hope Ranch Park Homes Association was established on June 30th, 1924 by Harold Chase through the acquisition of Santa Barbara Estates, La Cumbre Estates, and La Cumbre Mutual Water Corporation, marking the creation of one of the first homeowners associations in the United States. And whereas the Hope Ranch Park Homes Association has been a steward of its community's common areas, including a beach park, picnic grounds, equestrian trails, a polo field, and the creation of a dedicated fire and police patrols, ensuring a high quality of life and safety for its members over the last century. And whereas the community of Hope Ranch has continually maintained a strong sense of unity through its annual traditions, including beach festivals, holiday parties, garden tours, and multi-generational events, fostering the preservation of its unique culture for current and future residents. And whereas Hope Ranch remains home to significant institutions, such as the La Cumbre Country Club, established in 1914, and La Cumbre Blanca School, founded in 1933, as well as renowned architects like George Washington Smith, Renegal Johnson, and Wallace Neff, whose contributions have added to the architectural heritage and beauty of the community. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County hereby recognizes the legacy of Hope Ranch Park Homes Association, be celebrated, and its contributions to the preservation of community spirit, natural beauty, and architectural excellence by recognizing on the occasion of its 100th anniversary, passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much. My name is Jill Van Zeebroek. I'm the General Manager for Hope Ranch. On behalf of the 741 members of the community, we thank you very much for this recognition. We received recognition from Congressman Carvajal's office, also from Assemblymember Hart and Senator Limon's office, and Community Association Institute, which is a national organization that recognized Hope Ranch as one of the first homeowners associations in the country. So thank you very much.
Okay, I just want to speak briefly, and I want to appreciate the association. Jill and your board are so easy to work with. It's just been wonderful to partner with you and be in constant communication. And I think the photo, let's see, it just went away. There we go. So little known fact, this iconic photo of Albert Einstein was taken in Hope Ranch in 1933 by a Caltech trustee. So this is incredible to know that that happened right in Hope Ranch, 1933. Thank you.
That is cool. All right, item 4, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution supporting the Channel Islands Biosphere region and committing to conservation and sustainable development. And joining us in person today, we have Sean Hastings and Chiquito Lemen. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Channel Islands Biosphere region, which includes the Channel Islands National Park, Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, and nearby coastal communities, is recognized as a biosphere reserve under the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere MAB program due to its exceptional ecological, cultural, and historical significance. And whereas the designation of the Channel Islands as a biosphere region highlights the need for collaboration in service of conservation and sustainability, thereby fostering research, education, and dialogue among scientists, local community members, policymakers, economic stakeholders, and other public and private entities. And whereas working together to manage the Channel Islands Biosphere region is essential for protecting its unique ecosystems, the economic and recreational benefits it offers residents of Santa Barbara County and beyond. And whereas participation in the MAB program provides more opportunities to tackle local and global issues like climate change, food and water security, loss of biodiversity, and rapid urban development, while finding solutions through teamwork and scientific approaches. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors supports the Channel Islands Biosphere region's preservation and sustainable development and recognizes its important role in ensuring the long-term sustainability of its natural and cultural heritage and economic vitality for current and future generations. Passed and adopted today.
Hello, my name is Sachi Kuleiman. I represent the Channel Islands Biosphere Region, and this is my supervisor, Sean Hastings. And by behalf on myself, Sean, and the Biosphere Region, I'd like to thank Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Capps, as well as the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors for your support of the Biosphere Region. For those of you who do not know, the Channel Islands Biosphere Region encompasses the 5 northern Channel Islands and the coastal mainland communities of Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. It's an international designation recognized through the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. And it's recognizing this area for its exceptional biodiversity and overlap with sustainable development. So Santa Barbara and Ventura counties have just been leaders in environmental conservation and sustainable development, and we're being recognized internationally for that. And it's great to have the support of the Board of Supervisors here today. I encourage anyone who is interested in learning more about the Channel Islands Biosphere Region to reach out to myself or Sean Hastings. We are going to be hosting meetings coming up here in the future where we'd like to get more community involvement and discuss some important issues about how we can continue to support sustainable development and the cultural and natural conservation of our resources here.
And by the way, there's a button on the side for our future speakers, so you don't have to bend over. It's right on the right. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you, but it'll move. There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm a little tall.
Would you like to say anything? No. Okay, great. Thank you very much. That takes us to administrative item number 5.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming, the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Nestor Frosto from Standing Together to End Sexual Assault, Veronica Cabillo from Domestic Violence Solutions, and Megan Riker Ricechild from the District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas we recommit ourselves to building a future where all people can feel safe, protected, empowered, and deserving of relationships full of respect and kindness. And whereas domestic violence affects thousands of people in Santa Barbara County, causes significant harm to the physical and mental health of survivors and their families, undermines their economic stability and overall well-being, and is a strain on the conscience of our county. And whereas 1 in 4 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. And whereas while significant work lies ahead to make domestic violence a thing of the past, there are fierce advocates working tirelessly in Santa Barbara County to expand prevention efforts and provide greater access to safety and healing. And whereas Standing Together to End Sexual Assault, Domestic Violence Solutions, and Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Victim Witness Assistance Team are leading the way to build healthy futures for all, delivering on key support services for survivors and reducing the stigma of domestic violence. And whereas during Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, we honor the tremendous dedication of advocates and service providers, honor the resilience and courage of survivors, and recommit ourselves to standing with them for safety, dignity, and justice. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors proclaims the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month and encourages all to raise your voices, spread awareness, and actively advocate for healthy and supportive relationships. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I'm Ken Oppinger. I'm Executive Director of DV Solutions here in Santa Barbara County. DVAM was originally started in 1987, about 10 years after the founding of DVS. DVS is the domestic violence agency of record for the county. We provide a total of 75 shelter beds across 2 shelters here in the county. as well as a variety of programs, including a job and life skill program, a fully fledged counseling program, and the work that we do in order to try and help people with a number of other issues as non-resident parts of our program. The highlight of Domestic Violence Awareness Month for us is the luncheon that we just held on Sunday. We had 264 of our closest friends here in town for that and raised about $135,000 for our program, so we're very pleased about that. I'm here today along with Christina Caratachea, Veronica Cubillo, and Emma Ingledew from our organization, and we appreciate this, and I'll pass it off to one of the other agencies.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Nestor Frosta with Standing Together and Sexual Assault. I'm our program director. I want to thank you guys for recognizing us today. I want to thank DVS for all the work that we're able to do together and recognizing that sexual assault and domestic violence oftentimes happen around the same time, and it's the trend that we've been seeing. So just thank you for the recognition, and thank you to all the work that DVS does for the county as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Supervisor Capps, thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I think this is a demonstration that it takes a village to provide services to victims and survivors of crime. So thank you for acknowledging that. I think what's important in the complex landscape that is our criminal justice system is to take a moment when we read press releases about the crimes that are being committed to recognize the experiences of victims and survivors in our system, and most importantly, the work of the advocates amongst these agencies, as well as North County Rape Crisis and Child Protective Services, who is walking alongside victims and survivors through their experiences, trying to navigate the criminal justice system, providing court support, and also providing some road to resilience and recovery. And really, it is the victims and the survivors that provide us with our inspiration every single day. So thank you for recognizing that.
Madam Clerk, item 6.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2024 as Dyslexia Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County and recognizing the work of Moni DeWitt. And joining us here in person, we have Moni DeWitt and Sherry Ray. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas dyslexia is defined as an unexpected difficulty in reading for an individual who has the intelligence to be a much better reader and is most commonly caused by a difficulty in phonological processing, the appreciation of the individual's sounds of spoken language, which affects the ability of an individual to read, write, spell, and often the ability to learn a second language. And whereas dyslexia is the most common learning difference, and is persistent and highly prevalent, affecting 80 to 90% of individuals with a learning difference and approximately 20% of the population as a whole. And whereas when dyslexia is not identified, far too many students experience unnecessary struggles in school, which are often erroneously and unfairly attributed to an assumed lower intelligence level, leading to long-term consequences for dyslexic individuals, including academic difficulties and poor self-esteem, as well as a wide range of negative outcomes for our community at large. And whereas for 2 decades, Moni DeWitt has demonstrated extraordinary commitment to supporting individuals with dyslexia and advocating for reform in reading instruction and improved literacy education, among other issues important to the dyslexic community. And whereas Moni is both a dyslexic individual and the mother of a dyslexic son, bringing a unique and empathetic perspective to her advocacy work. And whereas Moni utilizes her expertise in photography to support dyslexic awareness, photographing incarcerated youth and struggling with reading and compiling a series of photographs entitled 1 in 5, The Face of Dyslexia, highlighting the talents and humanity of individuals with dyslexia. And whereas Moni exemplifies her principle of think globally, act locally by working with local organizations such as the Dyslexic Awareness Resource Center and the Dyslexic Project, contributing positively to the local dyslexia community and the broader discourse on dyslexia in Santa Barbara County. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara and its residents appreciate Moni DeWitt for her initiative and passion in the advocacy of the dyslexic community. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares October 2024 as Dyslexic Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County and thanks Moni DeWitt for her work. Pass and adopt it today.
Good morning. I am humbled and glad to be here this morning to receive this award. I'm more comfortable behind the camera than in the spotlight among so many respected leaders. I didn't know I had dyslexia until I came to Santa Barbara to study photography at Brooks Institute. I joined the Ad Club Public Service team and ended up connecting with Dyslexia Awareness Resource Center. There I learned a lot about myself that changed my self-esteem. To have Santa Barbara County establish Santa Barbara County establish October as Dyslexia Awareness Month is vital to helping the 1 in 5 who are dyslexic. Awareness made all the difference to me, and it'll do that for others. In the small parochial schools I went to, learning didn't come easy to me. So to stand before the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors and receive this from Supervisor Das Williams makes me smile inside and fills me with gratitude for the solidarity in this community for dyslexia awareness and policy changes that many of you and others in Santa Barbara continue to work on. Solidarity is a French word that literally means unity. Unity with leadership and community is important because many dyslexics feel very alone and invisible, as I did in school, knowing that I learned differently. I found myself routinely behind in the majority of my classes despite my best efforts. I kept my sadness and frustration to myself, though my mom, a musician, believed in me and saw my gifts. My father, a chemical engineer with multiple advanced degrees, typically thought I was not working hard enough. He often responded that my homework was easy, and where there's a will, there's a way. I grew up in a family of overachievers. My youngest sister was an exceptional student who wound up skipping 2nd grade and being in my class from 3rd to 10th grade. I received a valuable education with strong foundational skills in reading, but daily I was afraid of nearly all my teachers who frequently questioned my motivation and saw me as lazy. I would put in 2 or 3 times the effort with mediocre results. Having my younger sister surpass me in most academic areas was a constant reminder that I didn't measure up. Screenings and accommodations were not a thing in the schools I attended. To be working with other community members leads to positive changes. My contribution may be small, but together it forms a coalition whose positive effect is undeniable. It's not important who does more. It's important that we unite to make changes for all students so they reach their potential and fulfill their dreams. To have people like Senator Monique Lamont, who worked hard to get screeners, and Supervisor Das Williams, who co-authored AB 1369, requiring schools to screen for dyslexia despite opposition from powerful interest is so uplifting. Or County Supervisor Salcido, who connected with Marianne Wolf and the UCLA Center for Dyslexia and Social Justice and invited me to a fantastic lecture for teachers. Recently, influential and accomplished individuals like former city administrator Jim Armstrong, realtor Steve Epstein, Andrew Salzman, a senior executive and global leader, Sherry Ray, founder of the Dyslexia Project and longtime advocate and bestie, Ruth Green, former president of the State Board of Education, Miguel Avila, president of Santa Barbara Historic Chamber of Commerce, and others all come together to form the Santa Barbara Reading Coalition to support Santa Barbara Unified in their bold move to implement a complete paradigm shift to our reading approach and embrace science. Schools can't fix the system alone. Thank you again for recognizing dyslexia and supporting these brilliant minds with policies that fit how they learn. Awareness has a ripple effect for those who didn't have the benefit of private schools, parents of means, or tutors pushing them on. It impacts those through no fault of their own who are left behind and, all too often, go from the education system to the justice system. Advocating for reading rights is advocating for human rights. This experience brings me full circle and is healing to be part of something that allows students to succeed. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just want to thank Moni and Sherry Ray for their advocacy. Sometimes they have wandered in the public policy wilderness and found, not fertile ground for their message. And sometimes, like now, they are finding fertile ground for their message. And it's an important one because there are great resources out there for dyslexia and other learning disabilities, but you actually have to screen kids and know that, especially kids that come from more working class, low-income backgrounds, are under-screened and are often never diagnosed. And it affects our overall ability to close the achievement gap and help our kids learn. So I just want to thank you for your advocacy and remind everybody that interacts with kids, we all have a role to be able to try to help screen kids and get them the right services, whether you're a teacher, a doctor, nurse, or child care provider. Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, that takes us to administrative item number 7.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the wildfire preparedness and heroic fire response of Ryan Smith and Remington Hotchkiss during the Lake Fire of July 2024. And joining us in person today, we have Ryan Smith and Remington Hotchkiss. And if you can please make your way to the podium and anyone you'd like to join with you. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas preparedness for wildfires is essential for communities and neighborhoods to actively engage in enhancing their own safety in the event of a wildfire, readies communities to have all the tools they need in the event of an emergency, and builds resilience before disaster strikes. And whereas Ryan Smith and Remington Bigsby Hotchkiss, as residents of the Oak Trail Estates and Woodstock Ranch neighborhoods of Santa Ynez, provided leadership in wildfire preparedness prior to the Lake Fire of July 2024 through efforts to clear vegetation and prepare evacuation plans, and to educate neighbors about how to do the same on properties throughout the neighborhood. And whereas when the Lake Fire advanced upon the Oak Trail Estates and Woodstock Ranch neighborhoods, Ryan Smith and Remington Bigsby Hotchkiss took the lead to make sure residents were safe, provided critical time-sensitive communication to all residents, made certain evacuation orders were understood, and necessary passage for firefighting crews through Woodstock Ranch remained uninhibited. And whereas Ryan Smith and Remington Bigsby Hotchkiss worked tirelessly throughout the duration of the Lake Fire to keep fire break lines clear of vegetation and other flammable materials, and aided fire crews and managers of properties adjacent to Oak Trail Estates and Woodstock Ranch in keeping the fire at bay. And whereas in the aftermath of the Lake Fire, Ryan Smith and Remington Bigsby Hotchkiss remain committed to leading wildfire preparedness efforts in Oak Trail Estates and Woodstock Ranch through continued vegetation management efforts and preparation of the California Fire Safe Council certified plan for both communities. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Ryan Smith and Remington Bigsby Hotchkiss for their bravery, dedication, and leadership in keeping the Oak Trail Estates and Woodstock Ranch neighborhoods safe during the Lake Fire and preparing for wildfire safety in the future, passed and adopted today.
Thank you all for the recognition today. Really, it was the response from the county that really supported us in that time of need. And so we are very grateful to the first responders, CHP, Search and Rescue for helping getting our residents safe and getting the communication to us early on. Also, we appreciate the work we're going to be doing with the county going forward and ensuring that more effective fire breaks are in place surrounding our community, namely on the UC's Sedgwick Reserve, and also working with County Fire to maintain our roads and trails as we work to do our part in being certified as a community with the Fire Safe Council here before the end of the year. So thank you all. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Joan?
Oh, go ahead.
thank you guys very much for the recognition. It's appreciated, not necessary. Almost feels awkward because we played just such a small part in the overall response. I think what you see in instances like this, or North Carolina, or Florida, or anywhere else, is that when bad things happen, neighbor helping neighbor is such a huge part of all this. So for us to be recognized, again, it's appreciated, but I think there was just such a massive response, particular to this incident, and so thankful to our county fire department, sheriff's department, highway patrol, Forest Service, Office of Emergency Services, all those different parts. I think a lot of people don't necessarily see or understand what goes into the backside of that, and it's a massive undertaking. So we're fortunate to live in an area that has those resources, and also very fortunate to have a county fire department that's so engaged in the wildland urban face and their vegetation management program. So just like to give them some kudos. Both of our communities are working with their program, and like you guys mentioned, the FireWise aspect of it. So we're very thankful that their support at the county executive level for that, and that we have good people in our county fire department that are carrying that mission out. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Atkinson. I'm friends and neighbors with Ryan Smith, and contrary to what Ryan said, he belittles the efforts that he and Remington went through during the fire. They were constantly providing us with updates every day, many times throughout the day, typically, which when you're facing a really surreal situation like that, it's very comforting to have the leaders of your community reaching out to you and letting you know what's going on and where to go, what to do. Are we evacuating? Are we getting our animals out? Are we not? And Ryan and Remington have been fantastic. And on behalf of Oak Trail Estates and Woodstock Ranch, I'd just like to say thank you to both of them for their efforts during the fire, and then following up with Sedgwick and what they're doing to try to better protect our communities. So Ryan, Remington, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that it was really the neighbors that insisted that we have this recognition, because they were so affected by how hard you worked. And I think it was not only informing people. I think you were out helping cutting line and on bulldozers and other things. This really exemplifies something that I think is important for our entire community. We were really lucky in this situation that there were lots of resources available, not so many other fires taking place. But fire safety is really shared public safety, and neighborhoods have to be ready and have to be prepared. And I think what Woodstock and Oak Trails Estates have had grazing and vegetation management, I think Sedgwick is now learning they've got to do a lot more to be a good neighbor. But to go forward beyond that, even to become a FireWise community and to be ready for the future is really critical, because things are not getting better on this front. And so the communities that are prepared, that work together, that have leaders and have plans, they're the ones that are going to be resilient. So thank you for showing us how it's done.
Madam Clerk, number 18, please. 8.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution in recognition of the Great California Shakeout in Santa Barbara County, with intent to participate on October 17th, 2024. And joining us in person today, we have Kelly Hubbard, Jackie Ruiz, and Stacy Silva. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas an earthquake is a sudden jolt of ground shaking that occurs when the Earth's tectonic plates shift or slip naturally due to volcanic or magmatic activity, or because of some other sudden change. People living, visiting, or working in the county of Santa Barbara must be aware of the ongoing and deadly hazards associated with earthquakes. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara promotes earthquake preparedness through county department participation in the Great California Shakeout, as well as year-round efforts to plan for earthquake-related disasters, to facilitate the continuity of government and coordinate public assistance following a major earthquake event. And whereas earthquakes will occur with minimal advance warning, the public must be prepared to act and avoid earthquake-caused injuries. If you believe an earthquake is imminent or in progress, you should drop or lock, cover, and hold on. Safely, calmly, and quickly protect yourself under a sturdy object and hold that object over you until shaking completely stops. And whereas the state of California offers an earthquake early warning system free of charge, which may notify the public seconds to tens of seconds prior to shaking, allowing you the opportunity to take life-saving actions. The system is built into Android devices, but all others should download the My Shake app to receive these life-saving notifications. And whereas public can improve their personal preparedness by making emergency kits and registering for emergency alerts at www.readysbc.org. And whereas by supporting the Great California Shakeout, Santa Barbara County can utilize the information available at www.shakeout.org/California to educate its residents regarding actions to protect life and property, including mitigating structural and non-structural hazards. And whereas all Santa Barbara County residents and visitors are encouraged to practice how to safely drop or lock, cover, and hold on during this year's Great California Shakeout exercise at 10:17 a.m. on October 17th, 2024. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim the day of October 17th, 2024 as Earthquake Preparedness Day and encourage participating in the Great California Shakeout, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Stacy Silva, one of your emergency managers. Thank you for recognizing and promoting participation in Shakeout across Santa Barbara County, Thursday, October 17th. It is important for us all to realize that earthquakes can and have impacted Santa Barbara County. As the Office of Emergency Management and our operational area partners are planning for the 100th anniversary of the devastating 1925 earthquake that impacted downtown Santa Barbara, Shakeout serves as a reminder to practice your drop, cover, or lock and hold, refresh your emergency supplies, including those for your pets, and secure your surroundings. And of course, make sure that you've registered for Ready SBC alerts. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last resolution, item 9.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of November 2024 as National Family Caregivers Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Robert Gibson from the United Domestic Workers of America. And anyone else you'd like to join with you. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas United Domestic Workers, UDW, is made up of more than 170,000 workers in 45 counties in the state of California who provide home care to low-income seniors and people with disabilities through California's In-Home Supportive Services, IHSS program, and family child care providers who care for children on state subsidy programs. And whereas IHSS providers allow their clients to live at home in comfort and dignity, avoiding expensive institutions, and whereas family caregivers provide a vital lifeline of connection and hope to loved ones during challenging and uncertain days, devoting immeasurable time, energy, and resources. And whereas throughout this month, let us remember these individuals who spend their days caring for others while balancing the responsibilities of their own lives, including employment and raising children. And whereas caregiving is often overwhelming, and as the responsibility of family caregivers in our country grows every year, it is crucial to encourage family caregivers and provide unwavering support as they carry on this important work. And whereas women, people of color, and immigrants shoulder a disproportionate share of this obligation, sometimes forced to leave good jobs to instead provide care to loved ones. Their work is a profound service to their families and our nation, but they are still too often unseen and undervalued. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims November 2024 as National Family Caregivers Month in Santa Barbara County, and encourages residents to bring awareness to caregiving issues and increase support for our family caregivers, passed and adopted today.
We would like to thank Supervisor Hartman and Williams and also the rest of the board for this recognition. As the proclamation sort of explains, caregiving is something that affects most of us at some point in our lives. Currently, it's estimated 1 in 4 Americans are caregivers. And just out of curiosity, looking in this room today, how many of you that are in the room, if we could have a show of hands, is currently a caregiver for a family member, for a spouse, for a grandparent, for someone in your family, or have been a caregiver? Most of us have had to take on this role, and again, you can see the majority of those are women that are currently caregivers. It's an important partnership that we have with the county through the IHSS program, but it's so much larger than us. We have thousands of caregivers in the IHSS program here in Santa Barbara County. But then there are also those that are not involved in the program, that informal workforce that's not seen, that's estimated to spend about 20 hours a week caring for somebody outside of their regular employment. And then you multiply that by the millions of Americans that are currently doing the same thing. We also would like to just highlight that in this partnership, we're part of a solution for the future, because it's part of the infrastructure that the county and the state has in place for the wave of baby boomers that are estimated at some point to need care and assistance to remain safely in their homes and be allowed to age in place. And this program exists. We need to make sure that it continues to be robust and strong enough to attract quality workers to care for our loved ones as they age and help them remain in place. And also to provide pay and benefits for those caregivers that are setting aside the traditional workforce to meet a need in our community or in their family. So on behalf of all of us caregivers, we would like to thank you for the recognition.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think I'm glad you asked for a show of hands, because caregiving is really physically demanding work and extremely emotionally demanding work. And by 2030, 25% of our population will be over 60. So we're experiencing what they call the silver tsunami. So we're going to have a greater need for caregiving in the future. And the only way to attract people to this is to recognize it for the profession that it is, requiring a lot of skills and a lot of emotional intelligence as well. It really is a demanding profession, and it's lonely. And so more opportunities we can provide for people to interact, get training, and be appreciated, I think is significant. So thank you for taking your time off your work today to be here and let us see the faces of the people who are caring for our loved ones. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That takes us to the administrative items that have been pulled in numerical order. Madam Clerk, can we please read item number 14 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Administrative item number 14 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the authorization to receive State Housing and Homelessness Incentive Program, HHIP, funds.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I pulled this item. I just wanted to recognize the new partnership under the CalAIM program that CenCal is forging with the county and nonprofits. And this is just one example of that. We have today with us the executive director for CenCal, and would like you to say a few words about this new program.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Hartman. My name is Marina Owen, CEO at CenCal Health, and we are so pleased on behalf of everyone at CenCal Health to recognize the county's receipt of the Transformation Award in the Housing and Homelessness Incentive Program. This is a program that allows for funds to be distributed locally to support the unhoused members of our community. As was described in your staff report, there's some incredible outcomes that are being achieved here locally for those that are experiencing homelessness. More members of our community are being housed over time, and over 85% are being retained in that housing. And so I have 3 acknowledgements that I wanted to share today. The first is to our continuum of care, county partners, and the service providers of both La Posada and Hope Village. And the second is for our Dr. Do Reynoso at SunCal Health, whose leadership has supported this program. And then lastly, for your board and for the County Executive Office. It takes the type of leadership that we've seen over the past few years to bring projects like this to fruition. SunCal's support is sustaining those investments that the County of Santa Barbara has courageously made. And at SunCal Health, we really value compassionate service, and these projects are an act of compassion. So on behalf of everyone at SunCal Health, congratulations.
Takes us to item 15, Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 15 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a contract with the Fund for Santa Barbara for administration of the County Racial Equity Grant 2024 through 2026 program cycle.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I pulled this item for a couple of reasons. First, I just wanted to say I'm really proud of our board and our county for maintaining our commitment to this grant. I think it's really important, and appreciate all the work that the Fund for Santa Barbara is doing. I was looking at the eligibility criteria and the funding strategy, and just wanted to mention one thing. It says one of the main purposes of this is to strengthen the ecosystems of diverse anti-racism organizations in our community. And that's part of the funding strategy. But then the eligibility criteria, I think there's an important one that I would like to see added, and that is that that we do our best to ensure that we are funding a diverse range of anti-racism organizations and not the same ones each year. So my suggestion would be that maybe 3 or 4 years, and Sarah, maybe you might have a better suggestion, but I do think it's important that we spread the money around to different diverse organizations, especially given that that's one of our goals.
Absolutely. Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Chair Hartman, that is something that we could add into the criteria for the program. Just the note that it's encouraged that new organizations receive funding, or something that alternates. If an organization has received funding in a previous year, then the subsequent year they may sit out, but we could work out with the fund exactly what that would look like.
Excuse me. Do you need specific wording from the board, or is that direction enough if we would vote on this item separately?
That would really be up to you. If you'd like to give specific verbiage, or we could bring it back to the board as well. Or you could authorize staff to move forward.
Thank
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for raising this point. I just would want to have there be, I appreciate the point, but just making sure that I know continuity of certain programs is also really important. So kind of trying to find the balance.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you all would do that. So I think that's just important, so that you're not changing horses just because we need to, but looking at the life of whatever project it's funding and seeing if there could be a need for new programs to come in, if that makes sense.
And Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I want to make the same point that Supervisor Capps made. I know that some of these funds have gone to the ongoing support of the Juneteenth celebration in Lompoc, as well as the Martin Luther King Jr. Event in Santa Maria, put on by Wanda Lyons Pruitt in the NAACP, and I would love to see them to continue to get funding. If they're competitive in the grant process, I wouldn't want to see them excluded in the sake for just another program, just for that sake. So I would, if both those things can move forward together, I could support Supervisor Hartman's direction there. I did want to make a point about just this item in general. I didn't pull it, but since it got pulled, I wanted to mention it. There's no other program in the county I get probably more flack among my constituents on than my support for these funds. But I support it because of the way that it's gone about in an integrous way, in an open way. The grant making committee has allowed me to be a part of that process, and that was part of the compromise that was brokered up here, I think at that time with Supervisor Hart, to allow me to, I'm not on the committee, but I get a chance to meet with the fund and talk about some of the applicants. So I'm encouraged by that, and that practice continuing forward. I am somewhat, one of the criticisms I do get is about the fund being the steward of these dollars, in part because of some of the political activity that they're involved in and advocacy, and so I just want to just be sensitive to that as a community. Some of my constituents wonder why we fund certain organizations over others, and organizations that might be advocating and pitting one community member against the other. And that's something I'm always concerned about. I want to unite people and push things forward and not divide. So I know that the fund has been sensitive to that moving forward, and I hope that continues.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Hartman.
If I might suggest then that you hear this direction. We don't have a particular formula, but there is an interest in stabilizing certain programs, but also ensuring that we make the funds available for newer ones or ones that haven't received the funding in the past as well. So
Okay.
In your good hands.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And at the end of the process, we return to the board with the fund's recommendations. And so that may be a point where there could be further dialogue about how the process went, and perhaps.
I did have one other question, and that is, it is county funds, and we're eager to let the community know that we have made this investment because of our commitment. And so could you talk a little bit about how that is communicated to grantees and to the larger public?
Absolutely. So we are working with the fund on different ways to really uplift the county's support and commitment. And there will be, I think, a placement of, the logo differently, but also, leading with the verbiage that the program is funded and supported by the County of Santa Barbara. And in the contract, there's a clause kind of delineating in greater detail for press releases, for announcements to the grantees, in all electronic communications, I think just really acknowledging the role of the county in that partnership and in supporting and originating the program. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to item A27. We don't need a separate vote. We'll just incorporate the staff direction into the motion.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 27 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Klettner County initiated notice of non-renewal of agricultural preserve contract number 03AP012 in the Carpinteria area of the 1st District.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, I pulled this just to ask a question. I see that there are 5 non-renewals in today's administrative agenda. And I just wondered if you could explain why that's the case, why they're all coming now.
Good morning, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So APAC goes through and reviews different agricultural preserve contracts. And there was sort of a backlog of contracts that stacked up, and they got a little backlogged with APAC, and then they got a little backlogged with us. And so that's why you're seeing 5 coming at this time. So we're just working through the contracts that have been forwarded to the department for non-renewal because of non-compliance.
So it's not that they want to necessarily pull it out, but they're not complying with the requirements.
That's correct.
And is there more we can? I think we value keeping land in agriculture. That's why we're committed to allowing the tax breaks that you get under the Williamson Act. Is there more that we could be doing to promote compliance? And
I mean, that's something we could talk with the APAC about. I think the APAC is interested in keeping these properties in contract, but as you indicated, some property owners just are not in a position to be able to continue to comply with the contracts. But we can certainly look into what APAC is doing in terms of outreach. And Shannon, do you have any more information? Okay. Yeah.
Good. I think that would be important. Were these surprised, or were they seeing it coming and it's just a matter of?
They get noticed, they get information on it, and so there's communication between the APAC and the contract holder.
And they have an opportunity to cure or remedy it, and they've decided not to. And
that's correct.
And then, could you explain how it works when they're, I mean, if they decide to get out, then it takes a period of time, 10 or 20 years, and their tax
right, it's 10
gradually
years.
goes
I think
up.
it's 9 years, actually.
Okay. So
But
how
yeah.
does it work when they are non-renewed for non-compliance?
I believe that they have to pay their taxes immediately rather than having it, but I'm not sure. So, thank you, Shannon.
Supervisors, my understanding from a training with the tax assessor is that the first year, over that 9-year period, it's a gradual decrease. The first year is the biggest decrease, and then it becomes more gradual after that, as far as the tax break.
Even when they're canceled.
Yeah.
So even when there's non-renewal, it still is a gradual, okay. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, and Shannon might want to stick around.
She's the smart one.
Yeah, no. She does an amazing job. We all appreciate Shannon's work. So these that are non-renewal, they've been receiving this tax break for quite some time and not cooperating with the uniform rules as part of the Williamson Act. There's no effort that we make to go back and recover some of those deferred tax dollars. Because I mean, that seems like there should be, if they were receiving a tax break that they did not deserve because they were not participating in the Williamson Act and complying with the uniform rules, then they seem that they would be owing the county some additional revenue during those periods where they were taking advantage of the Williamson Act. I know we had to put them in non-renewal, but they were in non-compliance, right? And my understanding is many of these are from many years ago that actually the APAC or Ag Preserve Advisory Committee, APAC, made these determinations years ago on these ones. And so can you help me out with that?
Sure. Yeah, there's a number of ways in which a project could be county-initiated non-renewed. There's regular eligibility checks. They have to send in paperwork to show that they're in compliance, and anytime they apply for a permit, they're also reviewed further for compliance. And so there are some where, APAC made that determination, but it didn't finalize the paperwork and notified us later, or that, the case came in and we didn't have the staff to accommodate at that time.
Yeah. Supervisor Nelson, are you asking about collecting the back?
Yeah, the back taxes.
The money.
Sure. If they're receiving a tax break and they didn't deserve it because they're non-compliant. And I understand that most of these are actually the ones that aren't sending in their forms. They're the low-hanging fruit that we're going for right now, that they've just been non-compliant, and we continue to send them a tax break on an annual basis. And I'm in no interest in giving tax breaks to those who are not complying with our rules.
Understood. I think that would be something we'd have to ask the treasurer tax collector if that's a possibility of to go after them for the taxes that they should have been paying.
So I don't know if there's any kind of motion, but maybe there's some direction to review that as part of this motion. I think that we're all interested in that because it's also helps the compliance with other Williamson Act holders, that they're making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to. And for us to be able to say, hey, wait a second before you go down that route I think would be beneficial. And I guess you briefly touched on it, but my other question was these were non-renewals from quite some time ago. What are we doing within the department to not take, I think, 4 years for when these come to the Board of Supervisors?
Can I just pop in for a sec? I think this is a great line of questioning that I'm not even all that familiar about, and I've been here a long time, and I don't think we've ever had like a board item really detailing out the Williamson Act and the advantages and disadvantages, and why aren't we? Because I think, that's the real low-hanging fruit. Somebody that's already been told that they're not following the rules and they're still getting the tax break. I'd rather see this come back as a D agenda item sometime next year, early in the year, where we can really get into the meat of it, because there's also the whole idea of examining how many others are out of compliance, what we're doing to, there's a lot of lost revenue there, potentially. So feel free to answer the question, but I for one, would also like to see this come back for further discussion.
Sure. Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So we have worked through the backlog for the most part. I think there's one more case that's coming through. So we have caught up. And certainly we could coordinate with the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee chair, possibly, and maybe the Treasurer Tax Collector.
Maybe the Treasurer Tax Collector, yeah.
To come back and give a presentation and a sort of a Williamson Act 101
Yeah, because I think
session.
It's got to cover a high percentage of properties in Santa Barbara County. And
There are a number of them under contract in the rural areas, definitely. If they qualify and they don't have plans to do something in the future, it makes sense for them to be in contract.
Right. It's a great tool.
Yep.
We just want to make sure it's being used properly. So
Yeah, and as we bring that presentation forward, since this is probably the last time we'll talk about it till then, to me, there's a bifurcated group of people when it comes to the Williamson Act, or actually maybe three different groups. There's those who are the low-hanging fruit that aren't complaining at all, that aren't even trying. I think there's those that are taking advantage of the system by basically having a large home lot that they throw a few cows on, and then they exercise a lower tax rate. And then I think there's a third that are really trying to be productive with their land. And I mean, we're going to go through this with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance and the Rec Master Plan, where we're trying to create creative ways to still allow people with agriculture to make money. So I would really like to stay away from that group, because I think sometimes we can get too strict with the uniform rules and too idealistic of what ag is. I think ag can be a very broad term, and I appreciate the flexibility when the APAC takes a look at a project and realizes that that those things can be co-equal, and ultimately they pay taxes on what they do on that property. So we actually want to see them develop that property and make more money, so that they actually pay a higher rate in the future. So just wanted to take this soapbox moment to
just to
talk
add,
about my position on that.
Shannon has shared that there are a number of property owners that are trying to come into compliance because of the benefits that it provides.
Well, and I think when we do this type of stuff, that shows that we're actually just not just out there with a bunch of lip service. So I'm happy to support this. I'm glad that Supervisor Hartman pulled it to highlight it.
Very cool. Thank you. All right, and that takes us to our last administrative item, which is A34.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 34 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Animal Services SBCAS annual report for fiscal year 2023 through 2024, and we have 7 requests from the public on this item. And we will begin on Zoom with Jay Kays, to be followed by Victoria Field. And Jay, I do see you're on a touch-tone phone, so you will need to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Jay, I see you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Oh, hello?
Oh, I'm here.
There we go. Please
Hello?
proceed. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jan Kays, and I'm president of CAPA, a nonprofit that has supported the Lompoc Animal Shelter for 37 years. CAPA works with animal services on a wide range of shelter programs, but the one I want to speak to today is Pet Pantry. CAPA has had a community food pantry at the Lompoc Shelter since 1997. When the shelter was closed in 2020, that food source became unavailable when it was most needed. The county's animal nonprofits, together with Animal Services, opened a pet food pantry in May of 2021 at the Lompoc shelter. Since the shelter was still closed, we had a set time. Tuesdays 2 to 4, where a team packed and served food. After the Lompoc shelter reopened, we kept the pet pantry hours. We served 65 to 95 families for an average of 366 animals and packaged 460 pounds of dog food and 325 pounds of cat food per week. Because the demand is high, the donated food is unreliable. This food is purchased by Kappa, Care for Paws, and Buns. But there was an unexpected benefit to our pet pantry. It became a place where people who would not normally go to the animal shelter came to us for help, asking questions and advice. We got to know our clients and they had trust in us. A lady visited, and when we asked what we could do for her, she broke down saying her husband had just died. Her daughter had passed 2 months earlier and she couldn't afford to keep her dog. We provided a way to help her. A homeless family couldn't get into a local shelter with their dog unless they could get the dog vaccinated and licensed. We showed them how that they could get that done in a day inexpensively. There is so much more to be done in the community. Outreach and education is critical. How to prevent your dog from becoming a stray, how to keep your pet even though you're moving, spay and neuter services, vaccine clinics, how to help with vet bills. This can only be done if Animal Services is seen in the community, and that requires staff, not the staff member who holds 3 other jobs in Animal Services, but a person or persons whose job is dedicated to public outreach. An investment now would mean a reduction of animals in the shelter and lower costs in the future. Pets used to be an addendum to a family. They aren't now. They are a family. So it's not just Animal Services. It's become Human Services. Thank you.
We will now go to Victoria Feld, to be followed by Jean Silva. Victoria?
Good morning, Chair Levanino and members of the board. My name is Victoria Feld, and I am so proud and fortunate to serve as the volunteer foster coordinator who oversees the dogs in foster care for the southern part of our county. It is an honor and a privilege to work with so many dedicated Animal Services staff members, starting with Director Sarah Aguilar, including shelter supervisors, vet clinic staff, and animal welfare specialists. I've never seen so many committed professional people giving their all to help the animals in their care, as well as the people whose lives are affected by these animals. We also have a vibrant volunteer program with many enthusiastic community members who are stepping up to help. My volunteer job is to place and oversee the dozens of dogs that go into a foster home from our Santa Barbara County shelter. Under current Animal Services leadership, we have a successful foster program with active outreach to engage community members in fostering and to get stressed dogs out of our shelters and into homes where they can decompress. Once in foster, we learn so much more about them that helps with successful adoptions. And those adoptions not only reduce our shelter population, but enrich the lives of the families who bring a canine companion into their home. Ask Supervisor Capps, who has fostered for us on several occasions and even helped us find a permanent home for her most recent foster with the county executive officer. Thank you, Supervisor Capps and Ms. Miyasato, for helping be part of the solution. I volunteered with private rescues before joining the Santa Barbara County Animal Services volunteer team. I saw that Director Aguilar was leading this program in a direction that was genuinely helping as many animals as people as possible in creative and supportive ways, and I knew this was something that I really wanted to be part of. I hope you will continue to support this program and the work we are all doing to address the challenges of shelter overcrowding and the burden on families who love their pets and are facing economic obstacles. Thank you.
We will now go to Jean Silva, to be followed by Kendra Duncan O'Connor. Jean? And Jean, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end.
There.
There you go.
Good morning, Supervisor Lavanino and members of the board. My name is Jean Silva. I am a volunteer at the Santa Barbara County Stray Animal Shelter in Goleta, and I have volunteered there since 1992. I think I can say with some authority that Sarah Aguilar, with her staff, are very unique in the experience of animal services. The report you have shows how much work they have accomplished. They have rebuilt and improved services that declined or were closed during the COVID epidemic. Specifically for me, they reopened the Lompoc shelter. The shelter hours for all 3 shelters have been adjusted so that they are open until 6 p.m. and are now open on Sundays. They continue to work on the telephone system and the website to provide better services to the public. They've expanded and renewed the volunteer program, and they're now beginning to coordinate with programs serving low-income people that are operated by the county. And they've done all of this while dealing with an increased animal population and sending most of those animals either back to their own homes if they were stray or helping them to find new homes. Director Aguilar and her staff and volunteers try every day to provide excellent and caring services to the public and to their pets. So thank you, Board of Supervisors and Public Health Department, for supporting animal services.
We will now go to Kendra Duncan O'Connor, and then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Dr. Lee Heller. Kendra? And Kendra, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end. Kendra, if you can please unmute. Oh, looks like we might have just lost you. Perhaps we're having some technical difficulties. Kendra, if you can hear me, please re-log in and we will go to you last. We will now return to Santa Barbara with Dr. Lee Heller, to be followed by Kira Munez. Dr. Lee?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. This is Pippi, who is one of thousands of foster placements Animal Services has done this year. And let me add, we are also grateful to Supervisor Capps for her fostering and to CEO Miyasato for adopting that dog so that Laura can take another one.
Buddy.
So I come today to praise, not to bury, Animal Services, and that's a really wonderful place to be after 20 years of talking to you about this program. As Supervisors Hartman, Williams, Lavanino, and Nelson will be very aware, there is now an absence of angry emails about Animal Services, thanks to Director Aguilar under the leadership of Deputy let me turn myself off, Mohamed Hamami. For those of us in the trenches, it's kind of miraculous to see so much good work happening. I don't wake up in the morning grinding my teeth over how we're going to fix the problems anymore. The fiscal year-end report is just a small bite of the apple of all that is being done in service to the people and the animals of our community. Pippi is enjoying his time in the limelight.
Pippi wants kisses.
I urge you to schedule a formal report from Director Aguilar early next year, especially since this board has not had a report since early in the tenure of the previous director. With a new board member coming in, I think this would be especially useful and timely, and Pippi would like to participate. A few things that we still need that should be on your radar for next year's budget. The veterinarian salary is still short of market rate, leaving the position unfilled, and that's a penny-wise, pound-foolish position to be in. Project Pet Safe license canvassing needs to be funded because this is one of the few areas where Animal Services can generate revenue to help cover the expenses of the program. And finally, Salud and Senator Butler have earmarked nearly $1 million, federal dollars, towards much-needed repairs to the Lompoc shelter, but we need an estimate from General Services as to what those repairs would cost so that I can go to private funders and try to leverage that. Oh, and finally, Pippi needs a home. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And who's the other dog with Pippi?
Aw.
This is Winifred, who came into our shelter as a stray on Friday, so terrified that no one could touch her. And because our staff has the knowledge, the experience, and some patience and space, we were able to give her the time she needed to decompress and adjust, and she is available for adoption officially today.
Wow. Oh, God. All right, what's next? Please. Oh, Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I would like to have a report come back from Animal Services sometime in the new year. It has been a while, and I just wanted to say that as the owner of a number of dogs, the licensing was always really uneven, but now I've gotten notices and I can do it. It seems to be that you've got a process now that's more reliable, more formalized, and so I'm hoping that that's going to bring in more revenues. But thank you for doing that on top of all the other things that you're doing.
Yes, Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just, a couple of things that were stated, I just wanted to repeat. First of all, the fact that this is animal services, but it's really providing human services. I can attest to that on a daily basis of just the mental health benefits, the wellness benefits, the what animals provide, especially when you rescue one and see that, what you've seen with Winifred there, where you see the transformation and the trust beginning to build again. Also, someone, I think it was Dr. Heller, who said those in the trenches. I just wanted to thank those in the trenches. Victoria, we've heard from them, a few of them today. The volunteers that make this department really do such amazing work under the leadership of Sarah Aguilar, and the ingenuity of this Fostering for a Day program. I tell everybody at dog parks, did you know that in our county you can foster for a day, you can foster for an afternoon? I know that UCSB students do that. They take the dogs to the beach, bring them back, give them a break from the environment there, and help our staff place them better because they get a sense of their personality. And so I can just see how the numbers are skyrocketing up, 600 more adoptions this last year, which is incredibly impressive, and just wanted to thank those in the trenches. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I wanted to echo that opportunity to thank the people who put in tons of their own life and hours to make animal services and our compassion and function for animals work in this county. It's truly inspirational to see when people come up with programs like the food program in Lompoc, but like many others, the list would be too long to enumerate here, that really helps the animals and the people of Santa Barbara County.
And I also want to thank not just the volunteers, but it's the whole culture, so it starts at the top. And so, Director Hamami, thank you. This is the first time in a long time. we get to hear about it, believe me, if things aren't running smoothly in animal services. So it's a breath of fresh air, but it would be nice to get a whole report. And on the licensing side, for someone that just went through the process of licensing a new puppy, so easy to do. It's online. And she did get out before she was licensed. And yes, so I was in panic mode because I was the one that let her out. And she didn't have any ID on her. So, if you do find a licensed pet in Santa Barbara County, you can go right to the website, put the number in, and you can figure out exactly what's happening. So it's a great system, DocuPet, and just congratulations to everybody that's involved, from the volunteers up to the top. We appreciate it. All right. Well, that closes. We have more? Oh, we have more speakers. Okay. Let's all join the love. I thought we were done. Keep coming.
Our next speaker is Kira Munez, to be followed by Janelle Ward. Kira?
Kira, if you come up and say Animal Services is having a problem, this is going to be an issue now.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually going to try not to cry during this whole thing. I'm definitely a crier, and The whole organization has changed my life. So let's get through this without crying. My name is Kira, and I'm a volunteer at Santa Barbara County Animal Services. And I just want to share a few words about how it's impacted my life. Recently, someone asked me what gives me hope. And as soon as they asked, the faces of all the shelter dogs that I have worked with came to mind. Sorry, guys. The faces of those dogs came to mind. They are the shelter dogs that were left behind, forgotten, dismissed, dumped, and neglected, and unwanted. Being in animal welfare can really make you lose faith in humanity. The profound sadness and intense anger can all feel too much. But sometimes something incredible happens. Those dogs that no one thought would get to walk out of the shelter find their light in the dark. Someone sees them for who they are and chooses them. Those adopters who are willing to go slow, who are willing to put in the time and are ready to love so deeply because they see their worth. They are willing to pick up the broken pieces and help them trust again. Without the dedication of the incredible staff and volunteers I get to work alongside, none of that would be possible. They put their hearts and souls into this work and often get asked, why aren't you doing more? It can be thankless and daunting, but what makes it worth it is those moments when you finally get to say goodbye because they have found home. So what gives me hope is Saint, Florence, Sobby, Pepper, Bubba, Sequoia, and Ember. Their happy endings give me hope and give me the courage to keep fighting. I started volunteering during one of the darkest times of my life, and those dogs saved me. The staff and volunteers and the dogs need the support of their community to continue their life-saving work. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Janelle Ward, and then we will return to Kendra Duncan O'Connor. Janelle?
That's a hard person to follow. Yeah, thank you, Kara, so much. Mine is not quite as emotional. At least I don't think it's going to be. But it's uplifting, so I'm in support of animal services. I'll say that first. Good morning, Chairman Lavagnino and board members. My name is Janelle Ward, and I'm president and co-founder of Canine Placement and Assistance League, more commonly known as Canine Pals. Canine Pals was founded in 2000 as a nonprofit partner to provide services and resources for the dogs of the Santa Barbara County animal shelters. On a personal note, I've been involved with the Santa Barbara shelters since 1994 with various nonprofits in totally non-paid positions for this entire time. So I know a little bit about county animal services in Santa Barbara County. Canine Pals provides a substantial amount of veterinary care services annually for the dogs at veterinary clinics and hospitals in our community. This is veterinary care that is beyond what can be done in the vet clinic in Santa Maria, because we currently have no medical director veterinarian and we're short an RVT position, and also because there's no vet clinic at the Santa Barbara shelter. Canine Pals additionally provides supplies, equipment for the dog operations, resources for behavior enrichment for the dogs, dog behavior training, dog transports, dog adoption promotions, recruits volunteers for the shelter and foster program, fosters sanctuary dogs for hospice dogs, participates in the Pet Resource Center for the public, and provides assistance for people who are faced with having to rehome their pets. In its early years at Santa Barbara Shelter, Canine Pals built all the dog exercise and play yards, the outdoor training area, a meet and greet area, and kennels for larger dogs. In 2008, Canine Pals partnered with the County of Santa Barbara to provide a major renovation of the main kennel building at the Santa Barbara Shelter. This included a new roof, new kennels, upgrades, and electrical and plumbing systems. Unfortunately, there's been no other major renovations since that time. But if there were, Canine Pals would be interested in partnering again with the county to make those improvements. To the credit of the current animal services leadership and staff and the animal shelters, they run better than they have for several years. Two of the most significant improvements in the dog operations are the increased number of adoptions and dogs going into foster care in the last year. We deeply appreciate Director Sarah Aguilar's work and her leadership, the animal welfare specialists, the animal control officers, the office staff, and the entire animal services team. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom with Kendra Duncan O'Connor, who is our final speaker. Kendra?
Good afternoon, or good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Sorry about the technical difficulties earlier. I currently am at the shelter and getting ready to assist in surgery. I just wanted to say, as a local retired veterinary technician and a longtime volunteer with the shelter, there have been major improvements in the last couple of years, and Sarah Aguilar is leading this organization into the future for the good of all animals in our community, not only dogs. We've heard a lot about dogs today, but it's also about cats, rabbits, and many other things that come into the shelter, from reptiles and birds. All these animals must be cared for, and they are done so in a really amazing way. And I just want to thank Sarah for all her hard work, and every volunteer and every member of the team here, because everybody is giving it their all every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes
That
public
concludes
comment.
public comment. Okay, can I get a motion to move items 14, 15, 27 with, and 34 with the staff direction that was provided on each of those items?
Mr. Chair, on the latter, I think the request was just that you would get an animal services update sometime early in the coming year
Right.
on as a D item.
And I think same thing with Williamson Act, and then there were other questions that you had about
Yeah, the equity grant and
the equity grant, and that was staff direction.
Great.
Correct. So supervisors, it was just to come back with an annual report on animal services, come back with a report on the Williamson Act. And just for your information, I think we did have something, but I think maybe Supervisor Lavenier, you're the only one on the board. I think Dr. Russell brought something many years ago on the Williamson Act.
Okay.
Just on the animal services, I just want to note, since I was called out a couple of times, so thank you again, Sarah, and Supervisor Capps. He's a little bundle of joy. We appreciate that.
Bernie.
He kept me up all night because he kept coughing, but that's another story. But also, I just want to make note, the board, that they have been doing a great job, and just to remind the board that our animal services to the cities have been subsidized, that your board took action over a 5-year period to phase in the costs, so it's being really subsidized by the Public Health Department, and has been for the last several years.
Okay.
So I make that motion.
Motion's been moved.
Second.
And seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Why don't we take a 10-minute break before we get into our departmental items, and is that okay?
We can go meet
Let's
Winifred.
let's go to general public comment first. Good. So this is time for the public to comment on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have one request to speak on general public comment today, and that's Katie Magan. Katie?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and Commissioners. I'm Katie Mangan, Senior Director of Development at Caruso. As you may know, the Miramar is identified in the county's housing element. For nearly 2 years, I have been working on a plan for affordable housing for our employees. The housing element directs the county to work with the Miramar to promote the development of affordable housing for employees. Our plan includes 26 affordable apartments for employees of the Miramar, 8 market rate apartments, and supporting visitors serving commercial uses. 76% of the housing proposed in our plan is affordable for our employees. Our application is the only pending affordable housing project in Montecito. It is 100% privately funded and does not require any rezoning. It also complies with important state laws, including the Housing Accountability Act and the Housing Crisis Act. The first public hearing for the project took place last Wednesday. I wanted to bring this important plan to your attention, as it is the first affordable housing project in Montecito in nearly 3 decades. And we look forward to bringing this plan to fruition. Thank you.
And
All
that
right,
concludes
thank you.
general
That
public
concludes
comment.
general public comment. All right, we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 5 till. Okay, we're going to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. We're moving into our departmental agenda. Madam Clerk, can you read item number 1 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office, the Auditor Controller's Office, the Human Resources Department, and Information Technology Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Enterprise Resources Planning, ERP, project update and revised timeline for Phase 1 financials.
Supervisors, this is an item brought to you by the entire steering committee of this project, and we're going to have Chris Shergwin, our ITD director, kick it off, and he's on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Chris Shergwin, the county's Chief Information Officer and Director of the Information Technology Department. This morning, we will be providing an update on the county's ERP implementation. We will be focusing on Phase 1 of the project, which is the Workday Financials software. Kyle Slattery, the ERP project manager, will be presenting the update. Upon completion of the presentation, we will be requesting the following recommended actions from the board. 1, receive and file a County Enterprise Resource Planning project update regarding the revised timeline for Phase 1 financials. And 2, direct staff to return before the end of 2024 with an amendment to the county's agreement for services of independent contractor with Accenture to extend implementation services within the contract's current scope of services for the deployment of Workday financial software by no later than August 1st, 2025. The ERP Steering Committee members and I are present to answer questions you may have following Kyle's presentation. Thank you. I will turn it over to Kyle.
All right, good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the county's ERP implementation project, as well as a specific focus on our revised Phase 1 timeline. So first and foremost, what are we doing and why? The county is implementing Workday's ERP system really to be our system of the future. It's for all county departments as well as local agencies that hold cash in the treasury. So this will unify our finance, human resources, and payroll software into one unified system. By doing so, we'll retire multiple systems currently in place for these key business functions. That Workday system, once it's live, really will be the platform for us to build and innovate into the future, including such things as artificial intelligence and adoption of ways to better perform our business functions. So there's 4 key outcomes from doing this. We'll modernize our business systems, we'll standardize and further automate our business processes, we'll be able to simplify our county technology landscape by rolling all those applications into one unified core, and ultimately help meet the expectations of our workforce. But the true why behind this is to provide the internal system that will meet the modern needs of our workforce to better serve our residents, our clients, and our customers here at the county. So the ERP system is an extensive software application. It consists of financials functions, HCM, which is human capital management, as well as payroll, as well as budget and analytical tools. Because it's so extensive, we've divided our work effort into 3 major phases. First, Phase 1 is the financial, all of the areas as well as underlying business processes. Phase 2 is our HCM and payroll, really those core HR functions that every department needs to do, listed up on the screen there. And then Phase 3, our budget development, our budget management, as well as analytics of the data within the unified Workday core. So this slide shows our overall implementation timeline. The original timeline is shown in the light blue. The revised timeline, as we currently know it to be, is shown in the darker blue. So originally, Phase 1 was scheduled for a 13-month period beginning in July of 2022. We have since revised that timeline for an August 1st, 2025 go-live date, approximately 3 years from the approximate 1-year original. Phase 2 was originally scheduled from February 2023 to April 2024. That work did commence while Phase 1 was underway and continued all the way until May 2024. In May 2024, the Audit Controller and the Human Resources Director submitted a joint request to the steering committee to pause further Phase 2 activities so that the county can focus our efforts on a successful implementation of Phase 1. So those Phase 2 activities are on pause pending the go live of Phase 1. Phase 3, Budget and Analytics, was originally scheduled to use the Workday budget software, but we since switched that out with an alternative solution. So that work was scheduled to begin in May of 2024 and is underway at this time. That go live as well is contingent upon the Phase 1 go live of Workday Financials. And then the final piece, analytics, that's really intended for when we have the full system in place, a unified core of data, and our ability to draw analytics and other information, data, and reports from the Workday system. So this shows what our original schedule was and where we currently stand in terms of timeline. So what are the reasons for this Phase 1 extension? From 1 year to 3 years is significant. We did have plans in place initially for a 13-month Phase 1 deployment. That was then revised to a 25-month deployment, and now we're looking at just over 3 years with a no later than August 1st, 2025. Some of the contributing factors, the original schedule was aggressive. It helped us save on costs, but it assumed that we were going to be fully staffed and fully in place to implement this system efficiently and effectively. So we did have some difficulties early on ensuring that we had the right sources dedicated to the project to perform the necessary work. Another thing that we knew going into this is that this was going to have a significant impact on our ongoing business operations as well as the business processes that everyone does. We just didn't know what that impact would be. So by moving from our legacy systems over to a cloud ERP system, we are adopting changes in the ways that we do our core business processes. We've also had additional requirements come to light through the implementation process that need to be addressed. At this time, the project team has indicated that a Phase 1 go live by August 1st of 2025 is achievable. That does assume, however, that there are no changes in scope going forward. Really grateful for Supervisors Hartman and Supervisor Nelson for forming an ad hoc committee to support our effort. At one of the June 2024 board meetings, those two board members agreed to meet with the steering committee to get a better understanding really of what's going on and what our plan is to get Phase 1 closer to go live. Over a series of 4 meetings that we held from July through the end of September, those supervisors, along with the steering committee, received detailed information on the plan and estimated schedule for completing Phase 1 of the project, requested further information on what the plan is and what our estimated timeline is, monitored our team's progress to further define and prioritize the remaining work items, and then ultimately participated in the discussion in which the full steering committee endorsed the revised go-live date of August 1st, 2025. So that was a significant milestone to agree on a timeline and select a revised go-live date. We do have one final item of business, which is to really resume discussions on what the plan is for picking up Phase 2 of the project after Phase 1 is complete. So we anticipate at least one additional meeting with the ad hoc committee to pick up those discussions on the plan regarding Phase 2. As we have extended the timeline, we have necessitated an extension in the costs dedicated for the project. So the original contracts were approved in 2022, both a Workday licensing agreement over a 15-year period, as well as the Accenture implementation professional services agreement for 2.5 years of implementation services, consistent with that original project timeline. That contract was not to exceed $7.25 million. However, as we look at extending the timeline beyond December 31st of 2024, which is the end of the current contract's term, we will need to extend the term of the agreement with Accenture in order to accommodate that August 1st go-live date. By doing so, we will require additional professional services in order to complete our remaining implementation activities. That will necessitate that we add up to an estimated $500,000 for additional services during the extended timeline period. As our budget was adopted for this current fiscal year, it does include sufficient funds to complete phase 1 as scoped, including this additional $500K estimated. However, the costs and funding for future phases are still being evaluated. That's really contingent upon that plan in place for resuming phase 2 activities and understanding the timeline and resources for that. This slide shows an overview of the actual costs incurred for the 2 previous fiscal years in which implementation is underway, and then the current fiscal year, our budgeted amount. So for the first 2 fiscal years, we incurred just over $10 million to the general fund focused on the software licensing costs, our professional implementation services, and additional staff resources needed to work on the project, as well as some other ancillary costs. Our budget for the current fiscal year is just over $8.7 million. So ongoing general fund has been set aside for multiple years to fund the project, the ongoing licensing, and ultimately the staff costs to support the system upon a successful go-live. As is customary for our general fund costs that benefit the county as a whole, we estimate a portion of these, up to 55%, may be recouped through the cost allocation plan or through the internal service fund rates. So that brings us to our recommended actions, which Chris summarized in the beginning. I am here to answer any clarifying questions related to the project, as well as our steering committee members are present for any questions as well. Thank you.
Before we get into questions, Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on this item?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this
Do we have
item.
any questions from board members? Okay. Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I really appreciate being on the ad hoc committee and learning a lot more about the details that are involved in this. I guess, first of all, remind me of the staff commitment in the different departments.
Absolutely. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we currently are funding through the general fund 15 additional positions related to the implementation effort. A portion of those will transition to ongoing support. So 7 positions are funded within the Auditor Controller's Office, both for implementation activities as well as ongoing support. We have 4 positions funded within our HR department. Approximately 3 of those are anticipated to be needed for ongoing support. We then have 7 within our information technology department. Most of those have transitioned to be funded through the rate. Temporary positions such as overall project management and project management support are only expected for the duration of the project.
And has work on phase 2 and phase 3 stopped entirely?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the phase 2 team has remained in place to do necessary prep work to help ensure that we're really ready to go when phase 2 activities pick up. One of the things we learned is that there's a lot of general HR process education needed throughout the county, and so the team is focused on those efforts. The pause also gives us time to really plan and prepare for necessary testing now that we are midway through implementation, have a good idea of what we are implementing and how we're configuring the system, and ultimately how we'll need to test it. On the phase 3 side, we do have the budget development system implementation underway.
And I would like to hear from the Auditor Controller's Office about what they think about this new schedule and whether we can really commit to August 1 start date.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was hoping you weren't going to call on me.
Well, thank you for being here.
You should have sat right in the front. See, if you sit in the back, then that's...
Yeah, I thought that was going to...
No, it's not safe.
That was my out. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for asking us about the status of the project. I will say the team fully supports the August 1, 25 deadline. As you saw through the ad hoc sessions, there's a lot of work to be done. and we're plugging away all the different things that have to be done. We have tentatively sort of triaged those months that are upcoming and what needs to get done at that time. So, or to get done by that time.
Okay, well, it is highly complex and clearly foundational for everything else. And we really appreciate the hard work of your staff and everybody who's been committed to this project. I know that when you take on something of this complexity, you often run into unexpected things, and you have to go back and reconfigure and make it work. This is a huge investment on the part of our county, and it's got to work, and we've got to make it work now within this time frame because we're already, we're already behind in terms of budget. So I'm glad to see that you're here and that we're committed and you're committed, and we got to make this happen. I'm looking forward to the day when we can just push a button and get the kind of analysis that we would like as a board. For our budget, I've got constituents who are saying, couldn't you do it this way, and couldn't you do it that way, and we have to explain that we can't yet, but we're working towards it. So I'm really eager to get there, and very glad to hear that you've got the team in place that can make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. And I just wanted to thank the auditor for being here, as well as for the steering committee, and then, of course, my colleague Supervisor Hartman for her leadership on the ad hoc committee to try to bring this issue forward. You know, for the public that's asking, like, what are we all talking about here? You know, Workday is, the kind of the back end, IT product that Fortune 500 companies are using. So this is really bringing our county into the 21st century. Unfortunately, what's different about counties than Fortune 500 companies is that we are many different organizations all rolled up into one big organization with some electeds, some appointed department heads, a bunch of different responsibilities. We have that same problem. We start looking at, criminal justice reform and other issues that we have to do with the county. It's one of the things that makes the county special, but also makes it sometimes frustrating as we try to get things accomplished, and we have different roles and responsibilities. So I just really appreciate the auditor for, coming up here today and giving us this time frame that you're anticipating. Again, project team, thank you so much for your ongoing work. It is expensive, and as somebody that tries to be a budget hawk, it gives me heartburn to see those numbers, but I do think, this is the backbone of the next 20 years, and so at that point, these dollars will seem very small in the future. I think what the savings that we'll see in staff time, that because these things will be much smoother, it will be to a great financial benefit to the county, and really allow us to plug in and various other technological innovations here. So again, thank you for all this. I appreciate everybody's involvement, and I'm happy to continue to support the staff recommendation here.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Can I get a motion?
Well, I would just, I'd like to, it's almost a year out. I'd like to see something in about 6 months, progress report, just so I know that we're getting there.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make the motion with this 6-month report back to the board. Staff's recommendation for the items. Let me just make sure I have that up here. A through C. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right. Next up is item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Water Agency. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County Water Resources Update and 2024 Groundwater Basins Summary Report.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. I'm Walter Rubalcava with the Water Resources Division. Today, our team of Matt Young, our water agency manager, and Rachel Major, who runs or leads our conservation group, will provide an update on the county water supply, and we'll provide some updates on our conservation efforts. We'll be available for questions after the presentation. So with that, I'll pass it over to Matt to begin the presentation.
Thanks, Walter. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Happy New Year. October 1st was the start of a new state and federal water year. This presentation is an annual update on the state of water supplies countywide and an overview of what the County Water Agency and its partners are doing to ensure reliable, sustainable supplies into the future. After an extremely wet 2023, water year 2024 was the second consecutive wet year. For some gauges, these were the wettest back-to-back years in the entire record going back to 1900. This graph shows that our climate in Santa Barbara County, like California more generally, has extremely high interannual variability. We can have wet years with more than double the average precipitation and dry years with as little as 1/3 of the average. We also have persistent trends that can last decades. For example, the 1990s were quite wetter than average, and the 2010s were much drier. Here's a longer look at the data going back 125 years. The black line shows a 10-year moving average of annual precipitation. You can see we were recently at the lowest 10-year average in recorded history. This chart further shows the variability of precipitation in our climate, with multi-year trends of low and high precipitation. Under a warming climate, current science predicts that this variability will be exacerbated, with more precipitation falling in fewer years, with longer dry spells in between. I want to touch briefly on precipitation forecasts for this winter. You have probably heard news reports that this winter will be a La Nina year. A common misperception is that every La Nina year is dry and that every El Nino year is wet. It is true that many of our driest years have been in La Nina conditions, indicated by blue bars, and some of our wettest have been El Ninos, indicated by the red bars. However, 2023 had weak La Nina conditions and we had an extremely wet year. In both the Water Agency and in the Flood Control District, we plan every year as if it may be an extremely wet year or the beginning of an extended drought. Over the next few slides, I'd like to discuss the impact of these last two wet years on the various parts of the overall water portfolio in the county. This graph shows water supplies used by public water systems within the county over time. As a whole, the county relies most on groundwater, Lake Kachuma, and imported state water, although the specific mix varies widely over time depending on climatic conditions. Please note that this chart does not include groundwater used by agriculture, mutual water companies, small water systems, and domestic wells. If you were to include these, groundwater would be roughly 80% of all water used countywide. Most residents of the county are served by one of a network of purveyors shown on this map, each of which is invested in its own unique portfolio of water supply sources. So while today we are discussing overall county water supplies, the particular supply situation of a given resident depends on where they live and the specific water portfolio held by their purveyor. Groundwater is the largest source in the county. It's relied on most heavily by North County purveyors, agriculture, small water systems, and domestic well owners. Groundwater is typically a relatively smaller portion of the portfolios of most South County purveyors. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, is in effect, and groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, are actively managing groundwater in these basins. Included in the board package for this item is our annual Groundwater Basin Summary Report, which details overall water levels for the major alluvial basins in the county. In the recent drought, portions of most basins were at or near historical low levels. These last two wet winters have been extremely beneficial for recharging these basins, especially in areas closest to rivers and streams. This map shows the major alluvial groundwater basins in the county. GSAs are managing groundwater pursuant to SGMA in 5 of these basins. In 2020, the Cuyama GSA submitted a Groundwater Sustainability Plan, or GSP, that was ultimately approved by the California Department of Water Resources, or DWR. The Cuyama GSA has begun implementing the GSP, including the first phase of a series of pumping reductions in the central portion of the basin intended to bring the basin into balance. Major pumpers in the valley have initiated a court adjudication process which is proceeding in parallel with the GSP implementation. GSAs in San Antonio Creek and San Ynez River Valley basins submitted plans in January of 2022, and DWR approved these plans last January. Montecito submitted a GSP in May of 2023 and Carpinteria earlier this year, and these plans are in review. All of these GSAs are starting the process of implementing the management actions identified in their own GSPs in managing groundwater in their basin. The Santa Maria and Goleta basins have been adjudicated and are therefore not subject to SGMA and do not have GSAs. The next major source is surface water from the San Ynez River. There are three major reservoirs, Cachuma, Gibraltar, and Jameson. We'll focus today on the largest of these, Cachuma. Cachuma is currently roughly 93% full. Originally built in 1954 by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, total storage has decreased over time to the current 193,000 acre-feet due to sedimentation and federal biological opinions mandating fish flow releases. It's important to note that unlike many of the reservoirs in California, Cachuma has no space reserved for flood control storage. However, a protocol called Modified Storm Operations allows reclamation, in partnership with county agencies, to flexibly manage storage in the reservoir to allow for some downstream protection while still maximizing water supply benefits. This Modified Storm Operations protocol has been successfully implemented in each of the last 2 years. An issue potentially affecting future operation of the reservoir is fish passage. The State Water Resources Control Board recently ordered reclamation to conduct a study of options to allow endangered steelhead to access spawning habitat past Bradbury Dam. Results of this initial study are expected toward the end of this year. For a little bit of context, here's the historical record of Cachuma storage. After its build in 2011, Cachuma was in a period of extremely low storage, with a brief respite coming from wet years and water years 2017 and 2019. Of course, the last 2 winters filled the lake to capacity, and Cachuma was in a state of spill into the summer in both years. Twitchell Reservoir in North County is another reclamation reservoir. It stores Cuyama River floodwaters for later release to recharge the Santa Maria groundwater basin, and is operated by the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. Unlike Cachuma, roughly half of the reservoir space is reserved for flood control storage, with releases overseen by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The Water Agency is currently working with the Army Corps, Reclamation, and other local partners on exploring ways to modify the reservoir's water control manual to expand water conservation and better manage flood releases. This graph shows how Twitchell fills up sporadically, releases water for groundwater recharge, and then lies empty until the next wet year. Next major water source of supply is imported water from the State Water Project. Water is brought in from Northern California via the Coastal Branch Aqueduct. It supplies several purveyors in the North County before terminating in Lake Cachuma for conveyance to the South Coast. In 1991, voters approved bringing in more than 45,000 acre-feet of allocated state water to Santa Barbara County. However, this is a variable allocation, and in recent years, allocations have ranged from 100% last year to as low as 5% in the prior 2 years. The state water system in our county is operated by the Central Coast Water Authority, although the County Flood Control District remains the contractor. State water was a valuable supplement during the 2011-2018 drought, with some purveyors nearly entirely reliant upon it. Desalinization is a growing part of the overall portfolio. The only major desal plant, however, is currently in the city of Santa Barbara, which opened in '91, was subsequently decommissioned during the very wet 1990s, and then reactivated in 2016. This is a local drought-resistant supply of more than 3,000 acre-feet. It also has regional benefits because the city, with an agreement with Montecito Water District, provides 1,400 acre-feet a year to Montecito. This plant is permitted to produce up to 10,000 acre-feet a year, so it could be significantly expanded in the future as needed. The Water Agency is also working with San Luis Obispo County on exploring options for a regional plant that could potentially provide water to both counties, and Vandenberg Space Force Base is continuing to evaluate its desalinization options. Another local drought-resistant supply is recycled water. Currently, local purveyors produce recycled water for direct, non-potable use, which is primarily landscaping. Indirect potable use is where wastewater is treated and injected into a groundwater basin for future drinking water use. The Carpinteria Advanced Purification Project is intended to serve this purpose. Finally, direct potable reuse is where treated wastewater is delivered directly to customers. This is not currently used or planned to be used by any purveyors in the county in the near term. Recently, the Water Agency partnered with Laguna Sanitation District to study the potential for indirect potable reuse from this county facility. The report, released last year, identified 2 promising potential options for injecting treated water into the Santa Maria groundwater basin. Follow-on analyses are currently in progress. We also partner with all the wastewater treatment agencies to do a countywide indirect potable reuse evaluation and identify potential projects for partners in Buellton, Solvang, and Summerlin. A follow-on study with Summerlin and Montecito Water District are in progress. I'll now briefly talk about the water agency's role in managing supplies and responding to drought. Our primary role is partnership and collaboration. In everything we do, we're partnering with other agencies in trying to maintain a regional, countywide perspective. We coordinate regional programs such as Integrated Regional Water Management Planning, the Regional Water Efficiency Partnership, and Sustainable Groundwater Management. We conduct valuable research such as groundwater monitoring and studies, and stormwater and water supply alternatives planning. The Water Agency also has a long-standing cloud seeding program with 9 other agencies in the Twitchell and Cachuma watersheds. We have currently commissioned a study on the efficacy of this cloud seeding program, and we expect results by the end of this year. Finally, we work to facilitate projects to recharge groundwater with urban stormwater and flood flows in partnership with local agencies and groundwater sustainability agencies. I would like to highlight a new program we're intending to accomplish this. We're beginning to work with County Flood Control to explore ways to make existing or new flood detention basins into multi-purpose basins. There's a lot of existing infrastructure that could be used modified to enhance flood management benefits while expanding the ability of these basins to infiltrate water to the subsurface. We're very excited about this opportunity and anticipate bringing your board more details as we work with flood control and technical consultants to refine our plans. So while we put a lot of effort into enhancing our water resource availability and reliability, it's also important to conserve and wisely use what we already have. Rachel Major, our conservation lead, will walk you through some highlights of our conservation programs.
Thank you, Matt. Our water conservation programs are run with the help of our Regional Water Efficiency Program, where 15 of the county's 18 water purveyors come together to take a countywide approach to water conservation. From gray water and sustainable landscaping to how to check your toilet for leaks, WaterWiseSB.com provides information for water efficiency and water supply in the county. Together with our WaterWise YouTube channel and our plant database on waterwisegardeningsB.org, these websites serve as a one-stop shop for all things conservation in the county. We also post regularly on social media, and we have 3 media campaigns a year: spring, summer, and fall/winter, where we post TV, digital, radio, print, and movie theater ads. For over 20 years, the GardenWise TV show has provided entertaining and educational information about designing and maintaining sustainable landscapes with topics ranging from lawn alternatives to how to bring beneficial bugs to your garden. We have several landscaping programs to improve water conservation. One of our longest standing is the Green Gardener program. For nearly 25 years, this program has provided landscaping pros across the county with education in resource efficiency and pollution prevention. Basic classes are held in spring, summer, and fall, and an advanced course is held in spring, and you can see a picture of some of our graduates here. We are the administrator for a USBR Water, Energy, and Efficiency Grant. This grant helps 7 water purveyors from the county, from Guadalupe down to Montecito, to provide a rebate that can help transform constituents' lawns into water-wise landscapes. Our mobile irrigation lab, in partnership with the Cachuma Resource Conservation District, provides irrigation audits for large landscapes, such as schools or farms, across the county. We hold an annual garden recognition contest that recognizes and celebrates garden-wise landscapes, water-wise gardens, there we go. And you can see a nice picture of our winner last year from Santa Barbara. For commercial and institutional programs, we provide water audits for the Green Business Program, and we also provide water audits for anyone that is outside water district's boundaries. The landscape transformation rebate also incorporates commercial and institutional properties. Finally, we do a lot of outreach to schools to promote water conservation to the next generation. Our Care for Our Earth grants, in partnership with the County Education Office, provide funds for K-12 teachers to do projects on water conservation and water supply. A lot of these are gardening and beautification projects, but some of them also incorporate art or food. Shows That Teach provides educational performances for schools at no cost to the school, from Santa Maria and the Space Force Base down through South County. They're very fun, they're silly, they're musical. It's a great way for folks to learn the ins and outs of water conservation. Our high school video contest challenges high schoolers throughout the county to create a 30-second PSA on water conservation. These are creative, they're funny, they're educational, and they can also win prizes for themselves and their schools. With that, the staff recommends that their board receive and file both this presentation and the groundwater basin summary report, and determine that these actions are exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
That was an excellent report. Thank you very much. And it's got my mind working. So the first question I have is, I was talking to Jeff Lindgren, our Parks Director, and he's now coordinating with the Botanic Garden to bring in more water-wise plantings to the county parks. And I was curious if your office is coordinating with the Botanic Garden. And here's a really important issue. I did all my landscaping to be water-wise and not necessarily fire-wise, and now I got to go back. So we really need to think about multiple goals, objectives, and so I think the work is really still in its infancy as far as I understand it, which are the native plants that are also really helpful for fire suppression, or at least not full of oil that's going to exacerbate fire issues. So could you comment on that?
Yeah, so for the Santa Barbara Botanical Gardens, we do work with them, not necessarily on this county park project, but they are a sponsor for the Green Gardener program. They do field trips there, and they also offer a discount at their store. And then the second question was, what was the second one? Firewise plants. So you're right, firewise plants are certainly, they're kind of not quite up for interpretation, but different counties, different cities, different locations might consider one thing firewise and another not firewise. We do have on the Waterwise Gardening SB.org, there is something that is marked as firewise, and you can look up plants that way. But it is an improving, it's continually. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm glad to know that you're already trying to integrate those two, because I think it's really important. So could you talk a little bit more about the regional project with SLO County and what we're doing and the progress on that?
Certainly. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So this is a program that's being run by SLO County. So their board authorized their Public Works Department to study the potential for a regional desalination plant. So their first step was to reach out to all of their local purveyors and also to Santa Barbara County and ask folks who might be interested in potentially participating. And so on behalf of Santa Barbara County, the County Water Agency has been participating in planning meetings and working with them on what a future plant might look like. So they're still in the very first phase. They have a consultant who's putting together a preliminary plan. To date, it's mostly been a lot of coordinating with stakeholders, figuring out which purveyors might want to use the water, who might want to pay for the water, and how it might be conveyed. So it's still early days. They anticipate this being a very long, multi-decade process. But we wanted to make sure that we were participating in case there were purveyors in Santa Barbara County who wanted to participate in the future as they move into more capital-intensive phases of the project.
And then indirect reuse, you said, let's see, was it Buellton, Summerland? Anyway, could you describe what's happening there?
Of course, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So in our initial study, we looked at the potential for indirect potable reuse at all of the wastewater treatment agencies countywide. But we also had some funding to do more in-depth deep dive for some volunteers. And so the volunteers, agencies who said, yes, please, look into this for us were the City of Solvang, the City of Buellton, and Summerlin Water District. And so our consultant, Carrillo Engineers, put together preliminary plans for a Solvang plant a Buellton plant, a combined treatment facility that would take flows from both cities, treat them together, and inject it into the groundwater basin. And then an option for Summerlin to bring their water. So Summerlin currently treats water and has an ocean outfall. They're looking into ways to get away from that. So what our engineer looked at was taking their water and delivering it to the new Carpinteria Advanced Purification Facility, which is hopefully going to get under construction in the next few years. So Summerlin, the follow-on study I mentioned, also wanted to look at potentially sending their water to Montecito. So currently we're looking at an alternative option, which is instead of sending that water to the CARP facility, which would send it to a potential new Montecito Sanitary District facility. So right now, you may recall, I brought this to your board last summer. The San Ynez Valley facilities were incredibly expensive, but because of some constraints on their current disposal of wastewater, I know that they're still in consideration and that those cities are weighing their various options for how to move forward with wastewater treatment and disposal.
Well, good for you for helping out some of the smaller cities with this kind of research support. Final thing is these multi-purpose detention basins. I think that's extraordinary. Could you give us more about that?
Of course, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So, your board, as we've been before you over the years, has been exhorting us to do more with stormwater. We completed a countywide stormwater plan in 2021 that identifies projects for other agencies to do, for partner agencies. And I'm happy to report that 2 of those are actually going forward, one in Carpinteria and potentially one in Solvang. But beyond that, the water agency doesn't own infrastructure, but the county flood control district does. And we have a number of detention basins that are intended to briefly detain peak flood flows and then move it on into a nearby body of water. And so, in response to your board's exhortations, we figured, what can we do? So we worked with flood control. We've identified 12-ish existing basins that we think might be able to be modified to store that water longer, be modified to maybe store more water, and then potentially be modified to get that water down into the subsurface rather than moving it into a nearby stream. In addition, we've identified 3 potential new basins where flood control has said, hey, we have some existing flooding issues, and from the water supply side, we know that there are groundwater basins that need to be recharged. So areas, Santa Maria, San Antonio Creek Valley, potentially San Ynez Valley. So there's opportunities for win-wins here, ways to get both enhanced flood benefits as well as water supply benefits. So we're working with flood control and a consultant to do an initial screening of these basins. Is there any technical reason why these need to get pulled out? And then once we have a solid list of potentially feasible basins, we'll move on to a second phase with more in-depth percolation testing and looking at the infrastructure and how it can be modified.
Has this been done before, or are we kind of breaking new ground here?
So as part of our 2021 study, we did identify some multi-purpose basins. However, in working with our consultant, they identify a lot of these elsewhere as they do these kind of projects. But typically, it's hard to get the flood control district to buy in because they want to use their basins for their flood control purposes. But I think we're in a unique position here where the flood control district and the water agency work very closely together, and we're all part of the county family, and we have buy-in that we can use these basins to not just serve flood control purposes, but also water supply purposes, and for that matter, water quality benefits as well.
So would you recharge directly below the basin, or would you have to funnel the water somewhere else for the recharge?
So the devil's in the details. I think initially our conception is that it would be directly below the basins. We might have to modify our maintenance practices, for example, to rip the basin in the summer to make sure that silt doesn't build up to create a barrier. But we're open to other options. As part of the Laguna Sanitation Indirect Potable Reuse Study, we looked at sending water, even all the way to the Santa Maria River. So it just depends on the local conditions, and that's something that our engineer is going to be looking at.
Well, I'm really excited about this. Can't wait to hear. I hope as you get make progress, you'll report back on it.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. When I hear multi-purpose basin, I also think about another purpose that some of our basins can be utilized in, and that's actually recreation. And so, the city of Santa Maria has actually done an excellent job with that over the years on, combining both flood control, recharge, and recreation. And I think those are huge opportunities that I think we should be looking at, especially in this, the Orchid area, where I think we actually have parks that were identified in the Orchid Community Plan that were supposed to be all those things and that the county has not yet invested in. And so I'd like to see those things move forward in the future. So just wanted to highlight that. We also have, we share a basin with the city of Santa Maria at the crossroads right by our Better River Government Center. And our section is the only portion that no recreation takes place on, and also becomes kind of overgrown and looks kind of shabby. And I think actually having recreation as a dual use also allows for a certain amount of maintenance. A lot of the Santa Maria Valley is a lot of sand. And if we actually grow grass on it, you can actually sometimes hold the form and shape of the basin so it doesn't fail when there's a mass storm. I think that having vegetation is really important, especially as those sand erodes, as we may have seen in some locations during the 2023 storms. So just wanted to comment on that for a moment. Conservation, a lot of these projects that are conservation led, how is that getting funded? Is that through the water agency that are we grabbing grants? Are we using, some of those, the revenues that we get from the water agency? How are we funding those projects?
So our regional water efficiency program budget is about $100,000 a year. It goes a little bit more up in drought years. Those come from our regional water efficiency partners, the water purveyors, and then the water agency also provides an additional $30,000 for the media campaign, and then sort of if anything is more expensive than we are anticipating during the year, they'll also round out the budget and pay for anything on top. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, and that's great that we're making those investments. But I mean, those are really peanuts compared to, what real conservation looks like and incentives that we can put out there. I've often thought that we need to be looking towards some type of market-based solution on conservation, where we can actually do conservation projects within which creates water that can be then used for other projects, because that could fund that. I mean, water is very expensive. And if we can incentivize conservation and then have that recognized as part of groundwater sustainability plans or through adjudications as new water, I think that there's a market-based opportunity there with tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars of potential revenue by actually promoting conservation. And I think that's the low-hanging fruit out there, is if we could actually reduce the usage of water for landscaping and other things that could be used for housing and other challenges that we have in our communities. And that hasn't been a popular thing in the past, but I think it's something that we should be leaning on in the future. I know other jurisdictions are counting on conservation for their future housing strategies and challenges. So I just wanted to highlight that. Talking about the state water contract for a moment, I think that was slide 15, if we could go back to that. There's this ongoing narrative that the county didn't participate in the state water project. And I know we didn't necessarily buy the extra water, but could you guys maybe speak to, the county has had an ongoing relationship with that state water project way prior to the 1991 vote. There's a significant county investment there. Could you speak to that for a moment? Because I think that's part of the narrative that needs to be out there, that a lot of people just think the state water project is those member agencies as CCWA, but the county is really the backbone financially on that project.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So when the State Water Project was initially conceived by the state in the 1960s, they looked for local partners, and so the county, Flood Control and Water Conservation District, not the water agency, was the initial contractor. So since from the 1960s on, the county paid for its portion of the State Water Project. Once the coastal branch was conceived of, that was when the Central Coast Water Authority was formed by the local purveyors, and they took over the funding through a funding agreement with the County Flood Control District to facilitate the construction and maintenance and operation of the infrastructure. But yes, so between the building of the coastal branch Going back to the beginning of the state water project, it was the flood control district who was the contractor with the state. And in fact, is still the contractor with the state. They just have assigned financial responsibility to the CCWA.
So that because the county-wide, county taxpayers, all of them, for a good 25 years, funded that initiative on a local level, it created the opportunity for CCWA to eventually tap into those dollars. And if the county taxpayers as a whole and the county for that 25-year period hadn't invested in that opportunity would not have been available?
Supervisor Nelson, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I just think that's important because there's a lot of water lore out there and you know, whose water it is and all those types of things, or why does the county even involved in this? You know, it's because the county has invested significantly in that. And so if the other jurisdictions, and they should get credit for it, but I just want to make sure I reiterate that because there really is a partnership that we're all should be working on together. Sometimes it becomes adversarial, which I think is unfortunate and short-sighted. But I like to get that narrative out there because there is really a bigger story to be told about where all of our water in the state water project came from. And that goes to my last point was about the Santa Maria Basin, which is the groundwater basin, which is always heavy on my heart. And so as far as that's concerned, that's managed by an adjudication, so it's kind of under active jurisdiction. Is that how that works?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes. So during an adjudication process, once there's a judgment, in this case there's a stipulated judgment, a number of the landowners and the appropriators agreed to a certain set of terms. Then the basin is managed or overseen by a water master who is appointed by the court. And so there's no groundwater sustainability agency, so the Twitchell Management Authority and Ludorf and Scalmanini engineers who are funded by the Twitchell Management Authority, they put together an annual report. They detail all the water coming into the basin, all the water coming out of the basin, and whatever the physical solution was. In this case, you know, there's some transfers between different parts of the basin in order to make up for some imbalances.
So, you know, we have all these groundwater sustainability plans in these different areas, and there's all this active participation and you know, different programs and different strategies, but we don't seem to have that quite in the Santa Maria groundwater basin because of what is the water master doing, and what is our relationship with that water master? Because that's where I kind of am always kind of looking sideways and going, why aren't we doing more, and how do we engage with the water master to be creative on conservation or the indirect water groundwater indirect potable reuse project? Why isn't that getting funded through that? My next question is about Twitchell, that's another big piece of this too. So what is our interaction as an agency with the water master, and what can we do more?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So we do interact with the water master, but mostly on a technical level. We help them out with some water quality monitoring and water level monitoring. Within the water agency, we have, you know, one of the foremost hydrologists in the area, and so we provide a lot of technical support to them. But beyond that, their role in this basin is mostly a tracking and reporting role. Mm-hmm. So you know, part of the physical solution was the city of Santa Maria bringing in state water and Golden State Water Company bringing in state water. That helps supplement the basin and make up for any imbalances. Part of it, as I mentioned, is a transfer. So the city of Santa Maria transfers water north to the Napomo area. And so there are some triggers built into the adjudication that number maybe goes up over time or changes over time. But there are not specific conservation actions. There are not management actions the way a GSA might have to manage to, you know, a GSA has a sustainable yield. There is a safe yield that an adjudicated basin has, but in this basin, the water master, it can't force conservation. That's not their role. So we could work to engage with them more in the future beyond our technical role, but they aren't actively managing the basin as it is.
Well, I think that what you said was that, you know, state groundwater that City of Santa Maria purchased was part of that solution. As far as I'm concerned, that's all of the solution. That's the only avenue for new water in that community. And it seems that we should be active in trying to find and work with Water Master to have other water recognized, whether that's through conservation, whether that's recharge projects. There should be other ways that we can quantify and create a market-based solution and create more groundwater into our system. And so, you know, I know that there's some interested in not having that conversation happen because they want to have their only product out there. But I think as you saw from these numbers, the state water project is historically very unreliable. You know, when it delivers only 5% of its allocation in some years, especially when we need it the most. That's really just paper water is what I would consider that. That's not real water. And I'm interested in actually developing real water into our basin so it's sustainable. And if you actually went through the report, it's really neat for those that are always concerned about our basins. There was significant recharge in the last couple of years, especially in the Santa Maria groundwater basin out in the Sisquoc area. I think it recharged by over 60 feet, which is a significant number in a 2-year period. So I wanted to highlight that as well. And the last piece of the basin that I'm concerned about is Twitchell. And I heard that you said that we're under ongoing conversations with the Army Corps about maybe renegotiating the agreement. For the public's benefit, that during the storms and the flooding that we had in the Santa Maria Valley, we discharged, 50,000 acre-feet of water or more to the ocean. And all that water could have been held back in Twitchell. We could have waited to July, and then we could have made sure that all that water ended back up in our basin, but unfortunately just ended up in the Pacific Ocean. And I think we could be doing a lot more in that conversation. It's an antiquated agreement from the 50s, as far as I understand. And I think we have meteorological forecast models now and lots of other ways to be able to manage something more responsibly. And the worst part about it is that the releases actually caused ongoing and continued flooding in Guadalupe. So we're actually making the problem in Guadalupe worse because we were making releases from that because of this old agreement, which it's just infuriating to me that it makes so much sense to do something, an alternative, but we're just a slave to the way that things always have been in the past. So I would like to just encourage ongoing conversations with the Army Corps. It seemed like we always wait until there's a crisis to start the conversation. I think we need to be having those conversations way in advance before our next major storm, so that we can keep as much of that water as possible, so that we can really stick a ton of water. I mean, if you just quantified the value of that 50,000 acre-feet of water, I mean, it's in the, I think, tens of or hundreds of millions of dollars of water that we let go that we could have socked back into our basin. So really disappointing to me, and I really hope that that's something that's a high priority for your agency.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, if I just made to offer a point of clarification. So I just want to be clear that the releases are made by the Army Corps of Engineers when they're above the flood pool, and the Bureau of Reclamation when they're below the flood pool.
I wasn't saying that these were your releases as much as that I think we should play an active role in renegotiating those releases. I understand it's a federal facility and that they contract that with the Santa Maria Groundwater Conservation District, but I think we need to be much more involved in that. I mean, such a huge opportunity that was wasted, and that would be wasted in the future if we don't engage now.
And I just wanted to add that, so we are actively talking to the Army Corps and the Bureau of Reclamation and our local partners. There was a lawsuit several years ago between local NGOs and the Reclamation in the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. That lawsuit was settled. It requires some additional releases downstream for steelhead fish passage. However, in agreeing to that settlement, Reclamation now has to go to the National Marine Fisheries Service to reconsult on their operations. And Reclamation has advised that it would be extremely unwise to pursue this reoperation while those discussions with the National Marine Fisheries Service are ongoing. And so we are continuing on our end to work with the Corps to come up with plans for how we would like to have it reoperated and to be ready to go once the Bureau of Reclamation advises that it would be an opportune time to pursue this change.
I would just comment that I think that lawsuit about the steelhead actually would help our efforts, because actually we're looking for later releases that would actually create a constant stream for a longer period of time. So actually I think what I'm proposing, the recharge option, actually creates a better environment for habitat, not less. Instead of dumping it all off at once and not having that ongoing flow. I think this is one of those things where it can both benefit people and habitat.
Supervisor Capps, then Williams.
Thank you so much. I support the sort of the push on recharge, but I wanted to just ask about conservation. Thank you for the update. And I'm curious which nonprofits you might work with as well to help get the word out and engage more people.
That is a really great question. In terms of nonprofits, I don't think there's actually any that we are working with right now. Unfortunately, I can't speak to that. But certainly I can get back to you as soon as I can with a list of those nonprofits.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll add that we also have contributed to the San Ynez Botanic Garden in the past.
That's true.
Sustainable garden, excuse me. We maintain a sustainable garden in Santa Maria, and we've worked with the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden as well.
Great. Great. And then I just, again, focus on the climate crisis and our recent climate action plan that this board passed is one of the goals it relates to your work, which is increasing energy and carbon efficiency of water production. I'm just reading here from the plan to get it correct. Treatment, pumping, conveyance, and use by partnering with local public water providers to track energy intensity of water treatment. So I'm just curious if you could speak to that. I know a lot of the sustainability measures were embedded throughout this extensive update that you provided, but I'm curious if you can speak to specifically the climate action plan and how your division will be working with the implementation of that plan.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So as you know, we are not a water purveyor. We don't control the sources of supply for each of these purveyors. So I think that's written very carefully to say that we're going to work with them to help track.
Sure.
So we can't force this on any of the purveyors, but we do annual surveys working with them to measure both their rates and their use and sources of use and how much their customers are using. So what we are anticipating doing is adding to that their energy intensity of their use in order to help comply with the cap.
And are there different purveyors that stand out in terms of energy efficiency, sustainability that you could give a shout out to?
So energy efficiency of a water supply is very dependent on what that supply is. So if you're gravity feeding water from a reservoir, it takes almost no energy. If you're desalinating ocean water, it takes a lot of energy.
Yes.
So the purveyor's energy intensity is going to be very dependent on what their source of water is. So yes. So I'll leave it at that.
I guess, yeah, I'm focused on the implementation of our climate action plan. I'm just curious, and if you need to come back to me, that's totally fine, of just how we'll achieve that goal, because it is, again, not something that we have direct control over, but rather fostering with our partners.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, through the chair, we'll continue to work with the Sustainability Division and our purveyor partners, and we'll bring something back to you on what they anticipate doing and how we can help them.
And if there's any highlights of progress that we're making on that front, it'd be great to hear.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can actually speak to that. Supervisor, through the chair. So another thing that we do, I mentioned the Green Business Program, and we are responsible for certifying county buildings. So the Naomi Schwartz building, both the first and the second floor are certified. The Foster Road building is also in process for recertification. And we are working on the McDonald's building and a public health building that I can't recall. But the Sustainability Committee for the county is making a subcommittee for the Green Business Program in order to get as many of our offices Green Business certified as soon as we can as part of the Climate Action Plan 2030.
Well, good. That's going to be a focus of some questions I have in the next item. So appreciate it.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, that carbon intensity is one of the things I wanted to talk about. If if we are trying to pull together folks for desal, I think it's really important that we embed in the discussion from the very beginning the fact that we can't be running something from 4 to 10 p.m. without tremendous environmental impact. And so, but I think there's options, right? If you design a plant from the beginning to do something with the membranes during that 4 to 10 p.m. so you're not having to run it, or use technology that, like there are some locally grown technologies that have lower environmental impact and lower energy usage. So I think that's tremendously important for our role if the county's participating, because, of course, the experience is we can do so much work on these energy reduction and our GHG cap program, and it'll be all thrown out of the window with a large desal facility if you don't take that into account from the beginning. And then I also wanted to throw in my support. I think there are, as Supervisor Cap said, there are still conservation efforts that are not fully utilized in our institutions and by the public. And one of them that I should accentuate, just because the amount of water it is gray water systems. We are still the place that first legalized gray water, the city of Santa Barbara, when I was on the council, and that lesson was brought to the state legislature. I was there to legalize it. It's now legal. There are maybe not nonprofits, but for-profits that approach, that embed sustainability in their principles locally, that can do a legal gray water system for you and your home or business, because people do use a lot of water, both through shower and dishes and wash machines, to really be able to fully utilize them in their landscaping.
I just have a couple questions. One is about the Vandenberg Space Force Base move in the world of desal. How much do we know about it? How much are we participating in it?
Chair Levanino, initially, Vandenberg wanted a local partner, so we were participating with them, with their consultant, on early phases of talks on what it might look like, who else might use the water, might we be able to regionalize this and not just serve Vandenberg. After consultations with DoD lawyers, they decided they did not want a local partner, and so we are continuing to track and work with them, but in an informal capacity. They are looking at potentially new technology of offshore buoys rather than having a large major onshore facility with a huge intake, multiple buoys with small intakes and small outfalls. It's new technology. I know they have a test currently ongoing down at Port Hueneme, so it's moving forward, but still early days, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've met with those folks that are working on that new technology. It's really cool, but it's always weird to be the first one in. So maybe after Vandenberg does it, we'll test it out and see how it works. So on the SLO Santa Barbara County, talking about desal as a regional, how far along are we on that? I know you asked that question, but I'm just curious, who's participating? What level are we at? Where are we on the timeline, kind of thing, idea-wise?
So currently, there are the contract is entirely with San Luis Obispo County Public Works. They have interested parties who are several purveyors within San Luis Obispo County, and us as a placeholder for any interested purveyors in Santa Barbara County. Okay. And the consultant is working on an initial phase, looking at potential sites, potential plant sizes, capacities, and then potential distribution. How do you get the water where it needs to go? Is it physical water? Is it exchanges? How does it work? So I think that after that moves forward, after they have identified some options, then the rubber's going to hit the road, and it's going to be, instead of just saying who wants to have a placeholder, it's going to be who wants to contribute capital towards getting a specific project off the road or going forward. So I don't think that's going to be ready until next year, but it's ongoing.
Okay. And then just to refresh my memory, the City of Santa Barbara site, it's got more capacity than, where are we at on that capacity scale?
So currently they are operating at 3,125 acre-feet per year. Their permit allows them to produce and dispose of 10,000 acre feet per year. So they could essentially triple it if needed in the future.
Okay, outstanding. All right, it's always weird talking about desal because we talk about how expensive it is, but that's when Kachuma's full, it sounds expensive. When Kachuma's empty, all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, I think that'll pencil out, so. Okay, very good. So, are there any requests from the public to speak on this item?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we had no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so can I get a motion for A through C?
So moved.
And I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Good job. All right, so let's do some agenda management here. So what do we think? We will do number 3, which we have scheduled for about 30 minutes, and then I believe would be a good time to break for lunch. And then we'll handle anything after that on the agenda will come after lunch. Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you please read item 3 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County solid waste reduction report.
Is that me? I don't know where that's coming from. We all have new devices. Everybody's. I'm on mute. Got it? Okay. Oh, no. Okay. All right, let's get started.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Jeanette Gonzalez-Knight, Interim Deputy Director with Department of Public Works. Today, the Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division is pleased to share the great news of how the county is ahead of the curve when it comes to reductions in solid waste disposal. Because of the county's commitment to innovative waste management, whether it be through advanced materials recovery or numerous diversion programs, it has attributed significantly to reducing our waste footprint. Here to share more about our recent waste reduction report is Ms. Leslie Robinson, our Collection and Materials Management Manager, and Mr. Carlisle Johnston, our Resource Center Manager.
Good afternoon, I think now. Chair Lavanino and board members, thank you so much for your time today. I'm honored to represent this incredible team behind me, next to me, and to be able to share some of the key takeaways from our waste reduction report. Our primary goals for the report include providing a summary of waste generation and disposal trends at the national, state, and local level,
sharing information about the county's existing waste reduction programs, sharing the results of our community waste reduction survey that was conducted earlier this year, summarizing initiatives that our internal county departments are taking to promote waste reduction, and identifying potential new or expanded initiatives that the county can take to increase waste reduction. Before we summarize waste generation and disposal trends, we wanted to show a quick snapshot of how the county compares to the national and state waste diversion averages. Diversion in our line of work means preventing the disposal of waste in landfills and instead reusing, recycling, or composting the materials. The county's most recent estimated diversion rate is 62% compared to California's average of 41% and the US's rate of 38%. Please note that these percentages are best estimates. The county's calculation is based on our per capita disposal figure and the state's target per capita figure for AB 939 diversion locally. The county has received several awards and acknowledgments for its waste reduction efforts from the Solid Waste Association of North America, the California State Association of Counties, and the National Association of Counties. Internationally, there are a few other areas of the world that have high diversion rates, but it should be noted that those nations typically use incinerators or other thermal technologies that are not permittable in California. Our county has been able to achieve high diversion through continually implementing new waste reduction programs and technologies. One of the most significant new advancements is the county's resource center, which takes advantage of some of Europe's latest waste processing technologies. We'll provide a little more information about the resource center later in this presentation. At the national level, waste generation continues to increase. The most recent figures from the EPA show a considerable rise in tonnage from 1960 to 2018. Since the 1980s and 90s, recycling, combustion with energy recovery, and composting have all been increasing as well. Only recently has the EPA started to track other food management methods, as you can see in the lower right corner of this graph. These methods include animal feed, donation, anaerobic digestion, biochemical processing, land application, wastewater treatment, and others. In California, waste generation more than doubled in the last decade. Recycling and composting programs have tried to keep up. However, millions of tons of waste still end up in the state's landfills. In 2022, the state's per capita disposal rate was 6.3 pounds per day. This means, on average, every Californian disposed of 6.3 pounds of waste each day in 2022, which equates to over 1 ton per person for the whole year. The COVID pandemic, with its increase in single-use and to-go packaging, has certainly had an impact, as have international policies that have significantly reduced markets for some of our recyclables. CalRecycle's 2021 waste characterization study showed that organics, paper, and plastic were the largest components of the waste stream. Locally, waste generation has also continued to increase, as have our recycling and composting activities. In the Tejigas landfill waste shed, waste generation increased from an estimated 9 pounds per person per day in 2021 to 11.89 pounds per person per day in 2023. You can see from this graph that landfill tons, represented by the blue lines, have fluctuated over time, with peak disposal occurring in 1988. The red line shows the cumulative amount of waste in the Tejigas landfill over time. In 2023, the county's per capita disposal rate was 5.97 pounds per day. The Tejigas Landfill Capacity Increase Project, approved by your board earlier this year, will extend the life of the landfill until 2038. The annual amount of landfill waste is expected to decrease with the full operation of the county's resource center scheduled for March of 2025. I'll now turn it over to my colleague Carlisle to provide a little more information about the resource center.
Thank you, Leslie. The Resource Center is a collection of several facilities that reduce what is landfilled and reduce the carbon impact of our community's waste. The first of the facilities is the Material Recovery Facility, or MRF, which during the day processes our community's waste, pulling out organics and recyclables, then at night switches over to sorting and baling our community's source-separated recyclables. Currently, with only partial operations, the MRF qualifies as a high-diversion organics processing facility as specified by SB 1383 by pulling out more than 50% of the organic material from our trash. With the final pieces of equipment coming online by the end of this year, most notably the paper dryer, we are expected to surpass the 75% organic diversion next year when SB 1383 diversion requirement is increased. The anaerobic digestion facility and the compost management unit process both the organics that are pulled out from the trash by the MRF and source-separated organics from high-volume producers such as restaurants, hotels, schools, and hospitals. As you are already aware, the county took over operation of these facilities 10 months ago and have implemented many successful changes in operations that have resulted in a drastic reduction in odor complaints, as well as a reduction in the amount of organic materials sent to the landfill during the compost screening process. Currently, the ADF is only operating with 75% of its digestion bunkers operational as county staff is catching up on deferred maintenance and repair. Full operations of this facility and acceptance testing are scheduled to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. With the limited operations of the resource center facilities, the county has successfully diverted 20% of what is in the trash can this past year. Once the ADF has 100% of its digestion bunkers online and the MRF has things like the paper dryer operating, the facilities will be able to more than double the amount of diversion currently achieved. Finally, the resource center is generating renewable energy from both the ADF biogas and the landfill gas and has achieved the majority of its greenhouse gas reduction targets. As well as being a high diversion facility for processing organics, the MRF successfully extracts over 90% of things like CRV bottles and cans. This slide shows what materials are still being buried for us to target through resource center operational changes and expansion of our existing diversion programs. Here we can see that by adding food and green waste fines together with compostable paper, we have around 26% of organics still occurring in our residual that we bury. If we compare this to the Santa Maria landfill residual, that shows buried material includes about 54% organics. The Tahigas waste shed is less than half of that. Both the North and the South counties have been successful in implementing new programs. However, as shown by studies done in Seattle and the Bay Area, processing waste at a MRF as opposed to curbside collection will always result in greater organics diversion. That said, there is still work to be done, and organics are already being targeted through planned operational changes. The next large slices of this pie graph are film plastics and textiles. Film plastics are market dependent. However, there has been growing interest with a small number of bales sent out this year and potential increases next year. Textiles can be targeted through our waste diversion programs, and for more on our vast number of programs that we are currently managing, I'm handing this presentation back to Leslie Robinson.
Thank you, Carlisle, and I'll touch on textiles a little bit later in the presentation. The reason that we're not seeing more types and quantities of waste in the landfill is due to a number of important waste diversion programs that the county provides. In the interest of time, I will not go into detail about each of them, but more information is available in the Waste Reduction Report and on our lessismore.org website. These programs include residential and commercial source-separated recycling and organics collection programs in partnership with our franchised hauler, Marburg. Backyard composting, for which you can see here one of our reduced price composting bins that we sell at our facilities. Mulch production and distribution. And I will say we have a lot of mulch right now due to all the healthy vegetation, due to the rain that Matt mentioned in his earlier presentation. So please tell your friends about our free mulch. Edible food recovery and our local food recovery network that the county leads in partnership with a number of local cities. Household hazardous waste collection, including the materials reuse program at the Community Hazardous Waste Collection Center at UCSB. Electronics recycling, used motor oil recycling, home-generated sharps and household medication collection, mattress recycling, carpet recycling, to name a few more, and bulky item collection, construction waste recycling, battery recycling, textiles recovery, and code enforcement, among other programs. To promote all of these important programs, the county conducts extensive outreach and education. Some of the outlets and tools that we use include our regional lessismore.org website, our printed Less is More waste reduction guide that we're currently transitioning to a calendar format, annual campaigns that include print, radio, television, and web ads, in addition to direct mail pieces, our school education program in partnership with Explore Ecology and Science Discovery, facility tours, tabling at community events, and partnering with community groups like Los Promotores, and using social media to share waste reduction messaging. We actually just recently established a new Instagram profile to focus solely on waste reduction content. Our increased presence on Instagram is a direct result of a survey that we conducted earlier this year in May to gauge the community's awareness and implementation of waste reduction practices. We received over 400 responses, with the highest number of respondents aged 55 or older and living in the South County. Convenience was selected as the #1 factor in participation in waste reduction programs, followed by cost savings and environmental factors. When it comes to waste reduction activities, recycling was selected as the method most commonly practiced at home. Methods that require more effort, such as shopping plastic-free or in bulk, were far less popular. In terms of preferred education channels, South County respondents were most likely to seek information about sustainability and waste reduction from environmental organizations and government websites, whereas North County respondents primarily rely on the news and media outlets. These survey results will help shape the county's future education and outreach strategies. As mentioned, we're currently trying to increase our presence on social media platforms like Instagram to reach a younger audience. And we're pursuing additional media outlets in the North County to try to reach as many community members in that region as possible. Internally at the county, there are a number of initiatives that help reduce waste produced at our facilities. Several offices are already certified through the Green Business Program of Santa Barbara County, which Rachel mentioned in her presentation, which supports local agencies and businesses in implementing activities that reduce waste, conserve energy and water, prevent pollution, and promote the purchase and use of sustainable and least toxic products. A few facilities have even reached innovator status, including Resource Recoveries and the Water Agency's Victoria Street offices. The county also has an environmentally preferable purchasing policy to promote the procurement of goods and services that reduce waste or otherwise have a lower impact on human health and the environment. Additionally, the county has a surplus inventory program that prevents items that are no longer in use from being landfilled. Surplus items range from furniture to electronics to general office equipment. To reduce the use of disposable products, county departments can borrow what we call a reusable party pack for use during events. The party pack shown here includes items like plates, bowls, glasses, silverware, cloth napkins. After borrowing the items, departments simply wash them and return them for the next user. Another program offered to county employees is the Climate Resilient SBC Lunch and Learn series, which aims to provide information on the financial, environmental, and community advantages of climate action. Some of the lunch and learn topics have included food waste prevention, water conservation, and clean energy. So looking to some potential new or expanded initiatives that can help further reduce waste heading to the landfill, textiles recovery is a really promising one. Until recently, the county had been partnering with Marburg to collect unwanted textiles, including clothing, backpacks, purses, and shoes, which were processed by a company that either downcycled them into rags or shipped them overseas for reuse in developing countries. The county and Marburg have been researching alternative processors that can reuse, repair, or recycle a greater percentage of the textiles and avoid shipping them internationally. We're close to beginning a new partnership with a company based in the LA area that can do so. There's lots of interest right now among community members and local clothing companies to get an expanded program up and going. Earlier this year, our team partnered with the California Product Stewardship Council to host a textiles recycling workshop in the South County. The event was very well attended and featured inspiring presentations and several informational booths. In great news, the governor signed SB 707 into law just a couple weeks ago, which should greatly support the textiles recycling movement statewide. The bill will establish the first in the nation extended producer responsibility, or EPR, program for textiles. and require manufacturers to develop and fund reuse and recycling programs. It will take some time to get the EPR program up and running, but it will eventually establish free textiles collection locations throughout the state and motivate the use of post-consumer materials in new textile products. Film plastic recycling is another potential area for increased diversion. A startup company named Denevi is currently seeking financing and a loan through Cal Recycle's Recycling Market Development Zone program to expand their ag plastic recycling operations in Santa Maria. If approved, the facility would be able to process upwards of 10,000 tons of ag plastic annually. In the South County, Ablett's Planet Protector program operates a volunteer-based, small-scale film plastic recycling program for clean material like bread bags, bubble wrap, dry cleaner bags, and grocery bags. The program is looking to expand and has been searching for additional space to store the film plastic bales prior to shipment. At the same time, at the Resource Center MRF, the county and Marburg Recovery have been reaching out to potential brokers to try to find a market for bales of dirty film plastics that are separated out during our sorting process. I'll go back. On a promising note, the recent bill signed by the governor to strengthen California's existing plastic grocery bag ban should help reduce the volume of film plastics in the state and locally. Additionally, SB 54, the Plastic Pollution Prevention and Packaging Producer Responsibility Act, which was signed by the governor in 2022 and is currently in the final phases of rulemaking, will help reduce the prevalence of single-use plastics in packaging and foodware and improve the recyclability and compostability of all types of packaging. And just this morning, I read that Amazon has replaced all of its plastic air pillows with paper filler made from 100% post-consumer content in all of its North American markets, which is a really encouraging sign. SB 54 and SB 707 mentioned earlier are great examples of EPR legislation that we hope the county and your board can continue supporting. Manufacturers hold the greatest waste reduction power with their ability to incorporate recycled content feedstock into their products and their ability to design products to be more easily reused or recycled. Additionally, to increase the sustainability of county operations and further reduce the generation of waste internally, we recommend that additional county offices and facilities become certified under the Green Business Program. Our team has been collaborating with the General Services Department and the Green Business Program Coordinator, Corey Nielsen, to identify county facilities that would be good candidates for the next round of certifications. We currently have a list of 15 target sites that we hope to start with. Corey is here today and available to answer any questions you may have about the Green Business Program, and I wanted to put in a quick plug for the annual Green Business Program celebration event coming up on November 1st at CEC's Environmental Hub in Santa Barbara. The event will recognize newly certified and recertified green businesses, and all are welcome to attend. More information, including a link to register, is available on our Less is More website. With that, we thank you again for your time and welcome any questions that you may have.
Great. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you to the team. I have a handful of questions kind of in three areas related to composting, related to our own county's work, and also textile, so just to give you a heads up there. But related to composting, because I want to just zoom out and look at this through the lens of our climate crisis, understanding that solid waste contributes 4% of our own county's emissions. That's an unincorporated. How do you see our approach with the anaerobic digester helping to achieve our goal? I think it's in our county action, our climate action plan of reducing landfill organics 80% by 2030. Help me understand how optimistic you are given the technology approach that we've taken for that to happen.
Chair Lavanino, Supervisor Capps. As mentioned in the presentation, we have a number of things that we're working on. We currently divert about 20% from the trash can. Almost all of that is organic. We're going to more than double that in the coming year. We have 25% of our bunkers at the anaerobic digester that are currently down. We also have some final pieces of machinery, such as the paper dryer, that will help divert organics. But as far as the generation of compost itself, just from the macro view, that isn't going to make that much of a significant difference on our greenhouse gas reductions. Greenhouse gas reductions take place by digesting the organics so that if wherever they wind up, they're not going to generate methane. And we also reduce greenhouse gases by generating green energy, which we do through biogas from the anaerobic digester, photovoltaics, and landfill gas. That's where the biggest bang comes from that. Compost itself, I just want to be clear, we generated fewer than 10,000 tons of compost last year. At full operations, we're still going to generate significantly less than 20,000 tons, probably around 16,000 tons. That's projected at full operations. The county itself consumes millions and millions of tons of compost every year. So the amount of compost that we generate is really a drop in the bucket. And as far as using that, it does have a greenhouse gas benefit in that it displaces the use of petrochemical soil amendments. But generation of compost on its own, in my opinion, is not a significant reduction in greenhouse gases. That's done through the digestion of organics, and it's done through the generation of renewable electricity. As far as reducing the total organics that are buried, right now the MRF has shown that it can divert the majority of organics. We're confident that it will achieve the 80%, which was contractually required in our previous contract. We're negotiating a new contract to have the MRF divert that many organics, and then it's just an issue of getting the anaerobic digestion facility fully functional to be able to accept all that material. And then the real greenhouse gas reductions is going to take place in the anaerobic digestion and curing of that material, because then you're not going to have future generation of methane by having that buried in a landfill. And that's what the state's push is, to get organics out of landfills, is so that landfills stop producing greenhouse gases in the future. So that's how that all works out.
Thank you. I mean, you explained that well, but I just, again, I want to applaud. I should back up and just say thank you for this presentation and all the awards that you have received. I think it's extremely helpful to see and to see this in its totality. And but I know you feel the same. I mean, we're here because about 6 months ago, we voted to expand the landfill. So clearly we need to be doing, even though we're doing a good job, we need to be doing a superb job. And so the nature of my questions are grounded in that motivation. So when I often get asked why we don't have curbside composting in the South Coast, and you gave a good answer just now, but if you could simplify it even further for people to understand sort of why our approach with the MRF you feel is going to do even better, or how curbside of individuals feeds into that as well, but not having mandatory or required curbside.
Curbside programs are great. And as I mentioned in my presentation, we're still burying 26% organics at the landfill. That's what that residual shows. And as we've seen in recent reports from the city of Santa Maria, they bury around 54% organics, and they have a curbside program, and we have curbside programs in the North County. And as I mentioned, there's been a number of studies. Curbside programs are great, but they do typically have low participation, and you don't collect as many organics as you do through processing waste. There's drawbacks and advantages to both of those programs. We have curbside programs, obviously, for high generation volume producers such as restaurants. So we do have yellow bin programs both in the county and in the participating cities. There's many other advantages and drawbacks. The other thing is if you have, what we've seen is, and what that increase is, we just did some studies this morning with what the result was of people putting food waste in their green waste containers in the Lompoc areas and Orchid. And we saw a 5% increase in organics that in their green waste bin once they got to add food waste. And that's great. That shows that people are participating in that program. If you look at that, and that's the ratio of organics compared to recyclables and trash. If you did that same ratio in the South County, it's a 50% increase. So a 5% increase versus a 50% increase. So as I said during the presentation, you're always going to get more organics by having the trash actually processed. The disadvantage is you need a materials recovery facility, and that's an expensive process. And but you're going to get a greater diversion. So if the goal is to get as many organics as possible, you're going to have to process your trash. Having voluntary curbside programs hasn't been shown to have the same result. So if the goal is to have as much organics reduced as possible and lower the greenhouse gas impact, then processing the trash at a materials recovery facility is going to have a higher yield. There's just no way around that.
So places like, thank you for, like the San Francisco that has curbside,
Mm-hmm.
but yet they have an 80% diversion rate. Can you explain sort of?
I'm not, San Francisco has a very different program, and I can't really comment on that specifically. They have had to process their trash off and on, so they also have processed their trash as well. They have very different programs. Obviously, it's a very high-density population community. They have greater efficiencies with collections than we would, where we have more geographical distances. It's very apples and oranges. I can't really make any useful comparisons. That's not typically a community that we compare ourselves to. So I'm afraid I can't really extrapolate on that.
But I know the Gaviota Coast Conservancy is here, and they submitted a helpful letter with some good questions that I'm sort of previewing here. But can you describe how participation in our commercial food waste collection assists in this, in our MRF, in our anaerobic digester?
Absolutely. We have, through the cities and through also UCSB, we have very extensive outreach to hundreds of restaurants, hotels, schools, et cetera, that produce high volumes. To put that in comparison, we collect around 3,000 tons per year of source-separated organics from this high-volume producers. We're able to pull out over 60,000 tons of organics from processed trash.
I see.
So it's a 20-to-1 ratio, and this is after millions of dollars and over a decade of outreach, especially on behalf of the city of Santa Barbara, to all of those restaurants. So that's a tremendous amount of effort, and it had success, but the scale is a 20-to-1. You have 60,000 versus 3,000 tons. It's not really comparable. So you do that shows right there how much more organics you're able to get when you actually process trash.
Thank you.
Sure.
I know that, again, I think there's further questions coming on this angle, but Ms. Robinson, I just want to ask you about textiles, because I appreciate it, again, looking forward in areas that we could do more and better. My niece, 30-year-old niece, has been talking to me about textile diversion for a long time, and I understand that our current program for people to drop off textiles is on hold. So what can we do to encourage that to happen? I looked it up in LA, which again is a much bigger scale, has like 100+ drop-offs for people to drop off their unused textiles, and these are things obviously that can't be donated to Goodwill because they're damaged or stained or et cetera, but could be reused. So what's the plan to get that back online, hopefully with Marburg?
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. As you had mentioned, the current program is on pause. We had been partnering with Marburg to collect textiles at our South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station. Unfortunately, the processor that we were working with had become unreliable, and at the same time, there were these statewide discussions, obviously, with SB 707 and our textiles workshop that were motivating us to look for a new processor anyways. So we are working with Marburg and the cities of Santa Barbara and Goleta to enter into a new arrangement with a processor down in the LA area where there are more companies that provide this service to get that program back up and running. And we hope to enter that new agreement with all the participating entities this fiscal year, fingers crossed. And I would encourage folks who do have textiles that cannot be donated to thrift stores to hold on to them if they can, and we'll get those collection sites back up and running as soon as we can.
Yeah, thanks. And when I visited Tahigos with you all and my team, I was struck by how much how many textiles are in the trash, and just a pitch for people to, I mean, Goodwill and Salvation Army are such good options. It's easier to just put in the trash, but it makes zero sense. So I'm hopeful, and maybe you can keep in touch with me on that when the textile drop-off comes back online. It just seems really important. And so lastly, I really appreciate the focus on what our county is doing, and I just want to ask kind of a blunt question. What's the biggest contributor of county waste into Teaguas?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, we have been in communication with Marburg to get some feedback on the types of material that they are seeing as our franchise hauler who services many of the county facilities, not all. I don't have an answer on what would be the top. I would assume it would resemble the characteristics that we're seeing in the general communities. Waste, but we can certainly try to dig into that a little bit further. I will say our county facilities seem to be doing a great job. Those that are suitable for the commercial organics program are on that program. Of course, they all have source separated recycling. But we can get back to you with more information on that.
That gives me a sense. I mean, I just, you speak in your presentation about the Green Business Program, and some of our departments are participating. Can you speak to that, and how come not all of them are?
Sure, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. The Green Business Program has been around for a while, and the initial focus was more on external entities, businesses. So the Green Business Program itself is growing, and offices are a new sector that's eligible to receive certification. Statewide funding for the Green Business Program decreased last year, but it's in a much better position now. So we are seeing more movement on the Green Business Program, and it is an effort. I'll be transparent about that. It does take county staff time. There's a significant list of criteria, but it's manageable, and we're so excited to have Corey, as a resource for us as the Green Business Director, and to have support with General Services. So I'm very hopeful that we can increase the number of county facilities.
And what would you say sort of is our proportion currently of facilities or divisions? Like how much ground do we have to gain to be exemplary in this area as a county?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, we do have some significant ground to gain. We're, probably less than 5% of our facilities are Green Business certified at this point.
Okay, well, a lot of ground to gain. I mean, I'm focused on procurement, and I know it's stuff that's right in front of us. I appreciate that we're drinking, out of pitchers and glass, but I go to some county functions and there's small water bottles, reusable, single-use plastic. Is that a policy that we have? Do we have a policy that single-use plastic can't be used by taxpayer dollars and in our county facilities?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I do not believe that we have that policy. We do have colleagues from General Services here who are more knowledgeable about our procurement policies, but to my knowledge, I do not believe that we prohibit the purchase of single-use plastics at this point.
Well, I think we should. I think that that's something that we should, again, lead by example. Other industries long ago banned styrofoam, things like that, but we still have a lot of single-use plastic in this county, and that's just contributing to our challenge here of having to expand a landfill and educate and do all the things, all the work that you all have to do on a daily basis. So count me in for, I'd like to look at our procurement policy. I just received a copy of it yesterday, so I wasn't able to dive in, but it seems to me that we could tighten it up and put some more teeth behind that procurement policy. I see some head nods from the team. So let's do that, because again, I just think, as I've said many, many times, we should lead by example. What's that? Yeah, Mr. Director Lagerquist, please. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but Supervisor Hartman is encouraging me to do so.
I was expecting that. So, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So, yes, we have an environmentally preferable policy, procurement policy in place. It was signed in February of 2017. I guess the issue with it is there's not a lot of teeth or enforcement that we can do right now. So We are looking at updating it, revising it, and then how do we put more teeth behind it. So it recommends not using single-use plastics. As you see, we've got water fountains that have bottle fillers, putting more of those in around the county, or using the big jugs that you can refill your bottles at a water cooler, vice using the small plastic bottles. When we purchase paper products, trying to get stuff with recycled content in it, whether it's, printer paper, copy paper, whatever. Our contracts like with Staples, so when you go to order paper, that's the first choice, is going to be something with recycled content in it. But again, while we do a lot of the procurement for the county, there's other departments that are out there purchasing as well. And so it's educating them and showing them, where can we purchase stuff that is more environmentally friendly.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I mean, I know that the General Services does a lot of the procurement for the county, but doesn't do all of it. So if we did make this a new policy, we could apply it to all of everybody who's using taxpayer dollars to buy things for the county?
I believe we can by making a countywide policy.
I think it's important, so count me in as next steps for this. So that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, sort of as a follow-up to that, one of the other ways that we could internally incentivize less waste use is just with rates, right? That tends to be the most powerful, comprehensive thing. And there's nothing stopping us from charging ourselves more. And then if there is a delta, we could use that for any capital improvements or other things necessary to reduce diversion department by department. So, I'm all for banning plastics, but one other way to consider would be something more comprehensive by just trying to get more waste reduction at a department level by incentivizing it through rates and therefore letting departments figure out how they reduce waste, on their own, essentially, instead of us just looking at one portion of the waste stream. I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea, but it's just a market-based idea, and it might yield larger numbers. To me, one of the questions that has come up is just sort of what boils down to what's the next big step. And it sounds to me like your next big steps are dealing with the deferred maintenance by the previous operator, getting all the units up, and therefore meeting the 75% and the paper dryer. Is there other big capital projects that could yield other leaps out there?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, we had a capital improvement project earlier this month come before the board that was passed for the materials recovery facility. Marburg, who is in charge of operating materials recovery facilities, made many, many changes. Most of them have not cost significant money or required huge capital changes. They've been reconfigurations that they've done on their own. They've been reassignments of staff, reassignments of equipment. We're always looking for, and Marburg has been great working with us at the MRF to increase the diversion that we're doing there. We don't have any capital improvements beyond the ones that I've mentioned and the one that was just passed by the board. But undoubtedly, there will be changes in the future. Whether or not that would require a significant capital investment is unknown. A lot of changes that we've made in the past, like I've said, haven't required a lot of cost changes. It's just been reconfiguration. But that is a dynamic thing as our waste characterization changes, as the waste that we produce changes. We're always going to have to be changing how we operate things. It's a dynamic operation. That also applies to the anaerobic digestion facility in the compost management unit. One of the advantages we have of having this facility owned by the county is we're capable of making a lot of those changes and adjustments as they come. Obviously, Leslie talked about the fact that the state has doubled the amount of waste it produces per capita in the last 10 years, which is really challenging for agencies such as ourselves to grapple with. And, we're always going to be looking ahead. There's been changes, obviously, with COVID, and I don't know what those changes are going to be in the future, whether it's another pandemic or something else that's going to make a huge alteration in the waste that we are confronted with, that we will then have to adjust how we do our programs and operations. As Leslie pointed out, we have a huge number of programs, and those have all changed and adjusted over the years as well in response to community output. Knowing what's going to happen in the future, I can't necessarily say that beyond what we have planned in the next year.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, thank you very much for the report, and thank you for all the improvements you've made at the Resources Center. You've greatly reduced the odor, and that was really key. Are these some of your staff people back here? Well, thank you so much for all the work you do. I mean, this is really important, as you can see from the time we're devoting to it, and we really appreciate how much you've invested in improving the facility at the Resource Center. My question is really just focused largely on the compost and the quality of the compost and how it's being used. What's behind my question is because we really were hoping at one point that the compost would be of a quality that we could apply it to fields. I think the pilot program for that was done in the San Ynez Valley after Marin County, that it can help to sequester carbon and improve the quality of the rangeland. So can you speak to that a bit?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. As mentioned before, the amount of compost we're generating is very, very, very small. We've had, and as far as the quality of the compost, we've had inconsistent output as far as volume, and the composition of that compost has also changed as there's been inconsistencies in how the facility has been operated. We're trying to get more consistent operations and then focus on what the final use can be for the compost. The compost that we're producing now is immature, and it has a carbon-nitrogen ratio that's not useful for most products, which means that the customers that we have had, and right now we just have one, because as I mentioned, we're not producing that much material, they have to mix that with green waste to get the carbon-nitrogen ratio they need, and they also have to let it cure so that it can mature, so that it's more usable. We're going to most likely do things like that ourselves in the future. We just don't have the volume to do that, and we also haven't had consistent operations to be able to do that. The things that can make compost completely unusable are things like heavy metal contamination, high levels of contaminants in general, and even things like pathogens. That's not something our compost has had. We don't have heavy metals because we don't have heavy industry. We have the GORE system, which not only reduces odors, but has a very, very consistent method of reducing pathogens because we have control over that temperature, and we can maintain 131 degrees for more than 5 to 10 days. So on those fronts, as far as things that make compost unusable, we don't have any of those conflicts. What we have is compost that's typically immature and probably needs to be blended with mulch or some other product, and that's something that we're going to have to address in the future.
Because we heard we have lots of mulch.
We do have lots of mulch, but as I mentioned before, the output has been inconsistent.
Yeah. Why is our production of compost so low?
So there's a number of things for that. One is, even if the facility was operating at 100%, you take 60,000 tons of organics, and when you anaerobically digest it, the total solids in that, as the hydrocarbon bonds break down and generate methane and carbon dioxide, you lose about 20% of your mass. Then when you cure it, which we do on the compost management unit, you end up with a really wet material that's over 85% moisture. You're going to dehydrate that. That's mostly what happens during the curing process. There's other things that happen, but one of the most significant things is you have moisture loss, and then you reduce again about 50% of its overall volume through dehydration. So even if the facility was running at 100% optimum, we're going to end up, and then you also have to screen out contaminants because we're creating compost from trash, so it's going to have things like plastics. We have 3 screens and a densimetric table to pull out contaminants. There is going to be, and SB 1383 allows up to 10% contamination of organics in residual that's pulled out, and we were able to achieve that this year. Previous years, we were not able to. Anyway, you pull out some small amount of organics through the screening process as well. You start with 60,000, you end up with maybe 16, 17,000 at the end. And then because we have been operating with not all of our bunkers being used, and we've had a lot of equipment replacements and a lot of deferred maintenance, we've just not been able to operate the facility to 100%. There just hasn't been the space or the capacity to take that material. So it's just a diminishing, it's just the laws of physics. You start with a certain amount, you end up with a much smaller amount.
So where is the rest of the compost generated in the county?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
Well, I mean, we, the county that collects it, is only producing a small percentage of compost. Are people composting at home? Are there other composting operations in the county?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think, so what occurs in the trash can is the majority is organic, over 50%. And through the paper dryer and through extraction of organics, we're sending most of that to the anaerobic digester. There is a lot of organics that are diverted through people doing stuff in their backyards and what have you. But as far as like compost generation in the county, I mean, we don't compare to most large farms do composting themselves. They compost their own products. There's also, there are private composting activities happening all around the county. Those are going to be larger operations. And as I said before, farmers typically compost their own material. They don't send it to Tegas landfill. That's not something that is done. We're just dealing primarily with what appears in people's trash cans.
So going forward, what do you expect with our compost? What do you hope for? What are you planning for in terms of the volume and where the quality that we can reach and where it will actually be used?
And the reason why these questions are coming is because we were told originally, I think when this started, that we were going to be choking on compost. So we wouldn't be able to get rid of it because there was going to be so much of it. So it's kind of interesting now to hear, no, that was the negative. People that were opposed to the resource center felt that, when we talked about compost, there was going to be like, oh, you'll never get rid of it. There's going to be so much of it. And now it turns out.
Yeah, Chair Levin, that's not ever been the case. And even in the original EIR for this project that we had projected only 18,000 tons, that's not that much. There are a lot of great things that can be used for compost, but as far as like where we're going to get that compost, it's going to have to come from other sources. And because this is an agricultural county, we export a lot of our agricultural material. We don't consume it, within the county. We're always going to need to import soil amendments, and we're always going to need to import compost to maintain our agricultural output. That's just the way it works.
Yeah. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavin. Just to stay on the compost subject for a moment. So everything you're talking about is what's happening at Tejas, right? And then what is that compost operation in comparison to like up the North County, that Ingle and Gray and their facility there? So I'm understanding a lot of from our zone 4 and 5, we have the green waste, and then we're also supposed to put our organics in there now, and that's why they're collected weekly. Am I hearing only there's 5% diversion now from that? I mean, help me with some of these numbers. Is all that going now to Ingle and Gray?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct. The increase that we've seen, it was going to Ingle and Gray before, it goes to Ingle and Gray now. They have an aerobic composting operation in the North County. As I said before, it's a successful program. It doesn't have the volume that we have here in the South County, but it's still successful. We still saw a shift of increase in organic material. People are putting their organics, mixed organics, in their green waste container, and it is being handled by England Gray.
Okay. And to a couple of the other things that my colleagues had brought up, Supervisor Williams was talking about the rates. I don't think we pay for our trash. I think we actually incorporate that into the franchise agreements in our county, is the way I understand our rate structure. So we're paying zero. So maybe that's
the problem.
Maybe that might be the problem. Although, I guess our taxpayers are paying for our waste. So that's part of the issue there. And then the conversation about us banning single-use plastic for operations. I'm not opposed to it. I just think it needs to be thoughtful, especially when we talk about emergency services and other things that might need single-use plastic. So I just, I don't want to be ham-fisted with that. I want to make sure we do that in a way that acknowledges that there are times when that is probably the best option. Maybe we'll just make sure that we have recycled options with it. There's some way to get to there to accomplish the goals of the policy. So just want to put that out there. If the board does move in that direction, let's make sure that we're looking at the what ifs. We are an emergency-based county, and sometimes single-use plastic is the way to address emergencies. So I don't want to take that tool away from us unnecessarily.
I just have two questions. One's about, so you had mentioned Santa Maria a couple of times. I'm just curious because it's kind of and you might not want to comment on this, but from what I understand right now at the Santa Maria landfill, the blue bucket, the recyclables, is still going to the landfill. Have you heard? No, that's not true. Okay.
No, Chair Lavanino, in the city of Santa Maria and in the Santa Maria unincorporated area, recyclables are source separated, collected separately. The recyclables in the unincorporated area are processed at the Resource Center MRF.
Okay, good. That's good to know because that was a little scary. And can you just touch for a second on what the market right now is for recyclables? What are we choking on, or what's getting better, or what's getting worse?
Chair Levin, we have biweekly updates where we meet with Marburg and talk about this very topic. The markets are volatile. The thing that obviously we've struggled with the most is film plastics. There hasn't been a market for that. We're hoping to see a market. We've sent some very few bales out this last year. We're hoping to see an increase next year. The other challenge we've had is obviously fiber prices, used paper, cardboard. Previous years, especially 2023 and 22, were historically low lulls as far as pricing for that. That was really challenging. We've seen some slight uptick in those. As long as cardboard and paper are profitable, or at least we're being paid to take that really helps us out. When those become expensive, that becomes really challenging. The vast majority by weight of what we divert, both in our blue bin and from the trash can, is paper and cardboard. So we rise and fall with that as having the biggest impact because everything else is such a small amount by weight.
Okay, great. So any other questions? I think we have one public comment. Yeah, let's go to public comment real quick.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and we're going to Anna Citron here in Santa Barbara. Anna?
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and board members. Anna Citron, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. First, I want to thank the board for directing Public Works to come back with this important report, and want to thank Public Works and Resource Recovery staff for all their work in preparing the report. We appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion at the board because this is a really important issue. As you saw in our letter, GCC is primarily focused on what's happening with our organic waste in the South County. And we've heard a lot of great dialogue here this morning already and appreciate that. The real question that I want to focus on has to do with what's happening currently and what could happen in the future to make it better. And to be really clear, we're not talking about replacing the MRF with a source-separated operation. What was originally proposed and addressed when your board approved the Resource Center was that there were going to be two streams of organics received. The residue that comes out of the MRF that has been commingled with trash, and energy would be extracted from that, and then it might make compost that is maybe used for landscaping. But then there's another stream that is the source-separated stream that we heard about today that cost millions of dollars and many years of outreach to facilitate. And yet, that separate stream would be run through the AD separately and would produce a compost product that is much higher quality and that could be used in agriculture, could be used for carbon farming, and could be used to yield the many benefits that good quality compost can yield, including reducing water use, which is, something that the board has already shown as a priority, and I appreciated hearing that discussion on the earlier item this morning. What's happening currently is there's not enough of that source-separated material to run a separate batch at the anaerobic digester. So as a consequence, all of that effort going into producing, extracting these organics from the trash, it all gets put back together with the trash. And what we're yielding at the end is a compost product that we've just heard from your own staff is not particularly useful. And we actually have concerns that go beyond that, including microplastic pollution in that compost. And we're concerned that land application of that compost could actually be polluting our land and water. And we don't have any information about whether that's happening. So what we are encouraging, in addition to just providing more information on this topic, we're encouraging the expansion of source separation to the point where we can at least run a separate load of that. And we can at least be yielding those benefits that this very expensive facility was designed to yield. I think here on the South Coast in particular, residents expect our organic waste to be put to good use. And that doesn't mean only extracting the energy from it. It means also creating a product that can be used, that doesn't need to be re-landfilled because it's too contaminated, that actually can yield benefits for our community, including helping us achieve our climate action goals.
Thank you, Anna. That is your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, just two last things on my end. One, one of the challenges in the ag industry is our ag plastic, and I'm just happy to report that many of our local farms have helped fund a plastic recycling company that we have in Santa Maria that's working on recycling the ag plastic, which is it's the film plastic, which is really a big challenge out there because you think about the hoop houses, you think about the strawberry beds, and it's an essential part of the process. So that they've been actually looking at some market-based options and pelletization, and so there's actually a small unit there in Santa Maria on the west side that's doing this now. So just happy to report that's part of kind of solving some of the waste stream issues as part of the ongoing discussion. And the last thing is, I know all your staff's here, and I know that as supervisors, we have many employees in the county that, but sometimes we have favorites, and Eddie Ando out there is definitely one of the favorites in the 4th District. He's our go-to guy on so many things, and so I just want to shout out to Eddie. He does a lot for us in our office in the North County, and so I just wanted to recognize him. Thanks.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Nelson. Supervisor Hartman.
Could we have staff respond to Ms. Citron's comments because they're compelling to me?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, could you be more specific which comments? Because we did address many of them.
What she was just saying about two streams and we don't have enough in the separated, and we could create better quality and, again, close the loop, create a beneficial product.
And maybe her paraphrase of you that it's not very useful, which I'm not sure is an accurate paraphrase, but that was.
Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams, through the chair. The reality is we don't have enough source-separated organics to have separate loads, and obviously we only have 75% of our bunkers currently operational at the anaerobic digestion facility. We would like to have more source-separated Organics, we've done a lot of efforts and a lot of expansion that has remained flat over the years. If there's some challenges to commingling organic waste, now that we have this facility, we could do certain pilot projects as far as commingling green and food. It's important to note that not everybody has a green waste can. Most people live in apartments. Most people do not have backyards. So there's still going to be the need for processing trash if we want to get access to that. If we were to provide a third can to apartments and many places that don't have green waste collection, that is a significant increase in cost to the residents, because now we're sending a third truck with all the impacts that that would have to apartments to have a separate source-separated organics collection. We would also have the challenge of transitioning from, it costs roughly $50 a ton to process green waste into mulch. It's over $170 to process through the anaerobic digester into compost. So that is a significant cost increase as well. We've always entertained the idea of transitioning and trying certain pilot projects where it could be commingled. It wouldn't have a significant increase in overall compost generation. As I said before, the math just doesn't work out. We are familiar with the CEC, I believe it was 6 years ago, came out with a carbon farming footprint and blueprint for carbon farming and use of compost throughout the county on rangelands to attain carbon neutrality and do carbon farming. That plan needed 2 million tons of compost. So even if we were able to wave a magic wand and convert every single pound of organic material we have, that's not going to get us there. There's just not enough. We hope in the future that we do have more source-separated organics to be able to have bunkers dedicated to source-separated organics. The difference between what you can use or compost from trash to compost from source-separated organics is compost from trash is not allowable on organic farming, and it's also not allowable on row crops such as strawberries and broccoli. But you can use either of them for orchards, for rangeland, for parks, golf courses, et cetera. There's plenty of other applications for that. So there's not that many restrictions. And again, because of the volume we're talking about, it's not been that big of an issue.
So just a quick follow on. Did you say that a pilot program might be a good idea?
It's something that we've entertained, something we could certainly move forward with, but it's not something that we are currently planning. It's something that we've discussed.
I'd be interested.
We can look at that. It would be an adjustment to the rates, and I would defer to Leslie Robinson and our other staff on what that would entail, because it would be an increase in costs.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, along these lines, I just want to unpack this a little bit more. I know there's a lot of terminology, so if you could try to just answer, please, in layman's terms. So the point was made that if people do curbside, I just want to see if I understood this correctly. If people do curbside composting, it is obviously higher quality than what comes out of our digester. Is that accurate?
Supervisor Capps to the chair. It can be, but that's not always the case. It really depends. Even in curbside collection, you still have contamination. There's still plastic, there's still forks. Even the best source-separated organics programs have to do some sort of sorting to pull those things out. Plastics still occur. You still have things that need to be pulled out, and you still have the same challenges. As far as the quality, that also remains to be seen. The restrictions are you can't use compost that comes from municipal solid waste on row crops, primarily because there's the potential for glass contamination, which is lower in source-separated organics. So glass contamination can't occur on row crops. So that's one. And then and as far as organics farming, that is a choice made by the various organic certification groups that say that you can't use compost that comes from trash. But as far as like the nutritional quality, there shouldn't be any difference as far as like compost that comes from source-separated organics versus trash.
And currently now, curbside composting is collected and goes to our facility, and then what happens to it after that?
Curbside organics?
Or, yes, exactly.
Curbside green waste goes to the Tegas landfill and is processed into mulch. It goes through a grinder, and then that mulch is then distributed primarily to orchards around the South Coast and San Ynez Valley.
Okay, so, and that's, but you're saying, so what are the two streams? Can you speak to the two streams that that Ms. Citron was speaking to?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, the streams that that Ms. Citron was referring to were the organics that are extracted from the trash can at the materials recovery facility, which is up to 60,000 tons, a lot, and the source separated organics that we collect through high volume producers such as restaurants, hotels, schools, hospitals, et cetera. And those are the two different streams. So it's source separated food scraps or food waste and organics extracted from municipal solid waste. Those are the two different streams. The stream that we're getting from high volume producers is only between 3,000 and 4,000 tons, whereas we can extract up to 60,000 tons from the trash can from residents and commercial producers.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I mean, if we're trying to get our heads around different possibilities, I wanted to mention one that you probably have some thoughts of. You know, there have been mandatory recycling programs before. So, you know, if you had mandatory commercial composting, which is kind of like the maximum that we could yield maybe in the most efficient manner, what kind of tonnage would we be talking about in that kind of scenario?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, we do have a number of commercial customers currently enrolled in our source-separated yellow bin program. Those are the largest generating, and they have been specifically selected because the economies of scale would pay off for them. So we are collecting a good percentage of commercial source-separated food scraps. You know, these are the restaurants, the large generators. I can't tell you definitively what extra percentage we could capture if we made it mandatory for all food scraps generators, but it would not be significant, I don't believe, in terms of feedstock for the anaerobic digester.
And so essentially I think the quandary here is economies of scale, right? You know, we have a facility that's pretty state-of-the-art, servicing a relatively small population. You know, the other jurisdictions that were ahead of the curve we're talking about much larger populations, like the San Francisco example that Supervisor Capps brought up. And, you know, I just think that I'll give the perspective of the ARC that I served on the multi-jurisdictional solid waste task force, which is always the hardest committee to remember the name of, for the city. And I think the sense of history of that is important in this discussion. The city reps, including myself, essentially tried to poke holes in all of the county's arguments on this for a decade. And we were proven overly optimistic by history. You know, most of the striving for diversion at the source was because of the city's leverage in the negotiations between the county and the city. And it just, you know, it has not panned out to be as successful we hoped, coming from the city perspective. And the raw truth that the county put forward in these negotiations, basically from the beginning, which is that we need an industrial facility to achieve the kind of diversion that we need to, I think has been borne out by history. Even with all the problems that we had with the last contractor, we are still so far ahead of the curve compared to other jurisdictions that have comparable economies of scale. It's really crazy. I mean, I live in another waste stream jurisdiction, and they're an area that was one of the pioneers of organics diversion, but we're bagging organics and throwing it in the green waste. It can't possibly be as efficient of a system as this kind of MRF separation that we have in the county. Other jurisdictions don't even have facilities or a real method. And, you know, we can even look at the numbers of North County versus South County to look at the success that the MRF has been. And I really wish that, you know, we would be looking at this in terms of a, you know, academic, intellectual exercise. I know it's expedient if things aren't working as planned at the MRF or at the you know at the resource center, but we have a lot of potential to achieve our goals there, and it's doing a lot of good, and it's doing what it's supposed to do. And in the last 9 months, or since the county took control, it's seen a great improvement and success. And our staff are really dedicated to trying to achieve greater levels of diversion. The narrative that we had that they, you know, at the city, I'll tell you, it is not borne out by the experience of the last 20 years.
So you,
Supervisor Hartman.
so you're saying that we had a pilot and it didn't prove out?
Well, I'm saying that it's still useful, right? But our perspective at the city was, well, maybe we could just do this, you know, like we could do a lot more source separation. And, you know, it doesn't actually, it just wasn't as successful as we hoped.
All right, well, obviously a topic that we're all very interested in, since I think that was scheduled for 20 minutes and it went about 1 hour and 20. So thank you for everything. Brought up a lot of probably items that we're going to be dealing with for the next 10, 15, 20 years. So there's no, we went through public comment. So can I get a motion on A and B, please? Let's just receive and file.
I'll move A and B, but we haven't said the thing that's most important, which is just the real problem is that people are buying more crap and throwing more crap away. Just look at those slides. You know, like we should, instead of fighting over like how we could squeeze another 5,000 you know, tons of compost, we should be talking to the public about why do we need all this cardboard and stuff all the time for stuff that breaks in 2 years? You know, like we have a serious lifestyle issue. We've gotten way better at recycling, but we haven't reduced the actual tonnage going into the landfill, and that's a problem.
And everybody's beating down our door to get here, so we must be doing something right. All right. So A and B, we've got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, great. Awesome. So that's going to take us to closed session. County Council, could you please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. There's one item for closed session. It's real property negotiations. It's assessors parcel number 105-330-002, which is the corner of West Clark Avenue and Markham Street in Orchid. Agency negotiator is General Services Director Kirk Lagerquist, and the negotiating party is Angie Mozart. And the under negotiation is price in terms of payment.
And how much time do you need?
I think we could complete, including lunch, probably 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay, why don't we come back at 10 after 2? Okay. All right, we're going to be reconvening this meeting of October 15th, 2024, the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. County Council, could you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of real property negotiators for the corner of West Clark Avenue and Markham Street in Orchid, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, that moves us to departmental agenda item number 4. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission's designation of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church as a county historic landmark, and this is in the 1st District.
Ms. Plowman.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as Ms. Alexander indicated, we have an item before you regarding the All Saints Church in Montecito. And today we have Kylie Sanchez, the planner on the project. We have Nicole Liu, the supervising planner, and we have Travis Seawards, deputy. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sanchez for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Kylie Sanchez, and I will be presenting the All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church Historic Landmark designation. On September 9th, 2024, the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission designated All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church, located at 80 Eucalyptus Lane, as a county historic landmark by adopting HLAC Resolution Number 2024-3. The resolution made the findings that All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church is historically significant because it was designed in 1900 by a renowned architect. It is an exemplary rendering of early 20th century architecture, and it embodies elements demonstrating outstanding attention to design, detail, and craftsmanship. The designation applies to the church building only and does not include the other structures, landscaping, or views on the property. All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church supports the designation as a County of Santa Barbara historic landmark. HLAC Resolution Number 2024-3 will expire 90 days after it was adopted by HLAC on December 8th, 2024, unless the board passes a resolution designating the structure as a county historic landmark prior to that time. The board may choose to approve, modify, or disapprove the HLAC nomination as outlined in the board letter and listed on this slide. Staff also wishes to note that, as discussed in the board letter, the church has identified that the address and APN in the HLAC resolution should be revised to be 80 Eucalyptus Lane and assessor's parcel number 009-333-011. Staff recommends that if the board wishes to support the nomination, that the board take the following action. Modify the designation by the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission by modifying the resolution to include the correct address, 80 Eucalyptus Lane, Montecito, California, 93108, and APN 009-333-011. Adopt the resolution with conditions to be imposed, designating All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church as a county historic landmark, and determine that the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA. Keith Kaufman-Gray, chair of the HLAC, is present today to answer any specific questions on the HLAC nomination, and staff is also available to answer questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the board before we go to public comment? Yes, Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about timing, as many people might be kind of curious about the timing of this. I understand this was passed through HLAC in June, but why are we just seeing it now? If you could clarify that, please. I think we had 90 days to respond. I just wanted to
Chair, and
clarify the timing, not to expose any fault. I just want to understand, because it's getting, of course, mixed into a discussion that will be taken up potentially by this board later on.
Chair and Supervisor Capps, there was an initial vote in June, and in order to bring this project before you, we required an application for planning staff to process the board letter and bring it forward. And so the HLAC redesignated and approved a resolution to come forward to you in September. And so from the September date, we are within the 90-day timeframe from the resolution that they recommended at that point in time.
And I think just to add to that, Supervisor Capps, under circumstances where the landowner is seeking the designation, then it is because we're a cost recovery department, they need to submit an application. And there was some back and forth during that first 90-day period about that application and that process. So it took a little bit of time for the applicant to submit it. And so we missed that first 90-day window, but they were able to redesignate it. And so we're now in the second 90-day window.
So this is just to clarify for anyone who might be curious, this is just a different process than the Miramar project.
Correct.
And likely could have been taken up, months different because of application delays. We're now seeing it sort of at the same time.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, are there public comments?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, we have 7 requests to speak from the public on this item. We're going to begin on Zoom with Lindsay Barr, and then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Keith Kaufman-Gray. Lindsay? Oh, my apologies. Lindsay is not available on Zoom, so we will go to Keith Kaufman-Gray to be followed by Chris Robertson. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Keith Kaufman-Gray, and I am Chair of the Santa Barbara County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. On June 10th, 2024, after reviewing the nomination of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church for a County of Santa Barbara Historic Landmark, HLAC unanimously designated All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church Santa Barbara County Historic Landmark number 55. At the June 10th HLAC meeting, when going over the nomination, the commissioners agreed that All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church meets the requirements for designation under Chapter 18A, Section 18A3 for the following criteria A, C, D, and F. When creating a resolution, HLAC does not specifically put the criteria in its resolutions. If HLAC did not agree with the criteria in a nomination, it would be changed before a resolution is adopted. So the resolution before you does not have those criteria in the resolution. It's just something we've never done before. All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church, what it states in the resolution right now is All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church meets the eligibility requirements for a county historic landmark as described in County Code Chapter 18A, Section 18A3, and is worthy of protection. Due to the delay in getting the landmark before the County Board of Supervisors within the 90-day period, HLAC held another hearing on September 9th and again unanimously designated All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church Santa Barbara County Landmark number 55. The Santa Barbara County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission strongly supports the designation of All Saints by the Sea and as a County of Santa Barbara Historic Landmark number 55. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Chris Robertson to be followed by Amber Long. Chris?
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Chris Robertson, Senior Vice President with Caruso. Firstly, the Miramar does not oppose the nomination. We believe that the HLAC acted appropriately in designating the church for landmark status under the appropriate county criteria. Our concern is that the nominator continues to claim that the church qualifies as a landmark under criterion F because of views of the Santa Ynez Mountains from the church. The building has been designated based on 3 criteria, and there is no reason for changing it. The only reason to make this change would be to oppose our project. On September 9th, the HLAC adopted resolution number 2024-3 approving the nomination. The findings in the resolution make no reference to views, and we agree with that conclusion. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Amber Long to be followed by William Delvac. Amber?
Good afternoon. I am Amber Long with Long Historic Preservation Services, and I am the agent for All Saints. They apologize they couldn't be here today. They had another issue given the delay in the meeting, so I'm speaking for them as well as myself. When HLAC approved our nomination based on our application. They specifically stated, and it can be referenced in the June 10th minutes, that it should be eligible under A, B, C, D, and F. They added F. They believe that the views are important. We believe that the views are important of the mountains and the public views of the church. Regarding F not being mentioned in the resolution, we feel that that was an oversight, given that the action was requested to accept the nomination, to designate it, and adopt the resolution with amendments to both the resolution and the revised nomination. So their conclusion on June 10th was to have this included and be part of the resolution. It currently is not, as you know. So we are asking for your consideration on that. And we'd like you to consider the fact that being historic for public views is part of a local criteria, and it gets to be determined locally how it's applied to its projects. We respectfully ask that you consider that, consider the importance of those 125-year views to the congregation and the local people of that area of Montecito. We also would just like to let you know, one other issue I think that's being debated is that the north entrance on the building has always been there. There are historical photos and renderings that may seem to contradict this. There is a rendering, a drawing, that shows a door on the right-hand side. That actually was never constructed. There is also a concern about the stone archway at the front of the church, that would be an entrance, an exit onto the west elevation. In fact, there is a portico behind that, and in that portico, the door is on the north side, and it faces the north side. This is to let you know that views to the north have been important to the church and have been a historic part of the church. We thank you for your time and your consideration, and we're available for any questions.
We will now go to William Delvac, to be followed by Evan St. Charles. William?
Thank you, Honorable Supervisors. William Delvac on behalf of Miramar Acquisition. I'd just like to start by saying a word about my background. I've been practicing historic preservation law for 40 years now. I know I don't look that old. And during that period of time, I was a principal of a leading historic preservation consulting firm. But I'm here to talk about the requirements of the code. First, I would just note with regard to Ms. Long's remark, the resolution speaks for itself. It doesn't say, there's not a single word of findings about view. And we concur with staff's presentation to you that it is not about the views. And there's two reasons, the law and the facts. The assertions about criterion F are just incorrect. Interestingly, in my 40 years, I have never seen a county or city ordinance that had such a clear expression of the nature of why designation is made. Your code 18A4 says it has to have a special character or interest for the general public and not be limited to an interest of a special group of persons. I believe someone carefully drafted this based on some constitutional law cases, but in any event, your code says it and it's a model of clarity. Your A4 is satisfied if there are views from a public right-of-way. That's for the public, but not satisfied if it's private property inside only. I just don't think the code allows it to be designated. But fundamentally, the facts don't support designation under F. I'd like to spend just a minute, and forgive me and indulge me for being a lawyer. The criterion says that the resource is a view. If it was a view from the church, it would say has a view. So between A4 and the words of F, it cannot, in my view, be views from the church. Therefore, as a matter of law, it cannot be designated. We support the board's draft resolution, and we urge you to, and by the way, as you'll hear and have heard, Miramar does not oppose the designation. It just opposes misapplication of the county code. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Evan St. Charles to be followed by Dale Goldsmith. Evan?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Evan St. Charles, and I am a Senior Associate with Architectural Resources Group. I am an architectural historian, and I meet the Secretary of the Interior's professional qualification standards, and I am here on behalf of Miramar Acquisition. As Mr. Delvac noted, as a matter of law, All Saints Church cannot be designated based on views from the church. However, assuming for the sake of argument that landmark criterion F covers views from the building, the nominator has claimed that views from the church towards the mountains are historically important, but they do not provide any credible evidence that these views are significant. The church's consultants have also incorrectly stated that the arched primary entry and exit of the church have always faced north and thus provide historically important views. However, historic photographs that were included in our packet to the BOS show that a north entry and ramp were added later. Nor do the sanctuary's north-facing windows provide historically important views. The windows are filled with stained glass. Thus, views of the mountains are not visible from the sanctuary. If views to the north had been significant consideration by the congregation, the north-facing windows would have taken advantage of those views and would not be completely obstructed. Therefore, there is no credible evidence that the location or potential views from the church played a factor in the design or development of the church. Further, per a 2015 study by Post Hazeltine Associates, which the landmark nomination relies on as the basis for its findings, determined that the church was eligible for listing as a county landmark and in the National and California registers, despite the fact that views from the church's north towards the mountains were obstructed during the writing of the 2015 study by vegetation. Thus, the property's eligibility for designation does not depend on retaining these views. Per the 2015 study, the church was developed to serve guests of the Miramar Hotel as well as nearby residents. Its location and siting in proximity to the hotel and orientation towards Eucalyptus Lane appear to have been in response to this specific function. Because the church property is sited in its historic location and with its original main entry facing west towards Eucalyptus Lane, historically significant views of the property are from the street. Thank you.
We will now go to Dale Goldsmith to be followed by Katie Mangan. Dale?
Good afternoon, honorable board members. Dale Goldsmith with the AGD Law Firm on behalf of Miramar. The church has asserted that views of the church are significant, but have been inconsistent as to which views are indeed significant. At various times, they've asserted that the significant views are from the columbarium, which was added in 2021 is therefore not historic, the northern entrance, and the north parking lot, which is the only view that was referenced in the nomination. Clearly, views from a parking lot cannot be evidence that views from the church or the church itself is significant. It's an apples to orange comparison. In addition, the church has argued that there was a historic view from a dormer on the north-facing part of the church. The dormer was demolished, we think, in the 1950s during the building's expansion. Therefore, views from the dormer are not evidence of significance for the simple reason that that dormer has not existed for almost 50 years or more. Further, if views of the mountains were so important to the church members would gather in the north parking lot to take advantage of those views. Instead, we understand that the church members gather in the south parking lot where views of the mountains are obstructed by landscaping and the church building itself. The nomination relies almost exclusively on the 2015 Post-Hazeltine study. The nominator claims that the study found the church to be significant under County Criterion F. However, this study did not refer to Criterion F, did not refer to the mountains, did not refer to views or analyze any of that. The nominator claimed at the Planning Commission that the Criterion F was adopted after the 2015 report, so therefore the report couldn't have analyzed that. In fact, Criterion F and indeed all the other criteria for designating were added in 2001 pursuant to County Ordinance 4425. Therefore, we believe that there's no credible evidence that the nomination in the nomination to support the claim that the church is historically significant because of its views of the mountains. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Katie Mangan, who is our final speaker on this item.
I'm Katie Mangan on behalf of Caruso, again, Chair and Supervisors. As set forth in the letter and expert memo we submitted, the nomination cannot be based on a view from the church, as this is flatly prohibited by County Code Section 18A-4. The nomination fails to clearly identify the purportedly significant views. There is no evidence of the role any view played in the design of the church or its use by the congregation. Therefore, we respectfully request that the board reject any request to modify the HLAC's action to include views and adopt the draft resolution in your board packet. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Capps.
Well, Chair Lavanino, I'm not sure about ex parte when it comes to a topic like this, so just to be safe, I met with Bryce Ross of Caruso about the Miramar project, and this came up briefly, so I just want to disclose that as ex parte. Thanks.
Okay. Does any other questions? No, it's fine. Supervisor Williams, your district. Well, County Council, can you weigh in on ex parte?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is a unique item. It's not clearly quasi-judicial. It's not harmful to give ex parte, but it's not required, I don't think, in this case.
Well, now that it's been raised, we might as well. Yep. No, I think it's good. Supervisor Williams?
I've had a phone conversation with Mr. Ross about this in the last week.
I had a Zoom or Teams meeting also with Mr. Ross.
Supervisor Nelson?
I had no contact with any of the parties. I had a brief discussion with Marshall Miller at one point about who's the Montecito Planning Commissioner. As far as ex parte, that means any other information that I'm bringing to the table. I've been on the Google Maps, and including being on the maps that are within the sanctuary, and I was able to see that it's all stained glass. So I thought that was interesting. So that would be my ex parte communication. All
right. Well, I Wikipedia'd the architect, so that puts us. I wanted to see if we were related. He shares the last name. Yeah. Somebody in my family. So yeah, I was unlucky. Okay. So that takes us to Supervisor Williams.
And maybe we could just, more for you guys than for me, maybe we should just flag items that need ex parte ahead of time, because typically when you want to disclose ex parte, you want to have some detail and dates, and when we bring it up on the fly, you can't provide those. So, I just, not that it will be useful for me, but it might be useful for you guys going forward. This is an amazing building, amazing congregation, an amazingly important place for the community of Montecito. It deserves the designation as the resolution articulates. I think you do not want to get into the business of regulating views. The county has tried to stay away from that. The small number of cities that have gotten into that, it's like adding a massive 30% increase to the workload of their planning and development departments. So you don't want to get into the business of regulating views. It will be an unending land use quagmire, particularly in the first district. So I support the resolution as is.
Any other comments? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think we have to deal with the resolution that's before us, and it puts the structure. And, even if we wanted to think about views, I don't think there's substantial evidence in our record to support it. And in fact, I've heard pretty substantial evidence coming forward in public comment today that the view is not part of the historic significance based on the stained glass windows and the door being moved. So even though we don't have to go there, so I'm supportive of simply designating the structure.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I would concur with my colleagues on that. Again, from the Google images, you can actually go up and down the aisles of the sanctuary, and it's all stained glass towards the mountains, except for that one doorway. Still, I think that it's a really slippery slope for us to start to go down the views, because then from every historic structure, it impacts the land use surrounding that. If we're starting to use the views as a criteria for the historical piece there, so it's a slippery slope I'm not interested in going down at this point. So I would be willing to accept the resolution as is.
Yeah, I would just say that it's kind of sad because this should be a joyful time where they're being designated as historic landmark and it's turned into this controversy. And it's strange that this process does get weaponized. Sometimes I know in the past we've had projects up here where somebody else was trying to designate somebody else's property, and it was to kind of gum up the works. It's but beautiful, beautiful place. I understand why it's a historic landmark, but I also agree that I think getting into viewshed is going to be a sticky wicket. So Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with my colleagues and just so enthusiastic about protecting this incredible structure. I've had the joy of attending church there on occasion, and Supervisor Nelson, you would love it. It's just everyone's in agreement that it is a standout example of 20th century church design and such a landmark for our community. So with enthusiasm, I concur with the resolution and just want to thank the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. I know how painstaking their work is and how methodical. So thank you for your work, and I'm happy to accept your resolution as it is.
So is that a motion for A through C?
Or so moved.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passes unanimously. Okay, that takes us to departmental item number 6. Oh, let's go to 5 first. Madam Clerk, can you read 5 in, please?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Judson Appeal, case number 24 APL 13 of the Montecito Planning Commission's approval of the Tate Family Trust Addition and Garage preliminary and final design review approval, case number 23 BAR 84, and this is in the 1st District. And we did receive a request to withdraw this item from today's agenda, and if we can get a motion to that effect.
Okay, somebody like to make a motion to withdraw?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to withdraw. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That takes us to departmental agenda item number 6.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the appeal of the County Planning Commission approval of the Sierra Botanicals, LLC, Cannabis Processing Project, case numbers 24 APL 20 and 22 LUP 465, and this is in the 3rd District.
Okay, and on this item, we do need to talk about ex parte communications. So we'll start with Supervisor Hartman.
I spoke with Ed Seaman, the appellant, yesterday.
Okay, I have no ex parte to offer. Supervisor Capps?
I'm sorry for the clarification. Is receiving materials ex parte?
If it's outside the public record, yeah. In your...
I don't think... Okay, I received materials from Mr. Seaman. I don't know if they were public or not.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
I had no meetings with either party, but then I just randomly ran across Mr. Kono on the street yesterday and exchanged maybe 2 sentences.
Okay. Well, I've driven by the place a million times. That's a cool place. Yes.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, my apologies. I neglected to bring up our first case, and that is to vote one item, document presentation into the record that was received after noon on Friday from the applicant, Capono Curry, and that is available online and to the board. So if the board would like to make that a part of the record, then we would need a vote.
I move that we make it part of the record.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes 4-0 to include. Okay. So this is a quasi-judicial, so we'll be on the clock, and we will start with a 5-minute staff presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, members of the board.
That is Willow Brown, our planner on the appeal, and she'll be making the presentation today. We have Gwen Byler, who is the supervising planner, and Travis Seawards, the deputy director.
All right, Willow,
please proceed.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Willow Brown. I will be presenting the appeal of the Sierra Botanicals LLC Cannabis Processing Land Use Permit. The 4.71 acre subject property is zoned Ag 240 and is located at 1999 Highway 101 in the Buellton area, 3rd District, where an approved outdoor cannabis cultivation site is operating. The barn, which will be used for processing, is outlined in red. The property is located adjacent to Nahoe Farms, an approved outdoor cannabis cultivation operation which is not currently operating, and the proposed TAT Ventures LLC cannabis cultivation operation. This slide lays out the background and prior actions on the project. In April, the land use permit was approved by the Planning and Development Director. In May, the Director's approval was appealed to the Planning Commission. The project was heard and approved by the Planning Commission in July. The Planning Commission's approval was appealed to the Board of Supervisors in August. Here's the site plan for the proposed project. The project only requires a land use permit because, per the ordinance updates adopted by the Board of Supervisors in January 2023, processing activities added to an existing approved cannabis cultivation operation are allowed with the land use permit. The project is a request to allow cannabis processing on a site with existing approved cultivation in an existing barn and 2 existing shipping containers outlined in red on the site plan. The barn and shipping containers will be equipped with filtration units for odor abatement. Up to 10 employees will be employed for processing. Structural development consists of a windscreen outlined in orange, shade structure outlined in blue, and additional fencing outlined in green on the site plan. Cannabis processing will occur from March to December, and hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. The appellant believes that the project was processed as a minor change to the approved land use permit and does not qualify as a minor change due to the amount of cannabis that will be processed from off-site. However, the project was not processed as a minor change. The project requires a new land use permit to allow processing, which was applied for in 2022. Additionally, there is no code limitation on the amount of cannabis grown off-site that can be processed, and the project is consistent with all applicable LUDC regulations and comprehensive plan policies. The second appeal issue is that the project is inconsistent with an ordinance requirement relating to distribution activities and the amount of cannabis that must be grown on-site. However, distribution is not proposed. All product will be taken off-site and distributed by a third-party vendor. Additionally, although there is no limitation on the amount of cannabis that can be processed from off-site, a minimum of 40% of the cannabis processed will be grown on-site. The proposed project is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element, the agricultural element, and the conservation element. The proposed project is consistent with standards of the Land Use and Development Code, including the Ag 2 Zone District Standards and the Cannabis Ordinance. The project is limited to processing in existing structures on a site with approved cannabis cultivation and is compliant with all requirements of the Cannabis Ordinance, including odor abatement, fencing, security lighting, site transportation demand management, and noise. Pursuant to ordinance requirements, there are no youth centers, schools, or daycares within 750 feet of the project. Lastly, all applicable departments and agencies have reviewed the proposed processing project, including Caltrans, and they had no further comments. The project relies on the PEIR prepared for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, as documented by the written checklist prepared pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15168. The checklist is included as Attachment 4 to the Board Agenda Letter. No additional environmental review is required. Staff recommends that your board deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval included in Attachment 1, determine that the PEIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant approval of the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment 2. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, that moves us to the appellant's presentation. Mr. Seaman, you will have 10 minutes once you get up here and rolling.
I'm going to need some help.
That's okay, we got you. Let's take a minute and get situated here.
Oh, I can do it, huh? Okay. It'd be better if you did it for me.
So, Mr. Seaman, you'll have 10 minutes, they'll have 10 minutes, and then you'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal as well. And if you have any time left over in your presentation, you could use that extra time in rebuttal as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You bet.
Can you go to the top? I think that's the bottom. There we go. That's the first one. Okay, thank you. In June, Supervisor Capps commented on the value of cannabis when the county was discussing tax changes. She reminded us that the original intent of the cannabis program was to use the tax revenue to combat climate change and to do public good. Long before cannabis permitting, the entities of Restoration Oaks Ranch had already been combating climate change and doing public good, particularly among our youth. Slide 2, please. Long before cannabis permitting, the entities of Restoration Oaks Ranch had been doing this good. In 2022, when the 23-acre Nohoe Farms cannabis project was permitted, Sierra Botanicals was already growing and processing about 4 acres. As of today, another 4-acre project, TAT Ventures, has been proposed, making the total potential footprint in our neighborhood almost 30 acres. Look at the relative size of the footprint. At the bottom of the screen is the entrance to Folded Hills, Nohoe Falls Park, the Georgie Ranch, and the Alisal. This Highway 101 corridor sees hundreds of thousands of travelers every year. Sierra Botanicals is proposing an increase in processing capacity of 60% to process and distribute off-site cannabis materials. To emphasize how much of a change this is, pretend your salary is $100,000 and your boss gives you a 60% raise. That means you're going to make $160,000 next year. This is a massive change. In their plan, there is no attempt to retrofit odor control technology to their existing hoop houses. Since a major source of odor in growing cannabis is the flowering buds just before harvest, the proposed odor control is inadequate. You cannot eliminate odorous molecules when they are naturally released from cannabis grown in open systems. Only an enclosed hoop house that includes powered negative airflow components and carbon filters will provide effective odor control. The county doesn't require closed system odor management for growing, so cannabis proposals don't include it. On inland area ag land, odor control isn't even required for the processing. I guess the assumption is that we and our 100,000 visitors a year won't notice or won't care. If and when these proposed cannabis projects are developed, none of them will be required to control odor. Since we already smell cannabis from just 4 acres, the thought of a 60% increase in processing and then another 26 acres of cannabis operations is overwhelming. In this new neighborhood, We lose our value to the Santa Barbara community and to the marketplace we have built over decades. Next slide, please. What is inland area ag land? When I read county staff findings for cannabis projects, this view is implied. Rows of irrigated crops or vines, no people. Next slide, please. This view of Santa Barbara blueberries more accurately represents us and other agritourism destinations of the inland area ag lands. Lots of people, lots of kids. Next slide, please. If any of you are interested, I can share 9 scientific and government agency websites that describe the dangers of cannabis to youth in a keystone article in the May 10, 2024 Wall Street Journal. This article includes an interview with Dr. Bertha Madras. Dr. Madras is an authority on cannabis at Harvard Medical School. She discusses the science behind the dangers of cannabis and its long-term effects on developing young brains, which includes permanent damage to brain development in young people. Let me know and I'll send it to you all. Here are a couple of screen grabs from a county website. What is the intent of defining sensitive receptor? Whom are we trying to protect and what are we protecting them from? The answer to the first question is youth, and the answer to the second is the drug industry. Aren't we then, with our multitude of youth activities, education programs, and UPIC fields, a sensitive receptor? If you really want to protect our most vulnerable from the drug industry, the definition of sensitive receptor should be expanded. Next slide, please. This is my son Eli in front of a worm bin teaching kids from Santa Barbara County Parks and Recs on one of their 8 2024 summer field trips. Do these kids deserve to be protected from the drug industry? Next slide, please. Here's a list of the organizations received at Restoration Oaks Ranch. Youth-based organizations are in bold. Do these organizations deserve to be protected from the drug industry? Next slide, please. These images come from a Santa Barbara County website. We continue to have substance abuse problems in our public schools. Your cannabis laws are weak when it comes to directly protecting the most vulnerable. Your laws also seem incomplete or perhaps even biased, benefiting the drug industry to the detriment of neighborhoods and locations where children congregate, like Restoration Oaks Ranch. As of today, the way I see it, your lopsided laws are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Next slide, please. Get outdoors, the experts say. When the smell of the drug industry encroaches on a recovering substance abuser, it's called a relapse trigger, and it's not good. We are a solution being diminished by the problem, which is being protected by the cannabis laws. We are the antithesis of the drug industry. We voluntarily connect healthy, stressed, anxious, disabled, disadvantaged, and recovering people of all ages with the soul refreshing purity of our wild oak wilderness and UPIC berry fields. Next slide, please. Sierra Botanicals, Tat Ventures, and Nohoe Farms all share the same single point of access to the 101 freeway. Transportation demand management plans from all 3 projects must be considered as a whole. Sierra Botanicals' daily Sprinter van traffic will coincide with the peak traffic of our blueberry season, the first harvest of the year. You can see the grand totals down at the bottom there from all 3 of those projects. Next slide, please. This map was grabbed from the proposed Tat Ventures project plan. The private access road described near the top leads to Sierra Botanicals and Nohoe Farms. The access point to us is directly across the freeway. This looks a lot like a lot of accidents about to happen. It sure seems like this is being rushed through. Next slide, please. This is an email that was excerpted last week with Caltrans District 5. I got a Caltrans email late yesterday afternoon indicating that the county is going to, quote unquote, condition the approval of this permit. I'd like someone to explain that to me. Next slide, please. When we try to evaluate the relationship between crops, droughts, rainfall, and the riparian watershed, the documented history of our drought and rainfall cycles should get us to think in 20-year spans. Amassing cannabis grows here is setting up our primary wells and our wildlife sustaining surface water to fail. Next slide, please. We ask you to deny the permit. If the original intent of the cannabis program was to bring money into the county for the public good and to combat climate change, and this and the other proposed cannabis projects here clash directly with the intent. Tax revenue cannot offset the losses to the public good or to the innovative combatants of climate change on Restoration Oaks Ranch. We are a sensitive receptor doing public good, and we should not be forced to suffer the trespasses of odor. Odor control technology is available, and it should be required for operations near locations like ours. Off-grid energy is available and should be considered a cost of doing business. The shared driveway across a freeway from us is a safety issue that requires more due diligence. The watershed is fragile and dependent on rainfall. Too many acres of cannabis will hurt most of our primary wells and the ecosystem. Keep Restoration Oaks Ranch and our neighborhood a safe, drug-free, and therapeutic place for every visitor. Please protect us from the ever-expanding and socially destructive drug industry. Deny this project and improve the laws to protect us and other locations like us. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the applicant, Capono Curry, will have 10 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. I can manage the clicker on this one. Thanks.
And his timer's set at 5, but we got to kick that up to 10. So
I screwed up
too. Same thing. You'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation, then you'll have a 5-minute rebuttal.
Yes, sir. Okay, cool. Hi. Thank you very much for having us in today for today's hearing. Always great to hear from everybody on how they view these projects. We're here for Sierra Botanicals, 22 LUP 00465. The hearing today, as staff said, it's an LUP to add processing to an existing cannabis farm. If you look at the county's cultivation cap, it's the second oldest one here. He wasn't part of 2016's pre-existing. He had to get a full annual to get started back in 2019.
Mr. Curry, can you just lift up there's a button on the right.
Oh,
If
I'm
you could
sorry.
just lift up. No, it's on the right side of on the outside. I'm sorry. We just want to be able to make sure we get everything on the record.
Okay.
There we go. Good.
I promise I'm smart.
You're good.
Thank you. So today is a de novo hearing, looking at with new eyes for a ministerial permit regarding adding processing to an existing cultivation. I screwed up. I quoted the wrong section of the LUDC because this is the Board of Supervisors, not the Commission. Sorry about that. Today's not a discretionary hearing regarding a CUP. It's not here to discuss a land use permit that was issued and vested back in 2019. It's not an investigation into how much water is being used. It's about turning this barn into something that Mr. Eldawani and Sierra Botanicals can dry his cannabis in. It was in use in 2018, 6, 7 versions of the code ago, and then it was required to be on the LUP for processing. So that's where this came from. The county staff did a lot of work to evaluate the project itself. They evaluated odor, how much water it's going to use, security, access, fire, noise, as well as flood impacts. And we'll just get right to it. For odor, it's an enclosed space. He's using carbon filtration. He's sized these things to be almost double the size of what a certified industrial hygienist would recommend for the spaces in which he's got them. The plan is to put weather stripping in, keep the odors inside of the building so they don't escape and contribute to the problem. The water used in processing, oddly enough, processing recovers water. As you hang the plants, they transpire, water vapor comes out, it gets captured by dehumidification, and it can get reused in the cultivation area, or it could be used for supplying water to the employees. Based on over 260 observations from other organizations around the state, you can see what percentage of water is lost during the drying process, and we could always recover this water. Security is pretty straightforward. The place has been in operation for 4 years. The cameras are there. Sheriff comes by for their annual inspection. They come by for ad hoc inspections. And Mr. Eldawani resides on the property now, in case anything does happen. For access, there is a 22-foot wide road that allows vehicles to get to the location. By enabling processing, you reduce trips because right now Mr. Eldawani has to cut his harvest down and send it off-site. So this would reduce the load of trips. In terms of fire control, there's already an existing fire protection certificate for the barn, as well as sprinklers that have already been installed. He's already been issued a building. He has a building permit in process for the additional items there. For noise, it's already been evaluated. He's adding a couple carbon filtration units inside of a garage. Not much impact in terms of noise. Flood control, geotech, the county, Aurora's and Janus have all evaluated the project and said that it is okay for its intended use. There's some conflict regarding the water source. This is the well Mr. Eldawani uses. There's an ongoing lawsuit regarding which well it's actually, but as you've seen from our earlier slide, processing generates water. This has been a long time in the making. You know, he got his initial permit in 2019, and we're now in 2024, 2 years after he initially filed it. I think that staff has done a good job of evaluating the impacts of the proposed project. There is some confusion. Is this the Sierra Botanicals? Is the Nahoe Farms? This is Sierra Botanicals, here to plead its case so he can dry his own product, trim it, and send it out so he can survive. This isn't a 50-acre mega farm. It's 2.5 acres, and it's one guy. Any questions?
No, but I think we have to pause the hearing for just a second because I need to speak with counsel. Just for a second. Sorry. In the instance of transparency, I'll just say that I just noticed in your presentation that my planning commissioner is the attorney on one of the litigation on the well, but I'm not sure which side he's even on, and I haven't talked to him about it, but I just wanted to make sure I was okay to continue. So, okay, so you still have additional time. If you're done, then we can bank that for a rebuttal later. Okay, any questions? Okay. So now that takes us to public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to weigh in on this subject?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, so we will now go into questions. Supervisor Hartman.
So I'm not sure if this is for the applicant or for staff. Could you describe, is the processing taking place only in the barn?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, it's in the barn and the 2 shipping containers, which are all
That's right.
existing.
So could you describe the odor control for all 3 and how there was a discussion of weather stripping, but and that looked like a quite substantial barn, but a lot of barns are made drafty for hay. So I just would like you to tell me more about that.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, there will be carbon filtration units installed in all of both the shipping containers and the barn, and all of the buildings are fully enclosed.
And then can you describe how you size, how we know, how you know, Ms. Brown, that it's the appropriate size for the structure? Do we get advice from technical experts on this?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So we have seen a lot of operations with processing that have a similar number of carbon canisters or carbon filters based on the size of the structure. So that's consistent with what we've seen in other projects. Additionally, the county's odor consultant can review these draft plans and ensure that they're consistent with industry standards.
And then do you do we have a final check? Is that to make sure that they're operating as we thought before we sign off on the project?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, there is permit compliance conditioned on the permit, so they would go out and do inspections and make sure the filtration units are installed as they are on the plans.
And then my final question has to do with Caltrans and the email that was presented by the appellant saying that you must obtain an encroachment permit prior to issuance of the LUP. Could you comment on that?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the application for processing was reviewed by Caltrans, and their comments and conditions were included in the last page of the land use permit, which is attachment 2 to the board agenda letter. They stated that they do not need any more information on the addition of employees and processing on the site, and their only comment is that the owner must obtain a road encroachment permit, which is required prior to issuance of the land use permit and is a condition on the permit. The access has also been reviewed by the fire department.
And then there is a permit in the pipeline for another operation. Does that affect, I mean, is Caltrans looking at a cumulative and how you share this across the different properties?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that access is being reviewed separately by Caltrans. They did look at the increase in employees for this project, which would be 10, but that project hasn't been approved by the Planning Commission yet, so they're still reviewing that.
So they don't do a cumulative impacts analysis based on what they project. So what happens in the future if we find that there's too much traffic going on that driveway?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I just want to clarify that we have regular meetings with Caltrans, and we discuss all the projects that have access off of Caltrans right-of-way. So they are looking at these projects cumulatively, and they understand which projects are in the pipeline, which are approved, which are currently in process.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to double down on what Supervisor Hartman was asking about related to odor, because that's extremely important to reduce it and to make use of existing technology. So I'm very pleased to see that there'll be carbon scrubbers. Can you just clarify how many and if whether or not the barn is sealed?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, we can confirm that the barn is sealed. It's fully enclosed and sealed. We're looking up the number of units, and the applicant is welcome to help answer that question too if they know.
Great.
We're looking at the plans
Yes,
currently.
Yep.
4 on my presentation, maybe 5. It'll be the table. And bingo. Yeah, so the architect and the engineers involved with the project looked at the cubic volume. So the barn is going to be fully enclosed, and there's 2 areas inside of it. There's one where the drying is going to occur, and then the other one where secure storage and then actual trimming will occur. So the processing secure storage side, which is going to be the drying area, has the cubic footage volume on the second column. The standard that we've seen with Geosyntec and all the CIHs we've dealt with has been 4 air exchanges per hour. So you take that cubic volume, expand it out, and then convert it over. And then this is the rating for the fan and the filter. The filter's over there on the left. If we zoomed way in, we'd see that rating number on there that comes from the manufacturer. So we take the total cubic volume, convert it into cubic feet per minute. We look at how many pieces of equipment it'll take to get us there, and in this case we oversized it. So the first processing area where it says required units 0.51, the math says we need half a unit to control the odor, but just upsize it, right? Just squash the issue before it even starts. And then same thing on the processing drying side, where math, and then we get to the end and we just need 3/4 of a unit, and so just upsized it so that there would be no question that the equipment was sized for it. And then in the various odor inspections I've done with the county and Geosyntec, the lead engineer has explained there's very simple ways to see if the carbon canister is working or if there's breakthrough, which is where you've saturated the carbon media with more odors than it can contain. And there's simple tests such as smelling the filter for a sweeter smell, because the sweeter terpenes tend to break through first. And because the barn is maybe the size of these seats right here, Mr. Eldawani can take 20 steps and give it a sniff to see if it's working or not. So that was the approach we went through to develop the odor plan.
So by upsizing, you mean for the storage area, you're going to do one, and for the drying area, you're going to do one?
Yep, that way they each have their own independent unit, because again, as we've seen through various odor inspections, when the trimmers start in, there's usually more odor over there. So we want that unit to be, if it is saturated and it needs to be replaced, we want to just switch that out right there on the spot as soon as it is discovered.
Thanks for answering that. And staff, I know we're going to be soon looking at our monitoring processes again, but can you just give a thumbnail on how these plans to have scrubbers and mitigate the odor as much as possible will be monitored by the county?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. This project is not a odor abatement plan, so it would not be subject to the odor abatement plan condition of approval and the inspections with Geosyntec. However, compliance staff does regular inspections and would inspect, and while they may not be required, what I've seen is that compliance staff is inviting Geosyntec out to these inspections regularly anyway to inspect these new operations once they get started. So regular compliance.
Okay, I think that takes us then to appellant rebuttal, which is 5 minutes. Mr. Seaman, you have another 5 minutes.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I am carrying over 1 minute and 14 seconds from
Okay, so you have 6 minutes, 14 seconds.
Great. No one's talked about the odor from the hoop houses. I have lodged 14 complaints so far this year. I don't know whether the odor that's happening right now is coming from the processing or whether it's coming from the hoop houses. But the hoop houses do generate odor also, and I would like that to be addressed. Now, according to the ordinance, it doesn't have to be addressed at all. So I'm not complaining about staff doing their job. They're doing their job well. I'm not even complaining about Justin upgrading his processing facility. I think that's beautiful. But nothing has been discussed regarding the odor that comes from the open hoop houses, which was in my presentation. And I would like that to be discussed at least a little bit. And I'll give it up. I mean, you guys, I don't need much more than that, unless I can come back again. That's up to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before you come up, why don't we get staff, if you could weigh in on Mr. Seaman's question.
Chair Lavanino, the existing cultivation operation has been previously approved and is already operating and is not the subject of the permit that's before you today.
Okay. So while you come up, I'm going to ask you the question. And so you have existing, so let's just get this straight in my head. So these are 3 different entities. Are they all owned by the same person? Or they're just, you're all farming on
with the Tot Ventures
contiguous land?
Yeah, it's just one parcel.
Okay, it's one parcel being farmed 3 different ways. So are you going to be taking any of the material from the other 2 and processing in your facility?
They're not permitted. That's illegal.
Okay, I'm just asking.
No, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so what I was trying to figure out is, would there be any odor reduction based on doing some of the processing or the trimming from the other facility, from those other folks in the hoop houses in your barn now, but now you're saying that would be against the rules?
Well, okay, so let's answer what I think is your question. So were the neighboring cannabis farms to be turned on, and were they to get it processed at Sierra Botanicals, would that contribute to odor reduction? So no, I will defer to the planning department on this one, but I believe that Nahoe Farms has a processing building incorporated into their permit already, an existing processing building. They do?
Okay, they do, but is it not built, or are they not using it, or? You don't know, okay, well, it's a different, okay.
Yeah.
Gwen, sorry.
Supervisor Lavanino, Chair Lavanino. Nahoe Farms is not operating. They do have an approved land use permit. It hasn't been issued. They're not currently operating. And then I also want to just clarify that the other site, TAT, which is south of that private road in that cluster, is not operated, and they're currently in process. They don't have an approved permit.
Okay. So then where's the existing odor coming from?
The existing farm.
Okay, the existing farm.
At Sierra Botanicals.
Okay, so,
right.
okay. So that's the good news. If it's at the existing farm and you're building a facility to do it indoors with carbon scrubbers, it should reduce the odor at that point.
Yeah, I mean.
Only the processing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Like the processing has to occur indoors. Like there's no argument ifs, ands, or buts there. Like it needs to be inside of an enclosed building. In order for the carbon filtration to work, it needs to be, 4 walls and a ceiling, right? Can't dodge that. Were the neighbors to turn their farms on and they wanted to, instead of going on the 101, turn left down the driveway and process it at Sierra Botanicals, super duper. We'd have one less trip on the 101. It would be limited to the driveway, and you'd have less odor exposure as that vehicle went through the county towards its destination. Okay. If Nahoe Farms didn't get their processing building, turns out building permits are a little difficult, shocker, they may use Sierra Botanicals barn as well. But the big drive for it is so that Mr. Eldawani and Sierra Botanicals can dry its own product like it did in the first year of operations prior to requiring the word processing in the use of the building. There's to dovetail into something that Mr. Seaman said, currently there's no processing on site at all. Like the processing is limited to a shipping container, and that's so that he can have one manifest that goes out from the processor as opposed to the multiple state licenses he had before. If that answers the question, I hope. Any other questions?
No, but you still had another 9 minutes and 19 seconds if you need to.
I don't want to beat this like a dead horse.
All right. Okay, thank you. So we will, staff, I'd like to turn it over to staff if there's anything you heard, any of the presentations or the rebuttals that you feel needs to be addressed before we discuss it. All right, okay.
Okay, for odor, could we go to the odor plan that was submitted as a component of the application? Where you pulled up the document earlier for the odor plan that was in there. I just wanted to just.
Is it on your presentation? Okay.
It'll be inside. It's an attachment to the. It was the. You pulled it up a second ago on your laptop. I swear I saw it. Okay, attachment 9, page 2. My bad, I'll bring this up. Well, while we work out my technical difficulties, sorry for being disorganized. Inside of the odor abatement plan, it's not required. Again, he's not in an urban boundary, he's not a CUP, but he did it anyway because he wants to be a good neighbor. In here, he spells out that if there are enough incidents, he gets a certified industrial hygienist to come out and change what equipment they're using and how that's configured, to rush to the end of my own narrative. And that's it. Thank you.
It's up to council. I
have time too.
Okay, last,
Last-
go ahead.
Okay.
Yep. Because I think it'd be save a lot of time if you just went across the street and got the hygienist and did it anyway, because you're going to end up there in the next place.
We're still not talking about growing the cannabis.
Okay.
We're talking about the processing of the cannabis. And I would like to talk about odors emanating from the growing of the cannabis. That's it.
Okay, well, that is to be discussed in our changes to our ordinance, because at this present time, that's not required on an Ag 2 zone property. Okay, so the staff.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so typically our order is that it's appellant and then applicant, so just double check with the applicant if he has anything else to add.
You're good. He's given a thumbs up. We're good. Okay, let's take it back to staff. Anything?
Chair Lavanino, we just want to clarify that this project is for a land use permit, and odor control, best available control technology is required in processing buildings. Processing is required to take place indoors, and their odor control plan meets the ordinance requirements.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Sure. This is in my district, so I'll go first. And just wanted to note that the Blueberry Farm is kind of a treasure in the San Ynez Valley, and I think for the whole county to go by there. And they've got blueberries, all kinds of varieties, and you can go and pick or get them. And I stop by regularly because they're the best blueberries in the county. And it's really an example of restorative agriculture, regenerative agriculture. So I listen carefully when Mr. Seaman has something to say. In this case, what's before us right now is only the processing facility. And as a result of that, that narrows the issues we can consider. And so for me, is the odor abatement within the structure adequate? And I was very interested in water, but the processing doesn't really take water. So then the issue of Caltrans, I have to defer to our staff that they're engaged with Caltrans, and I can't really override that. But I've heard from a number of people who live around there who are quite concerned about the odor and how it affects their quality of life and their businesses. So this board will be considering changes to our ordinance to protect residents from the nuisance of odor, and that's still coming. And we're focused on the greenhouses and carpinteria, but we're also focused on the outdoor cannabis grows that occur more in North County. So we hope there's some relief in the future. But as far as this project goes, I don't think that it's going to be exacerbating the odor. It should not increase the odor. I guess one could argue if they may be getting it indoors and under the carbon filtration system more quickly, and maybe it'll even short circuit a little bit, hours or days, the amount of odor. So I find that given the framework within which we have to work, that I have to support this project.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Yes, I'll follow Supervisor Hartman's lead and just note that this blueberry farm, and Mr. Seaman, what you're doing for the community is tremendous. I enjoyed the pictures. I know from so many friends who've taken their kids up there and the programs that you do. It's really, you provide such a valuable service, and the fact that kids are there and there is odor is a concern to me. And again, I'm committed to trying to change the ordinance in the future so that we can reduce the odor impacts that have really been harmful to so many people in North and South County. But again, to repeat what Supervisor Hartman said, what's before us today is processing indoors with a sealed environment that with the latest technology of carbon scrubbers. And that's something I've been pushing for all operations. And so I'm, was happy to see that it was included here too. I just heard 2 scrubbers for a fairly small environment that's, again, indoors to keep the processing on site, which has also been something that I've heard is a priority here for a better financial impact for this relatively new industry in our district, in our county. So I'll go along and support this project, but again, with renewed affirmation that we want to reduce odor from cannabis throughout the county. And I hope that we can stay in touch with you, Mr. Seaman, about your experiences as we move forward, and appreciate, again, what you do for kids and the amazing blueberries that you produce. Thank you.
Okay. I'm in agreement with my colleagues and believe that, this is an institution that's been there for a while. The Blueberry Farm, it's beloved and as definitely a benefit to the community. This processing also should be a benefit in that it will, if you're having to truck off-site, that tends to exacerbate odor issues. So if the operation is done well, this should reduce odor, and it also means that the body politic, the people, the county get revenue instead of it going elsewhere, usually out of county, to be processed. And so, my hope is that that there will be a framework for things to improve for both parties.
Agreed. So we have a motion and a second. Would we count that as a second, Supervisor Capps? Okay. So we have a motion and a second for the recommended actions, which are, I don't see a B. Okay, A, B, C, and D. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Staff has asked us to take a 5-minute break before we hear the next item. So we will do that, and we'll be back with item 7. All right, we're going to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, departmental item number 7, please.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a report on case number 24 APL 00007, the Noise Woodall appeal of the Law New Single Family Residence in the Mission Canyon Community Plan area, and this is in the 1st District. And before we proceed with ex parte communications, we do have 2 documents we received afternoon on Friday to be voted into the record in order to be considered. The first is a memorandum with attachments received from Planning and Development on Friday, October 11th at 2:22 p.m. And the second is a presentation from Ian Noyes, the appellant, on Monday, October 14th at 11:19 a.m.
Mr. Chair, I move that we admit those into the record.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, consider those as part of the record. It's now time for ex parte. Let's start with Supervisor Hartman.
I spoke yesterday by Zoom with Mr. Noyes and Ms. Woodall, and the issue was not one that I saw in the appeal. It had to do with drainage, erosion, and flooding.
Okay, Supervisor Capps.
Yes, I met with Ms. Woodall by Zoom, our Teams, on October 11th.
Supervisor Williams.
I met with the Noyes family several months ago. I'll get the date for that. And spoke with Ian Noyes exactly 3 weeks ago. And the applicants, I've never spoken with the applicant, but have spoken with the applicant's architect approximately 2 months ago.
Okay, I have not met with either party, so I have no ex parte to report. And that will take us to our staff presentation.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is an appeal of a land use permit for a single-family home. Today we have Tatiana Cruz, who is the planner for the project, that will be presenting. And we have Nicole Liu, back again, as our supervising planner, and Travis Seawards, our deputy. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cruz.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Tatiana Cruz, and I am the assigned planner for the Law New Residence Project. Today, I'm presenting the Noise Woodall appeal of a new single-family residence in the Mission Canyon area. This project is located on a vacant lot at 2632 Montrose Place in Mission Canyon. The project site is identified on this slide in the red outline here. The appellant is the neighbor to the west, and the appellant property is identified on this slide as well, right here. The property is surrounded in all directions by 2- and 3-story single-family homes, and the property is just under a quarter acre, similar to others in the neighborhood. The applicant's property and the 2 neighboring properties with large residences are pictured here. Both of the adjacent homes are over 3,000 square feet in size, whereas this project proposes a 2,500 square foot home. The proposed project is for a 2-story residence and attached garage. This slide shows elevations of the proposed project and the site plan. Our department received the land use permit application in 2021, and it was approved in 2023 after 4 public design review meetings. In January of this year, 2 neighbors filed appeals of the approval. In March of this year, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to deny the appeals and approve the land use permit. One appellant, the Noise Woodalls, appealed the Planning Commission approval, and that appeal is before your board today. I am going to move on to the board appeal issues. A total of 13 issues were raised. I will address the appeal issues by topic, and they are numbered throughout this presentation as they appear in the board agenda letter. First, the appellant asserts that the site survey which was used to draw the project plans is inoperative and that a new survey was not submitted to the county surveyor. However, the project plans were based off a valid recorded survey of a legally created lot. On a voluntary basis, the applicant submitted a new record of survey to the county surveyor, and it was recorded on October 8th, 2024, further confirming the validity of the information used to draw the project plans. Next, the appellant asserts that the Noyes Woodalls have permits for site improvements on the applicant's property and contests the shared property line. However, all proposed site improvements and landscape are within the applicant's legal property lines as established by a valid record of survey, including an additional record of survey filed and recorded on October 8th, 2024. In addition, staff conducted a thorough record search and no permits were issued for rock stack walls, fire deck, or stairs to be located on the applicant's property in favor of the appellants. Next, the appellant asserts there was not a fair and impartial hearing and that there was a lack of communication. However, the Planning Commission conducted a fair and impartial hearing, resulting in a unanimous decision to deny the appeal and approve the project, and the board has the opportunity to take de novo action today. There has been extensive communication with the appellant by county staff, including mailed notice, numerous phone calls, meetings, site visits from planning staff, permit compliance staff, county grading inspector, county surveyor, and public works staff. In addition, as noted in the letter from the project architect Jeff Shelton, the applicant team communicated with the appellant more than a dozen times, including multiple in-person meetings, and the appellant provided public comment at the design review meetings for this project. Lastly, the appellant asserts that oak tree removal will inhibit road access for residents of Montrose Place, that the plans do not accurately represent the slopes, and that the project soils engineering report is invalid. However, the project never proposed oak tree removal. Access will continue to be provided via Montrose Place, an existing paved public road. In addition, the county fire department approved the project, including the proposed access. Contrary to the appellant's claim, the project does in fact have valid plans to address slopes and drainage. Stormwater control and drainage plans exceed the applicable requirements, providing enhanced stormwater retention. This has been directly confirmed with Public Works staff. Finally, licensed professional engineers have designed the project in conformance with current California Building Code requirements, and this has been directly confirmed with the licensed soil engineers. In summary, the project meets ordinance and policy requirements. The project is exempt from CEQA. All development is located within legally established lot lines. There has been extensive communication with the appellant. The project has been designed in conformance with all applicable requirements, and all appeal issues are without merit. For that reason, staff recommends that your board take the following actions: deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval of the project, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project. Now, before I conclude my presentation, staff did want to confirm that we received a late submittal letter submitted by the appellant on October 11th, 2024.
Yes, thank you. We just would like to address some of the items presented in that letter. Most of them were already addressed in the presentation you just heard, but I wanted to reconfirm that with regard to hydrology and stormwater, the applicant has already provided a stormwater control hydrology plan that not only demonstrates compliance with the required Tier 1 stormwater requirements, but goes above and beyond and satisfies Tier 4 stormwater retention requirements, which is nearly 10 times the required stormwater control that is required by our Project Clean Water regulations. The proposed plans do not show removal of walls. There's no removal of oak trees proposed, and there is also a condition of approval that requires tree protection during construction activities. The appellant's request for an easement is a private matter outside the scope of this appeal. With regard to erosion, conditions require preparation of an erosion control plan and compliance with a soils engineering study. And grading and building inspectors will conduct regular site inspections to confirm compliance with these measures. And then finally, with regard to the statements regarding gas lines and power poles, these elements are not on the law property and are in fact downhill from the appellant's property rather than the laws. And as previously stated, the application more than meets requirements for stormwater control, erosion protection, and soils engineering. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So this is not the first time that I've had in Mission Canyon disputes over surveys, so I can't imagine that it's your first time dealing with that either. And I don't disagree with any of the analysis that you outlined, but how do you deal with neighborhoods where the surveying work is old and it's just hard to do in general? What is our role versus what is the role between private parties? I'd like to understand that a little bit better.
Chair and Commissioner Williams, Alex Jevremovic from the county surveyor is here, and I believe he can answer that question.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. The question, the board has opportunity to declare certain areas of survey discrepancy at the recommendation of the county surveyors. But in this case, I am aware that the area is problematic to a certain extent, but there was no that large issues like we have in Tepiscate area or even Carpinteria areas, section 12 and 13, where the board declared those area of survey discrepancy, where it opens opportunity to do boundary line agreements between the neighbors and basically resolve the boundary issues. So other than that, we deal with the boundaries when we have subdivision maps, parcel maps, then those are reviewed, and county surveyor and the staff has a lot of opportunity to give an input. But the regular surveys between the boundary between the neighbors are usually resolved by a private survey firm or in courts or in front of you to a certain extent.
And so often these disputes are handled in court between private parties, the survey. And can you tell me your relative level of confidence that the survey line that the applicant has put down is where it is correct? What's your level of certainty?
Yeah, so the county surveyor has a role in examining records of survey that are submitted. It is a limited role. Basically, it's a balanced role between the private surveyor's professional responsibility and their professional work. So we do review for certain aspects of that survey. So this particular survey that recorded a week ago was reviewed, and we approved that map for the basically sections of the Professional Land Surveyors Act that we are responsible to review. There is an option for the county surveyor to disagree, which in this case, obviously, we did not put a disagreement note on the survey.
And then apart from the survey, I think the issue that's been brought up is drainage on the site. Is the applicant not proposing a change in the current drainage, such as the current retaining walls and so forth?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, The applicant is proposing, in terms of, some of the concerns have to do with stormwater runoff due to the development of a home on the property. And the applicant is proposing storage and a level spreader for metered release of the water, which again is above and beyond what's required. What's required would be a tier 1, which would be one element of stormwater control, like a rain barrel or something along those lines. They're providing stormwater retention for something that would be required for like a 20,000 square foot development when they're between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet. So they're going well above and beyond. They also are not proposing removal of site walls, and that's noted on their project plans.
Those are my questions.
Okay, we will move to the presentations. So we will begin with the appellant presentation. You have 10 minutes, and then applicant will have 10, and then you'll have time for a 5-minute rebuttal at the end.
Thanks. Is there a clicker?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, board chair members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Ian Noyson, and I am one of the owners of 2634 Montrose Place. We had sincerely hoped to avoid this hearing and to deal with this directly with our neighbors. We had hoped to be in a position to withdraw our appeal. We participated fully in the mediation that was offered, and we really appreciated it. We have since sought additional expertise to resolve the remaining concerns, paying for a consultation with our neighbors' engineers, Ashley Vance and others, and we also hired our own engineer to kind of help us understand what was going on. And we've tried really hard in the last few weeks especially to close the loop on the remaining and outstanding details. I want to be really clear, we are not opposed to the project going forward. But we only want to be sure that it moves forward in ways that protect our property and consider our safety. And so what we're here to do today is, I want to be clear about just sort of what our hoped for outcomes are. We'd like to set the record straight on a number of things that we feel have been inaccuracies and misrepresentations of the situation and mischaracterizations of our action and our intent. We'd like to clarify and confirm that the plans to address the concerns that we raised during mediation about the importance of existing retaining walls and stormwater management and the easement that preserves ingress and egress to our home, in fact, happened. So we're looking for assurances of that. And in some ways, maybe we've received some of that already. And we'd like to encourage the Board of Supervisors to consider the additional conditions for approval that were outlined by Ron Riley, President of Gehring, Taylor and Associates, Civil Engineering and Land Surveyors, and most notably his final condition that outlines ongoing monitoring and maintenance. So to the first point, the property line that kind of led to the initial appeal, I want to give you just a little bit of context. And so I'm not sure if this is working, or can you advance the slide?
Yeah, we're going to freeze your time just for a second. I've got it. I know how much it is. 7:46.
Great.
And then we'll get this taken care of for you.
Perfect. Have to power it on, or what am I pointing at? I did that. Yeah. Yeah, I tried that. Okay. Got it. Okay. So this is the site plan for our home, and what I want to draw your attention to is the stump in the corner there. You see that looks to be the corner of our lot. This is a site plan that was approved by the county in 2020 for a development of an ADU. This is the site plan that was approved for the neighbors, and you can also see the stump. And so what was the corner of our lot is about 10 feet inside their lot. So two site plans a year apart, both approved by the planning and zoning. So this is confusing to see two different lines. In both, I've noted the obvious stump near the southwest corner of the property, and as you can see, the severity of this discrepancy is confusing at best. And so we sought more clarity. We also have already heard that this area is problematic, and so we sought to hire a surveyor ourselves, but we also had received, when we began that process, a note from Steve Davis, who did do this survey, who said that on August 27th of 2021, I hope to have the record of survey, this is a quote, ready to submit to the county within the next few weeks. With Nancy's permission, I am happy to share with you, and once it is approved by the county surveyor, it will be recorded and part of the public record. So that was what we understood was going to happen and was stated to us. So that kind of set our expectation. We hired a surveyor of our own to try to do some work. They spent 3 days in the field trying to do that work. They said that they responded in an email saying to us that they spent 3 days there and had struggled to find sufficient control to confidently put forward a survey. So that was kind of the situation, and we thought, well, we'll appeal to the process that the county has and let the county surveyor review that. And so we assumed that it would be recorded, as Steve Davis had said. However, the survey was not submitted until June of 2024, long after we were told it was going to, long after Jeff, in fact, the architect told the County Planning Commission at our last hearing that they already had submitted it, and then long after, obviously, Steve, too, in a follow-up conversation, had spoken to an attorney that we had and said that they had actually no intentions of placing monuments and recording the survey until after construction. So why do I say all this, especially since now the monuments have been placed? Well, one is to just give you a sense of what we feel like has been a misrepresentation of facts. And we did not simply repeat again and again that the survey was wrong. It was confusing. We were trying to resolve it as best we could. We sought a second opinion by an expert who didn't feel confident enough to, with the quality of control, to complete the project. So we looked to the county's process as outlined by Davis and others to approve the survey as submitted prior to issuing an LUP. At this point, as far as we're concerned, this issue is resolved. But I want to just point out that it's troubling to note that it took us appealing this decision to get this to be done. What was said was going to be done, what was said was in fact done, had not been done. And so that's just troubling to us. And moreover, as we do look to set and seek an easement agreement, firmly establishing the boundary line is important for that purpose. And there again, I want to just note that as in Jeff's letter, it states, it would be helpful to see my time so I know how quickly to go here, but to note in Jeff's letter that they had offered us an easement agreement and we had not accepted it, when in fact we were the ones who have drafted an easement agreement. We have offered it to them, and it's in their hands. It's been back and forth multiple times with various drafts. Our attorney, their attorney, it's awaiting a signature, and so that's just simply not true. So moving on to concerns about stormwater runoff and erosion, and here a little bit more information would be helpful. I want you to just draw your attention to the stone walls in this picture. These stone walls continue actually under the entirety of our home, from one side to the other. And they were elaborately engineered for the safety of our home and also to hold up the road above on Montrose. And so they were engineered by an engineering firm in San Francisco. There was a lot of back and forth. I have the minutes from those meetings in forming this. So these are pretty important to us. And so I know that we've heard that these have all been, changes have been made, and they have been made in an email of September 6th that was told to us. But then after that, receipt of that email that outlined the changes that have been stated, we received an email from Nancy saying that in light of your unwillingness to pay for the redesign, we will rethink our position. And so that introduced doubt. So then we spent the next several weeks saying, can you clarify this? Can you clarify this? Can you clarify this? 3 points and multiple emails, and it's been met with silence. And so if we can be assured that those changes have in fact happened, then we would be delighted. This too is, well, I'm just gonna move on. You can kind of see how these walls are also go down and follow the contour of stairs that allows for ingress and egress in and outside of our home. And so we're glad to hear that those will remain if that can be confirmed. And I just want to spend a little time on this. This is the lot, our home. You see in the white lines the corners of the property. And that bottom corner to the right, the northwest corner of the property, is where the level spreaders and retention system is has been proposed. And I just want to note that while Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, I'm not sure I necessarily understand. I haven't read all the details on that. And yet, 2 houses up, we do know that a similar retention system was installed when that home was built. And it had, in the last 2 years of storms that we've had, it overflowed, and the house in the bottom left corner was flooded in their basement. So whatever tier it is, we know that the impacts are significant. And at the same time, the canyon that's below our house also has experienced significant erosion and drainage in these last 2 years. So we have watched it. And that bottom right corner is all the water that flows off that flows onto other people's property. We're downhill and our neighbors are downhill. And so it's really important that that be addressed. And so we met with Ashley Vance and talked them through that. I actually think that as a result of our consultations and meeting with them, that this project has gotten better. It has. But the truth is that it's gotten better because we have advocated and we have appealed and we have continued to meet and ask for these issues to be addressed. And so I just think that the last thing I'll say with just my few remaining seconds is to just note that it has also been stated in the letter that they have reached out to us multiple times. If you note, even in Jeff's record of events, that most of those, all of those consultations, the in-person ones certainly, took place in the first year of this project. And yet on July 8th of 2023, we received an email that stated that the building envelope was actually mistakenly had not been disclosed to the owners of the property. And so they had to fit within this area. And so for the first year, and as we've been sort of held to this standard that somehow we are stopping this process, the truth is that it was really that the building envelope was different. So I'd like to say more about that, but I'll wait for my rebuttal.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for the applicant presentation. We have 10 minutes. Oh, it's going to be on Zoom? Okay, Mr. Shelton.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Chair Lavanino and board members, thanks for listening to us. Here, we'll put the site plan on. I think that's might be all we need to look at, but we have a whole set of drawings here if you need anything explained. We started this project almost 4 years ago, the same way we start all our projects. We first hire professional consultants, and we hired a land surveyor first thing. Steve Davis knows the area, and that's the first thing we did. We got our slope study, we got our boundaries located, and that's where this whole design started. But we then, as usual, got civil engineers, Ashley Vance. We got geotechnical engineers to do soil studies. We did geologists to look at the structure of the hill. We hired landscape architects, and we hired arborists. This is how we start all our projects, getting everyone's expertise to look at the land. With that, that's when we go to planning and to kind of run everything, run concepts by planning. Look at where we can build a building, where the flattest part of the lot is, where we can enter it with the fire department, et cetera. With that, we go to the BAR and we go to the neighbors. We talk to the neighbors. We've been in the neighbors' houses. We've been in their bedrooms, in their kitchens, in their living rooms, and on their decks on both sides. Then we get a Mission Canyon. We've gone to the Mission Canyon Review Board. They approved this project many times. And this goes back and forth, back to the neighbors, back to the BAR. My client moved this building around for the neighbors. We pushed it back. Now we're 15 feet back from the neighbors, the noise. We twisted and turned this building for the other neighbors, and this building got pushed around everywhere. Finally, it got pushed back into the flattest part of the lot after the BAR wanted it in one position and the neighbors wanted it in another. So I'm getting at is this building has gone the way it's supposed to go, and we're building within our setbacks. We're building with a professional land survey. And by the way, you know, the survey in this somewhat development, let's say, you know, this is sitting between, you know, many dozens and dozens of other lots. If this survey were off, all lots would be off here. Okay, this fit perfectly right where it's supposed to, in between the two houses on either side. So this isn't one of these wild ranches somewhere where we've got 1880s surveys here. You know, we end up we really tried to compromise, to have a give and take going, but they were taking. We kept giving and nothing ever came back. We kept thinking we were going to make a compromise and they would sign off on it. Nope, we just kept getting appealed, moving the building and appealed and appealed. So it was frustrating for sure, for my client, for all of us. But we ended up with a building that's smaller than our neighbors. It's not as tall as our neighbors. It's got a modern, better foundation than our neighbors, and we have a stormwater system that is way oversized for this lot, as our civil engineers really want to get this thing right, and we're spending the money to get this condition. We've invited our neighbors. We invited our neighbors to a meeting we had with our civil engineers last month, I think it was, because we always have our last. You know, we're trying to get a permit. Almost have our permit. Just one correction left. And one of them was meet with the building department and grading department. Asked us to, on all jobs in the city and in the county. Ask us to meet with our civil engineer. He has to sign off on our drawings, and we did, and he made a few corrections that made it even tighter, and that's what we do. And we made adjustments to the plan. So, and we invited the noise to be in on that meeting with us, which we normally never would do. This is a construction document meeting. So we feel we've done everything we're supposed to do. I certainly take offense at what has been said about me on this, and you know, it's me on the way I communicated with the noise. He makes it sound like we were deceiving people. Not once did we deceive anybody here. We turned that survey in as soon as on our first set of plans, and we had it, we sent it into the county. The county. That was back in 21, our first submittal. So there was no deception here. We played it straightforward, kept everybody, showed them what we were doing, moved the buildings for them, and it didn't help our process. Here we are in front of you now, and we think we did everything the way we're supposed to do it. The water ultimately, when it leaves our land, drains to the west corner of the building and off that way. And there's no erosion on our property now, and it's a very clean piece of land, and we tend to keep it that way. Let's see, I think that is basically what we have. There's nothing impartial. There was good communication, and my client, the laws, have suffered the most off this because they really wanted to make it right in the neighborhood. They live in this neighborhood right now, and so it's been very disappointing. And we would like to move forward and go ahead and pull our building permit as soon as possible. If you have any questions, let me know.
You still have time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Stuart Law. I'm one of the owners and the future occupant of the project. This house is to be the home for my partner and my 2 kids. It's our hope that it can be a viable way for us to settle here in Santa Barbara, which can be tricky. And luckily, it's down the road from my mom and stepdad. The only hack in parenting is grandparents nearby. This is an eminently reasonable project. We spent significant time and resources incorporating the feedback from the neighbors to create a project that fits nicely within the context of the neighborhood. We ask that the board recognize the many merits and allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just get your name for the record? I'm sorry, I was too busy sneezing.
Bless you, and I'm Stuart Law.
Stuart Law. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now it's time for public comment on this matter. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on this item. We are going to go to Zoom with Linda Kaplan to be followed by Waleed Afifi. Linda? And Linda, we have, there you go.
You hear? Hi.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Linda Kaplan, and I'm the owner of the property below at 1108 Palomino Road. Just for the record, I'd like to state our continued concern regarding the stormwater runoff from their property, since this project is directly above us. The continued problems of stormwater mitigation here in Mission Canyon is of real concern for many of us in this area. Unfortunately, we are currently dealing with ways to resolve last year's flooding of our property from different neighbors above whose Santa Barbara County approved stormwater drainage system failed. So we have obvious concerns. We appreciate the effort the applicants have put forth in upgrading their stormwater drainage plans and keeping us informed. But we still have a lot of concern and just a couple questions we're hoping to review further. We'd just like to ensure that everything is being done to protect our property from any possible flooding or erosion because of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Waleed Afifi, who is our final speaker on this item. Waleed?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. We are the owners of 2630 Montrose Place, adjacent to the Laws lot. Well, we weren't planning on speaking for reasons I will address, but we were compelled to do so because the staff's response to the noise Woodall appeal repeatedly noted that we have not appealed, suggesting that it reflects some sort of position we're taking on the matter. Let me be crystal clear that our decision to not appeal should not be taken as not having remaining concerns, or that our deep concerns have been addressed, or our lack of support for many portions of the noise appeal. Frankly, it's been a reflection of us giving up on what has felt all along like a biased process that is stacked against us, a perception that was cemented during the March appeal to the Planning Commission. I note two specific examples from that meeting, although I could certainly offer many more, including the Planning Commission's response to the noise appeal. First was Commissioner Park. His comments in the March appeal were absolutely stunning in their bias. First, he accused me of the, quote, rankest of hearsay as it relates to evidence I provided about the quality of the survey, and suggested the evidence was not tied to a surveyor name, even though I was explicit in providing the source of the evidence I provided with name. So I questioned whether he was listening at all. After that, he reminisced fondly about how Mr. Davis, the surveyor used by the Laws, dated his oldest sister when Mr. Park was in junior high. He then waxed about his admiration for Mr. Davis and how we should feel lucky, and ends with, quote, I'm a little biased because in 1964, his brother Ron coached my Pee Wee League baseball team to the Santa Barbara City Championship in Laguna Ballpark, and that was probably the high point of my life. How was this not a conflict of interest? How does this level of bias function as normal in our processes? Second, I make no claim of understanding the role of the planning and development staff. My assumption was that their role is to represent everyone's interests fairly and to be neutral in disputes. This has not been our experience. Instead, the experience has been one in which Ms. Cruz and her team more closely resemble the Law's legal representation. Since the inception of this project, we have presented well-founded concerns about these plans. Our experience is that none of them have been treated with the neutrality and care by Ms. Cruz that we would expect from employees working for the people and paid by our taxes. That assessment is not based on the staff's conclusion in favor of the Laws. Perhaps one might reach those conclusions on merit alone. But with the failure of Ms. Cruz to directly engage us even once about our concerns, and the consistent experience that we've seen labor staff engage in the serious research required to investigate our claims and examine their true merit. I appreciate the county surveyor's presence at this meeting and his conclusions about the process for managing neighborhood-wide challenges. I wish that Ms. Cruz, for example, had offered us the service of speaking with him earlier or inviting him to any of our previous meetings. The bottom line with our original appeals, there was a 10-foot difference in length between the boundaries laid out in the original 1929 lots map and the survey relied on, and the site plan approved by our county for our specific lot in 1990, which the survey ignores. The noises pointed out that same thing. That amounts to at least 1,000 square feet of our backyard taken by the Laws Project. We bought the property in 2018 with the assumption the approved site plans were what we
I'm
purchased.
sorry, but that's your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see the time. Thank you.
I appreciate it. So we have one other speaker with his hand raised, but I need to just kind of verify exactly what your role is. If Mr. Riley.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Ron Riley. I'm civil engineer that was hired by the Noyes Woodall family just to come observe the site. And
Okay.
I presented a letter to you guys that you've already acknowledged.
Great. So if you'd like him to speak, it would be part of your rebuttal time. Just. So it would be, at this point, it is time for the appellant rebuttal.
Okay, and I would cede all that time to Ian. If there's time at the end, I'll chime in.
Okay, well, Mr. Riley, okay. They want you to lead off, I think, Mr. Riley. Take 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll be faster than that. And so good afternoon. So I have over 20 years experience in land development and civil engineering. I'm the president, Garen Taylor, here in Arroyo Grande. We've been working in the Central Coast for more than 60 years. And on October 4th, I submitted a letter to you guys outlining my observations and requesting that additional conditions be considered to not only protect the Noyes property, but also several surrounding properties. And I won't beleaguer or repeat all the details from the letter, but I just want to emphasize there are significant erosion risks posed by the steep slopes and soil conditions at the site. Vegetation removal and construction could destabilize the area, affecting adjacent properties, particularly the retaining walls and structures of 2634 Montrose. But further, there's ongoing erosion downhill of 2634 Montrose, and it regularly spills across Palomino Road. And it also, this erosion really closely follows the high pressure gas line. And so to address these concerns, I proposed 4 different conditions. I won't read through all of them right now, but one of the items presented earlier by staff was that Tier 4 stormwater control was being proposed, and that was great. What I had wanted to see and was not able to see was a detailed hydrology study, basically showing flow going through the site pre-project, and then what it would be post-project. And so I was looking for a condition that would say, hey, let's put that information out there. And I'm in this business, and Mr. Shelton and Ashley and Vance are great professionals. So I'm in no way contesting that the project not go through. It was more of let's provide just an extra level of protection for the neighborhood. And so with that, thank you for your time, consideration, and I'll leave the rest of the time to Ian.
Thank you.
So just to reiterate, and I want to highlight the 4th point that he made in the additional conditions for approval is just ongoing monitoring and maintenance. That there would be, you've heard from 3 neighbors now around this project with concerns, significant concerns. And so would it be possible to put an additional condition here to say, hey, can we hope this will work. And I'm standing here sincerely saying, I hope this will work. But we also have seen systems fail. And then it becomes, in our experience now, it just becomes a civil matter. And we're like, well, it's just like at this point, we're trying to get ahead of that. Like, can we monitor and maintain the situation? The only other thing that I guess I just want to focus on is you have, again, now 3 neighbors who are still even though they haven't appealed, they're exhausted by this process. All of us are exhausted by this process. And so the suggestion that somehow there's been all this great communication is just simply not true. And even if you look at Jeff's statement of when that conversations happened, it was all in the first year. There have been 3 years since then, and the communication has been abysmal. And even to suggest somehow that they submitted this survey, something as basic as that, we've called the county a dozen times to say, is the survey been submitted? And we've been told no. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I don't know, I'm not trying to impute his character, but at the same time, it's just been remarkably confusing. And when we have reached out to try to resolve these issues, and even like just looking for assurances, are the walls staying, are they not staying? Is this the system, is it not the system? Are we getting an easement, are we not getting an easement? You know, are you gonna perfect this easement and sign the document that you've reviewed a dozen times? We can't get a straight answer. So we're here today, not because we wanna be, but because we're just trying to get this resolved and get it buttoned up and close the loop. I have 3 emails from the last month saying this, yes, no, like we want an answer and we want some resolution, we want some assurances, and we want it because we want to be safe.
You have 30 seconds, so if you want to say something, sure, like.
I think also, I'm Mindy Noyce. Thank you for your time. My desire, if there's a way to look up at the pictures that we sent.
I don't know if we have time to go back
There's
and do
one
that.
photo that shows the yellow line, and if you can look at those photos, there's a yellow line that shows, they put a rope up that shows where the boundary line is. And so as they're talking about what they're planning on doing, all of those erosion control walls, all of those plantings that have been here for 20 years, those are all going to, a lot of that is going to come out.
Yep.
So
Okay,
I would
I'm
really,
sorry, that's your time.
I just really appreciate for the conditions to be considered, the 5-year conditions for approval.
Thank you.
Considered.
Thank you. Okay, so the applicant now has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Is that going to be Mr. Shelton? Or, yeah, okay.
Okay. I guess I'll just respond to some of the comments I heard. I'll start with the surveyor. The civil engineer from Arroyo Grande. We've got a great team down here in Ashley Vance. They work locally here all the time. I mean, their office is here, and we trust them. And we've gone over and over again of what's the safest way to do this, and they double it for whatever we want. So the plans, all these plans that we're talking about, the stormwater management plans, have to be signed by the owner that they will maintain it. That's part of the state rules. So it will be maintained, and that's their job to do that. They want to keep in great shape as much as anybody else does. We've sent the Linda Kaplan. We've sent them plans on March 11th and September 6th, as requested, and never heard back from them. We sent them there to discuss the project. They reached out to us. We sent them plans, and never heard back. Comments on those plans. Waleed, his comments, I don't think my brother coaching Pee Wee League in 1964, when I was 7 years old, is a conflict of interest for a summer. My brother has no idea what we're talking about here. I think that's a ridiculous comment. As far as the surveys being off, once again, this lot fits perfectly within the 2 properties on each side. All these numbers add up in the whole neighborhood, and we have our lot sitting there exactly where it should be. And everyone has the same size lot as they do on their deed. This works out perfectly. And just one last thing, we never got a phone call or an email from the Noise in my office. they could have come to my office. They could have called and come to the office or emailed me their questions. We did not get any correspondence from them. So I look, I could take it. They say what they want, but it's not true. And uh, it's just not true. And I don't want that to be passed on. So I'll keep defending the way our office, my consultants, and my client uh, respected the neighbors and went about this process. Thanks.
Thank you. Turn it to staff. Is there anything you heard during the rebuttals or during their presentations that you'd like to address before we go to board deliberation?
Chair and supervisors, while there were a number of misstatements made by the appellants, we don't want to get into each of those, but we did want to say that this project has been thoroughly reviewed by professional reviewers at the county, whether it be the county surveyor, the project clean water manager, planning staff, our grading inspector. There are also existing conditions on the project that satisfy a number of the requests that have been made. There's already a condition requiring erosion control plan. There's conditions requiring compliance with the stormwater management plan. There is a condition requiring compliance with the soils engineering study. Grading and building inspectors will conduct regular site inspections during construction to ensure compliance with all of these and with the California Building Code and the county grading ordinance. So we feel that the project should be approved and that it's been thoroughly reviewed and considered. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman has a question.
So I just want to know how much vegetation is going to be removed. There was a claim that there would be oak trees, rock wall, and landscaping removed. Then there was a statement, staff's correcting that and saying no. We just heard the claim again that there will be a lot of vegetation. So I guess the issue here for me that we could address would be the one of erosion or drainage, and are we exacerbating that by denuding slopes? And I wonder if you could put that to rest.
Chair and Supervisor Hartman, I'll try to take a stab at this. So I know we don't have photos up, but the site is vacant right now. There's, I guess, only like significant or like protected landscape that's like actually a large size would be these two existing oak trees that are along Montrose Place, and those will both remain. The applicant is proposing a tree protection plan and has cited their development to avoid damage or removal to those oak trees. And the rest of the site kind of just has like regular dry, like dead, literally grass. I don't know how better to describe it.
I'm sorry, during construction, there are erosion control measures put in place.
Chair and Supervisor Hartman. Yeah, so this project is proposing to landscape the entire site. So, minus the structures, and the structures take up maybe roughly 3,000 square feet, counting hardscape. So the rest of the site, as you can see here, everything that's not covered by that yellow or very dark gray will be landscaped, and they're providing stormwater measures to retain water on site, which includes like stormwater capture in a very large size gallon underground water tank. And as part of the landscape plan, they're also proposing certain like stepped planters and other ways to tackle stormwater runoff.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just, before we wrap this up, I would love to have just a couple things clarified in the, we've heard a little bit about the stormwater control plan. That's reassuring. I guess my question is to the applicant, either to Mr. Law or Mr. Shelton, do the retaining walls that were pictured remain, or is your, what was it? Stage 4, phase 4, tier 4, the equivalent of that, and then the other question, and this is for staff, is I would imagine in the erosion control plan you already have limitations on time of year or weather conditions that you can do construction because of the erosion potential. I mean, you know, I just want to put out there that it sounds like it's been a miserable process for everybody involved. Unfortunately, that's not uncommon, and I hope that gives you a measure of solace. Land use processes in Santa Barbara County are torturous like this. But I understand the angst. Why? Because this, you know, this is an area where there are, you know, you got to set the bar somewhere of what kind of erosion control that you will mandate for a construction project. But the nature seems to always keep throwing us additional curveballs. So I want to understand that a little bit better.
Can I talk on this?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. Okay, so a few things were talked about there. One is the landscaping and what is planted. Right now, it's these beautiful oak trees. We've done everything we can to save. They're also holding the hill back, and they're gorgeous trees. The rest of it is basically just seasonal grass that gets weed whacked and some little patch of some reeds. But we're planning with this new spreading, this water spreader that is going to let the water seep back out. We're planning plants, our landscape architect on our sheet number 29, if you want to look, that are known for holding the soil, great root plants that we're going to plant all in that whole bottom half of the lot. And the neighbors could continue with some of those if they wanted to. There you go. So that was, you know, this is the design process of how everyone working together and then coming up with that corner is where the water goes. And it'll slowly be released in this corner. It's held up the way it is with nothing, with just seasonal grasses. But this is even going to be better. So that's what we're proposing for that part. In regards to those walls. Now, remember, those walls were built on our property. And so we are keeping those walls. Okay. You know, it's tough when you, and my civil engineers agree to that, but these are walls built by somebody else. We don't know exactly the detail, but we feel that those are adequate walls and would be the simplest way to proceed forward. We're showing those walls all staying on our plans that we've submitted. What else?
We don't get to
what
go
else,
back and forth.
Mr. Williams, did you ask?
Just the question for staff was the seasonal or weather condition prohibitions.
Chair and Supervisor Williams, yes, there's a condition of approval on the project that requires the preparation of a stormwater pollution prevention plan and erosion control plan that requires management of erosion and runoff throughout construction until permanent measures are established. So throughout construction and upon establishment of the proposed development, there will be erosion control measures. For example, silt fences, straw wattles, other measures, seeding to stabilize the site, and until the long-term plantings and walls can be established as well. And again, as Mr. Shelton stated, the existing walls are not proposed for removal, and that's noted on the plan specifically.
Yeah, the retaining walls are I think the largest item, but am I getting you correct that they could at any time of year, in any weather conditions, be engaged in construction with mitigations?
Chair and Supervisor Williams, this site will be monitored by the grading inspector throughout construction, and so there may be times when the grading inspector advises construction to occur in a certain way based on the weather conditions, but they will have these erosion control measures in place throughout the full length of construction.
And the grading control advises I mean,
So-
just
so-
this
yeah,
is a high
right.
level of slope.
Sure.
There, I'm just nothing here shocked me until just just that. So
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, while our standard conditions don't prohibit grading at a certain time of year, they don't grade during the rainy season traditionally. If the soil's wet or if there's rain coming, I mean, most of our applicants are rushing to get their grading done before the rainy season starts, or they wait until it is complete. So that's typically what we see. Like we see all these emergency permits come through because they all want to do their grading in advance of any rain coming.
maybe I'll just ask the
And
applicant.
Mr. Shelton can speak to that too. He's done a lot of construction.
Mr. Shelton, you can tell me when you're planning on
Yes,
the
I mean,
construction.
this is, what they're saying is correct. In fact, we just finished recompacting a site. We try to get it done before November on any job, because you can see what can happen. And even if it wasn't a mess for other people, it's a mess for the site. So you can't dig a hole without having fill in. So no one wants to do a foundation until after March, really. I don't, like I said, that maybe it's not a rule, but it's a rule for a smart contractor and smart owner to not start any foundation between November and March. So it's just somewhat foolish, and especially on a hill. So nothing. There would be no foundation before that.
Ma'am, you can't ask questions. So he can either ask you, that's why you had 15 minutes to make your presentation. So now he's asking, if he has a question for you, he'll ask it. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I think the retaining wall, what I heard was that its current configuration is remaining in the plans, and the plans are part of the approval. So I think that was the largest remaining issue from my understanding, and I appreciate that response from the applicant. Our role is very different in appeals, where we're not here to make a policy call. We're here to adjudicate what the existing law is, and the existing law sets a threshold. And I can understand in the wild Michigan Canyon why surveys are complicated and sometimes unsatisfactory. But we do set a bar for the approvals that the county has set into law, and it seems that the applicant has met that bar, and in the case of the stormwater detention, exceeded that bar, which I think is really important. I'm sorry this was so torturous for all parties involved. I do appreciate that people availed themselves of the mediation process. Thank you. It's getting late. Sometimes people do not, and something gets missed, and I think even though there's been the legacy of some rancor here, the project has gotten better for all involved. Because of that mediation process, and also because mediation process usually, when successful, saves taxpayer dollars. So appreciate both parties for participating in that. I think there was some good that's come of it, and hopefully some of the rancor can be healed over time.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that while Commissioner Park and I probably disagree on many, many, many things, he is a very honorable public servant and does his job extremely well. I've had two really good planning commissioners, but I'm not sure there's anybody that spends as much time, energy on his job than Mr. Park. So, I just wanted to make sure that his name wasn't besmirched here. I don't think that was, this is a de novo hearing anyway. So regardless of what happened at the Planning Commission, you got a clean slate here at the Board of Supervisors. So I have other comments, but I think Supervisor Hartman, or were you, do you want me to finish? Okay, I'll just finish where I'm at. So a question for staff, though, is that other systems, it's been reported, other systems have failed in that canyon. And I'm curious is what are we expecting to do different with this applicant than what other standard are they being held to, as opposed to, from what we're understanding, that there's other neighbors that have had their stormwater systems fail, and that's the cause of all this erosion. Why, I'm just kind of curious, why would we be handling, what are we doing different in this situation so we don't end up with the same situation again?
Supervisors and Chair Lavanino, I mean, we've had some catastrophic rain years, right? And so it's hard to know which systems they're talking about.
Right, 'cause it's all coming downhill.
Could they have been older systems? I'm not sure exactly. You know, we assume that they were. I can just tell you that I've not seen a single-family home go through the scrutiny that this project has, and we have worked very, very closely with the surveyor and the flood control to make sure that what they are proposing is going to meet all of the modern requirements in hopes that it doesn't fail, and that's the best that we can do.
Yeah. And I want to just say to you too, I've looked at your home online. It is gorgeous. It is a beautiful home, and that's just a great neighborhood. My hope is that, you know, when this other home gets built, that you two can share a glass of wine on the deck and overlook, because you're all going to live next to each other for many, many years. And these things, while they, you know, there can be miscommunication, and I know it's stressful when you're going through something like this, but best thing to do is, I don't even, a lot of times when people take it to this level, it flips a switch on me where I get a little upset and think it's first world problems. But the reality is you live in an area where this is very important. Mission Canyon is, you know, it's an extreme area to build in, and you got to make sure, and quite honestly, I can't believe the level of scrutiny that's gone into this particular build, but there's a reason why we have to do that, is because we don't want situations that have happened in the past. So I think both sides, honestly, I think came out of here with basically putting a bow and getting some things put to bed that probably wouldn't get to bed without this hearing. So I appreciate the fact that it was brought, and I think we got to a better place. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for your kind comments about Commissioner Park. I'm very proud to have him representing the 3rd District on the Planning Commission. I will vote to deny the appeal. I found this to have 13 different issues, and I was really, what's going on? What really is that issue? And I gather it comes down to 2 things: the property line, and that has to be resolved. And I guess this process has gotten you a little closer. If your neighbors are indeed going to give you an easement, that I hope that'll go a long way to solve the problems, and that you want to, your home is your castle. You want to live in peace. You want to live in good graces with your neighbors. You're going to need them if there's some kind of an emergency. So you know, restoring the goodwill and the harmony is really important. And so through all of this, I think then the only issue that was for us is really this drainage. And you know, I didn't see it here, but it came up when we spoke. And I think that we all agree is a real concern, especially given the images that you showed us. But you described this tier 4, stage 4, whatever. I mean, it sounds like you're really going way out with an underground storage, that it's really a state-of-the-art kind of stormwater retention, and that it will hold more water than what currently is there, especially with the new vegetation that will be designed for that purpose. So I guess I'm encouraged by what Mr. Shelton said, that even though it's been a torturous process, that it is a better project as a result. So I'm sorry it was so difficult for everyone, and even for us trying to figure out what's really going on here. But I think live in peace.
Yes, Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I think everything's been said, and I just appreciate that every regulatory department has looked at all of these issues. And Mission Canyon is such a tight-knit community and with so many people that have lived there for generations. I just, again, want to reiterate, because of the fire potential, how important it is for neighbors to know each other and rely on each other, especially there with kind of the impacted way the roads are, and everyone's sort of on top of each other to some degree. So anyway, again, just I think we're at the end of the line here with my concurrence to deny the appeal, but I hope that this could be a new chapter in this process for everybody.
Supervisor Williams.
I'll move staff recommendation to deny the appeal.
Second.
Okay, so that will be staff recommendation A, B, C, and D.
That's right.
Okay. And we do have a second. So all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned until Tuesday, November 5th in Santa Barbara. Brought it in under the 8-hour mark.